Wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. We beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants, whom we have been pleased to call to the performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under the deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory and to advance the peace, prosperity, and the welfare of the country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Honorable members, if you allow me, yesterday we had the team of the Ministry of Transport. I can see they are back today. We will still do the introduction later, but I'll ask the team from the ministry to take over. Our issue was on the JACMA, and we needed the clarification on when the goods were received, what was the content, and how they were dispatched, and actually who cleared. So I would like we just start directly, because today we have a heavy day, full day, and we not want to waste more time. I can see the CES is present. Yes. So you can take the opportunity to just introduce the people you are with, yes, and then we proceed.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Christopher Obure, Chief Administrative Secretary in the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. I wish to report at this stage.
You might need to hold your microphone because we can't hear you well.
Yes.
No, do you have a physical microphone like this one?
It is on now. Oh, yes. Okay.
Yes, that one.
Okay.
Hold it so that we can hear you.
Both of them.
The other one seems not to be working. In IT, we are now worried whether you are trying to sabotage us or something.
Yes. Honorable Chair, I am sorry to report that the Cabinet Secretary, Mr. James Macharia, is still indisposed and therefore is not able to be here to attend this session of the committee this morning. However, I am accompanied by the Principal Secretary, Mr. Solomon Kitungu, the Director of Government Clearing Agency, Mr. Felix Atek, and the personal advisor to the Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Joe Mutegi. Honorable Chair, yesterday I responded to the question by honorable members of this committee regarding the role played by the Ministry of Transport in clearing the Jack Ma's Foundation COVID-19 supplies donation. I also responded to the second question on how and when the Ministry of Transport handed over the shipment to the Ministry of Health. However, I was requested to come back this morning with the team from the ministry to provide more details regarding the consignment and to provide supporting documents regarding the quantities that were received and cleared by the ministry at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Honorable Chair, we had technical hitches this morning and we were not able to produce the copies of the information I have, but I believe that this has now been done and members have copies of the information and the documents I am about to present. What we have, Honorable Chair, is a schedule. On that schedule, the first column it gives details of the airway bill, the country of origin, and also gives details as to the consignee, and the consignment details. The second column gives a description of the goods received and the quantities. The third column gives details of the way bill and delivery notes given by the government clearing agent, together with the way bill particulars. And the last column, the fourth column, contains remarks as to who received these goods on behalf of the consignee and the means by which, in other words, details of the motor vehicles used to transport these goods from the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport to KEMSA warehouses. Okay. So we will now proceed, honorable members, to give details of each of the consignments. The first consignment, as you will see, is on airway bill 07136 996013. This was dispatched from China through the Ministry of Health, Ethiopia. The consignee was Kenya Medical Research Institute, Mbagathi. On the second column, you will see that this consignment comprised of detection kits for 2019 COVID coronavirus. And it comprises of 11,300 kits. The way bill and delivered note given by the government clearing agent is way bill number 3430. The goods were received by Mr. Vitali Shikulu on behalf of KEMSA and transported by KEMSA truck registration KAT 332X. I wish to clarify that in all these deliveries, the officer designated by the Ministry of Health was present, and they carried out the verifications, and they were satisfied that what they received was indeed consistent with what the airway bill showed. The second consignment was airway bill 07137 000084. Again, the origin of these goods was China. Again, dispatched through the Ministry of Health, Ethiopia. The consignee was Kenya Medical Research Institute, Mbagathi. These comprised 74 packages. And I said there was a discrepancy in this, in that 12 packages were not shown to have been included in this particular consignment, and the 12 packages arrived subsequently on the 28th of April. Now, the government clearing agency gave these as way bill 2668 of 15th of April, and way bill 3444 dated 15th of April, and way bill 2668 of 28th May in respect of the 12 packages. So the third column is in respect of those who received these particular goods. Again, this was the designated officer, Dr. Isabella Ayaga, and they were transported by truck GK A538G all the way to KEMSA warehouses. The third consignment is in respect to way bill 784 130 98293. Again, the origin is shown as the Embassy of the Republic of Kenya in China. The consignee for this particular consignment is Dr. Isabella Ayaga, head of the Global Health Security at the Ministry of Health here in Kenya. These contained 39 boxes of disposable gloves and masks, antibody test kits, antibody testing kits again, which was contained in one box, disposable medics exam gloves in 19 boxes, and so on. Again, the government clearing agency gave this as way bill 2668. This consignment arrived on the 28th of May 2020. It was received by Dr. Ali Soita on behalf of the Ministry of Health and transported by a KEMSA truck registration KBK 497X. The fourth consignment is shown on Airway Bill 071 370 19975. Origin of this is Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, African Center for Disease Control. The consignee is Ministry of Health, Kenya. This comprised of assorted medical supplies containing 697 packages, weighing a total of 2,000 kilograms. The government clearing agent gave it a way bill 2667. I wish to emphasize that in this consignment, 21 packages were short delivered. They were not received. It's been confirmed to me that the Ministry of Health is pursuing the people in Addis Ababa to account for this particular consignment. The rest of the Consignment was received by Ali Soita of the Ministry of Health, transported by a KEMSA truck, registration KCE, three KEMSA trucks, registration KCE 00656S, KCD 6229X, and the KBR 948J. The fifth consignment is covered under Airway Bill 071 370 19986. Origin of the goods is shown as Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, African Center for Disease Control. Consignee is Minister of Health and Kemri Mbagathi. It's in one package. Then there were several assorted medical supplies, laboratory kits, screening, hospital, and IPC. Other materials for COVID response, crabs, and several other. This is listed all the way. They were carried in 997 packages, weighing a total of 9,451 kilograms. Honorable Chair, the last consignment is shown under Airway Bill 071 370 20583. The origin of this consignment is Addis Ababa, Ethiopia Africa Center for Disease Control. The consignee is Kenya Medical Research Institute. And this comprised of 107 detection kits packed in 5 packages. Again, the government clearing agent gave it way bill 2667, received at the airport by Dr. Ali Soita, transported by a KEMSA truck, KCE 006S, KCD 629X, and KBR 946J. I wish to point out to members that for each of the consignments we have attached an airway bill. We have also attached a commercial invoice. We have attached a parking list, and we have also attached the government clearing agent way bill and delivery note. That's what I wish to submit and present to this committee this morning, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, CS, for your submission. At least now we know what you are dealing with, and it was important for us to send you back to get a bit organized. I just want confirmation to this committee that apart from the government clearing agency, you do not procure or you do not use any private firm to clear these goods. And number 2, was there any incidents on anybody who may have tried to steal or divert or take away the Jacma Foundation, the Jacma donations? Do you have anything recorded, or do you?
No.
Anything that you're aware of?
No. Madam Chair, I'd like to say that as government, we are under obligation to use the government clearing agent. And for this particular consignment, that was the only agent that was used exclusively in clearing this particular consignment of goods. And I like to say also, in respect to your second question, Honorable Chair, that I am not aware of any attempt by any individual or group of individuals to try and divert this consignment to any other destination. Of course, the consignment was, as you can see, for KEMRI or the Ministry of Health, and that's where those were the people who received this consignment. And in all cases, the consignment was transported to KEMSA stores using KEMSA-owned vehicles or KEMSA-branded vehicles. That's what happened, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Any further question, Honorable Adagala?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. PS Transport, you've given an elaborate way, the way this, the way bills and how it was handled. Did you handle the JACMA donations? And if you handled, where are they? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. What we've been dealing with here is actually the MA donation, the supplies donated by the MA Foundation. And I believe that this equipment, as I said, was delivered to the designated officials of the Ministry of Health. And at the airport, they were all together with the representatives of KEMRI and KEMSA receiving this equipment. As I said, they were all transported to the warehouses of KEMSA for storage on behalf of these, the consignees. Thank you.
Honorable Wino?
Thank you, Chair. And today, CAS, thank you for coming with details, including pro forma invoice, which we asked for. Chair, my question here is about the 21 pieces missing. And you did allude to it that is being traced back to Ethiopia. If you could just clarify, you were the clearing, and I think when you were clearing, you noticed that they are missing. Whose responsibility is it? Is it the clearing agency for the government chasing it to know where it is, or is it KEMSA? Because KEMSA, in this case, maybe their responsibility was to pick up and go and store. But we need clarification from the clearing agency, because I think it is you guys who detected that these 21 pieces are missing. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, with your indulgence, Madam Chair, I wish to request the director of the Government Clearing Agency to explain that aspect. I don't believe that this is an isolated incident. I believe it happens all the time. You'll be able to provide more information on that aspect.
That's okay, Director, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Felix Ateng, Director, Government Clearing Agency. Upon receipt of the documents, we verified and we noticed the 21 packages were missing, and we took up this matter with the ministry. We informed them that upon the document we have is showing 21 packages less. So they promised to follow up with the Ministry of Health of Ethiopia, where goods originated from. So I guess maybe they are still in the process of doing that.
So for clarity purposes, that means the disappearance didn't happen when they landed. By the time the goods landed, there were 24 pieces missing, or why is the disconnect between what was given to as a documentation and what you actually received?
you know, we first receive the document and then go physically to verify. So when we received the documents and went to physically and verify, we noticed there were 21 packages missing. So we took up the matter with the ministry, who promised to contact where the goods were originating from.
So, Chair, that is could be where the problem is, because if the public really know something is missing, they can easily say it's stolen. And I think this is where, if the ministry is the one really concerned of tracing it, they need to come clear, and the communication must be right. This is where people pick the pieces, multiply them, and it just go viral, and could be something which was left behind. So I think still, as a government clearing agency, I think you have a responsibility here to follow up with the ministry to ensure that that is done.
Honorable Chair, I wish to confirm that I did personally speak with the top officials of the Ministry of Health, including Dr. Ayaga, who is the one responsible for receiving these consignments, and it's been confirmed to me that they're pursuing this matter. They've been promised a response by the Ethiopian authorities, and the matter is still alive as far as they're concerned.
Dr. Nicol?
Thank you, Chair. I came late, so maybe I have to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Nicol, Member of Parliament for Semen, Kisumu County, and a member of this committee. There's something that, as a member of the public, would disturb me from what the director said. I believe it's being followed. We find that from that point, apart from what the CSS said, it looked like it's not missing. We have reported, so somebody is following. I would have thought that actually, if you are clearing things and some have not been received, you still be concerned to know where are they at this point, what is happening. Even what the CSR said does not really satisfy me, because at this point we do not know where actually the loss may have occurred, because the people who gave you the document are saying they sent them. When you check them, they are not there. Isn't that the position? Which does not exonerate even our own airport until it is found where they are. Or somebody says, the people who dispatched said, we dispatched. Then we come back here. But as it is still hanging. So I think that is something that we cannot leave the government clearing agency and the Ministry of Transport and the Ministry of Health cannot just live like it's going to solve itself. So I think that gap needs to be actually closed, and we are told this is what we have chased, this is where the problem is. That is what will be satisfying. Two, Chair, maybe I missed yesterday's meeting. Me and many members of the public know that Jack Ma donations came from China. But what we are seeing and what we are being told is everything originated from Ethiopia. It would also be useful information for us. The link from where is Jack Ma and where is he buying these things from, and how do they get to Ethiopia before they get to us? That is also, I'm left without that. That is why somebody was saying, I think my colleague asked, where are the Jack Ma donations? Because when you look at the document, you start from Ethiopia, but you do not see how the documents leave Jack Ma's organization and get to Ethiopia. I think it would also be important for us to know that. If you are pessimistic, you can also say, even between Jack Ma and Ethiopia, there may be a discrepancy. So we also need to know that, get that information, Chair.
Thank you. I think,
Can I?
yes.
Yeah. Yes, Madam Chair, I hear the sentiments being expressed in respect 21 packages which were short delivered. And I want to undertake before this House that we will continue to pursue this matter in conjunction with the Ministry of Health to ensure that the short delivered packages are ultimately, dispatched to us. The second point is in respect to why this consignment was sent to Ethiopia. I know the Honorable member was not here yesterday, but we wish to inform him that what we received from the Jack Ma Foundation was part of a consignment delivered through the African Union for several countries in the African continent. And the donors decided to dispatch this equipment through Ethiopia. At that time, in fact, it was only Ethiopian Airlines that was operating between Africa and China. So they decided to send this through Ethiopian Airlines to the Ministry of Health, Ethiopia, on behalf, where it was received on behalf of the AU, and then each country received its share from that distribution.
Yeah, I was not here, but again, as a Kenyan, how would I know that what Jack Ma gave to Ethiopia, and when it was shared, we received our correct share? That documentation must be there from when Jack Ma, whether he gave money and somebody bought. We must have that documentation. This is what Jack Ma brought to AU or in Ethiopia, and when Ethiopia was distributing, Kenya was entitled to this, and this is now what is in the consignment that we are getting as the airway bill. I don't know whether you will agree with me that there is still a gap behind in our link with Jack Ma, unless it is somewhere, or maybe it was said yesterday. You see, if you send a middle person, you must make sure the middle person has given you what you are given. Thank you, Chair.
We can take the last questions. Professor, then we go to Captain Rueda, and then I'll go to Honorable Koros. Professor, I thought you indicated you wanted to ask a question.
I did. I was trying to get some clauses on this. But thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, CS and your team, for your presentations and on that. And I am really happy that that you're here on behalf of the Cabinet Secretary. Definitely Article 95(2) of the Constitution puts the Parliament, the executive, to account or accountability. And therefore, that is the reason as to why we wanted the Minister to be here, but we pray for his quick recovery. However, it is also important that the ruling by the Speaker in the House on communication number 57 on 2019 indicates that, which says on the accountability of the executive to the Parliament and the place of chief administrative secretaries in responding to questions in the National Assembly, puts forward and rules, according to the Speaker's communication on that day, which I was fortunate that I was here, indicates that the Cabinet Secretary will take full responsibility for all responses that you have personally undertaken on his behalf. And therefore, that must be in records in the Hansard, and that must be in records in this committee, that you will be undertaking that responsibility, he will be undertaking that responsibility, that any responses that you do to us. This is House of Records, this is House of Directives, and this is a house of law. Thank you very much. Your report will definitely be presented on the floor of this House as per the discussions and all the information you have given us, and we will examine each and every into scrutiny. My questions here, that was just a point of information. My questions is, describe in a clear, detailed discussion of the actual responsibility and the role of the Transport Ministry on the issues of the donations of Jack Ma Foundation. That's one question. Has there been any correspondence, Bwana CS, between your office or the Office of the Cabinet Secretary and Jack Ma Foundation after the scandal reports? If any, what was it? And can you present either in document form or in presentation to this committee? The other question is, what efforts has the ministry done to clear its name and how after the scandal has been raised, or information about the scandal, either in media or in the executive order of the president, which we remain guided on, and we are quite sure that time is ticking for the 3 weeks the president has given an executive directives to make sure that this scandal of COVID-19 is handled, including KEMSA and the Jack Ma Foundation scandal one. I think I will stop there, and I have said sufficiency of the queries that remains, but we really want to understand exactly how the ministry has handled the scandal.
Thank you, Captain Rueda.
Swali langu ni, tumesema kuna zile ambazo zimepotea. Je, thamani yake ni ngapi? Bei yake, yani tujue tumekosa hizo, tumekosa pesa ngapi. Ya pili ni pahali gani zilipotea. Manake tunajua mzigo ukija unakuwa umefungwa vizuri, itakuwaje sasa ipotee hivyo hivyo? Hata sisi tukisafiri, mzigo ukienda ukiona bagi yako pengine kitu kimepungua, kuna ile una trace, unajua ilipotelea wapi. Sasa paka sasa sijaelewa ilipotelea wapi. Ilipotelewa ikifunguliwa hapa Kenya airport, au kwa ministry, au ni Ethiopia airport, au ni kutoka huko kwao ministry yao kabla hazijapelekwa airport? Asante.
Thank you, and maybe you'll add the content on the 21 pieces missing, what was meant to be inside the packages. Honorable Smith, that's a question you wanted to ask? Okay. Honorable Koros? Okay, thank you. CS, you can respond.
Yes. First, I want to start with the question raised by Dr. Nyikal, member for SEME. How do we know that what we received was actually what was intended by the Jack Ma Foundation? It's very difficult to know, because what we received was actually a consignment intended for either KEMRI or Ministry of Health. And I want to believe that this was packed from China in the manner in which it was received at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. If, however, there was any repackaging in Addis Ababa, I will not be able to say so. But I want to believe, Madam Chair, that this, we received what we received in the manner in which it was packaged at source. That's from China. So it's very difficult to answer that question. I really don't, I can't say that that's what Jack Ma intended to donate to Kenya, but I want to believe that the consignment arrived here in the manner in which it was dispatched from China. On the second question by the member.
Yeah. Point of order, Madam Chair.
What is out of order?
Yes, Madam Chair, is it in order for the CAS to claim that they received the items in the manner that it had been released by Jack Ma from China, yet it is in public domain and from their communication that all the products from Jack Ma were transported to Addis Ababa, African Center for Disease under the African Union. And it appears that it was at the volition of African Union, the Center of African Disease, to distribute those items. How did they distribute those items before even opening? How did they keep an inventory of the items that were released from China? So I think it is fair enough to say that these things the government of Kenya received from Ethiopia. And then two, from the document that you've tabled here, there is nowhere where it indicates China. It talks about Ethiopia. So the gray area here is the consignment that it got lost, the 21 packs, it got lost in Ethiopia. Those are the issues that you've raised here. And that, I think that is, you are not in order. It's not in order for you to tell us that these things you received as it was from China. And in fact, that's my point of clarification that I wanted you to seek, to clarify, and it will go to public, that the government of Kenya never received the Jack Ma Foundation items from China directly. It went to African Center of Disease. Now, even us now, we have a concern to ask the African Center of Disease, did we get our right share? Is there a communication from Jack Ma to government of Kenya saying that you are going to receive this number of items? Now, then we can counter-check with African Union or the Center of Disease, because they might have given out our items, and that's why we have all these gray issues arising from how much the government received. Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I hear the argument by Honorable Kutun, but in my earlier remarks, I just said I believed that what we received was in the form in which it was consigned from China. And I said, I am not in a position to say whether there was any repackaging in Addis Ababa. So this is something that is open to interpretation, but I don't know what conclusion we will reach. I wanted to go to the second question regarding whether we engaged in any correspondence with the Jack Ma Foundation. And I want to say that as a ministry, we did not. We have not engaged in any correspondence with Jack Ma donation. And further that as a ministry, I think the honorable member from Wajir wanted to know what we have done in the face of this scandal as a ministry. And they said, really, we have heard about all these things being said in the public domain, but there was nothing we could do about it. We were waiting for a forum of this kind to be able to state our position, the role we played as a ministry, and the facts that I have outlined from yesterday's response and this morning. That's really
what is out of order, Honorable Professor?
Chair, I do acknowledge the efforts of the CAS to tell us about what they have done and what they have not done about handling scandal in a very important and powerful ministry. It is so unfortunate, especially when dealing with international donations and the likes. If you come and sit here and tell us, that there was nothing you could do about it, it is utter shame on the ministry. You should have communication department, a department that takes care of all matters to be communicated to public and to the government, and to advise the president on how these matters have been done. You must have let down the president and the people of Kenya in that matter. I would say, if you have come to say that there was nothing you could do about it, I am sorry. I'm not taking that answer. And I'll take it forward into the report to show the failures of the ministry in communicating what they have seen on that. And I'll stand on that.
Maybe, members, I would like to guide. There's a document yesterday we received from the Ministry of Health. And from that document, I was just trying to go through it. There's clear communication between the Ministry of Health and Ethiopia. And it seems, and maybe the CS will correct me, that the role of the Ministry of Transport was to clear and report to the Ministry of Health what was missing, and then the Ministry of Health to follow up. I think this is something we need to follow up with our mother ministry. But I'll refer members to this documentation that we received yesterday from the Ministry on JACMA, and I can see clear communication. Maybe the failure on the part of the Ministry of Transport is to have proper documentation, because I'm also struggling with what you have brought to try and find out what is where. I was trying to even give Dr. Nikal some documentation, but from this folder, I think members will have to look at it again. The one we received from the Ministry of Health, it seems there was a lot of communication in between Tanzania, Ethiopia, and Kenya. And there's a letter, I think this was Annex 1, that from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ethiopia, and to our embassy in Ethiopia, saying they have received, in regard, the ministry once again appreciating their support, we will kindly inform the list of donations, and they have given the list of what was expected. So members, we might need to refer back to this folder that we received from the Ministry of Health.
Thank you for your guidance, Chair.
Yeah.
But we cannot condone excuses of this team again. We gave them excuse yesterday. We cannot condone again for them not to bring orderly documents. We cannot. This is not right. This is a very honorable committee. And you're not primary school people. You're senior people, professionals. You cannot come with documents haphazardly, documents that are disorderly. We will not accept that. I will even suggest that this meeting stopped. If that is the case, we cannot be played around here like children. We are honorable members here who are here doing work that is based on timeline. The president wanted it within 21 days. I'm not going to accept this in my capacity.
Madam Chair.
Yes, CS, and maybe as you also respond to that, just clarify to us what was missing, the 21 pieces. What was missing?
Yes, Madam Chair. I want to say, for example, that I am disadvantaged to the extent that I don't have the copies which you've just read from the Ministry of Health. I have not had the opportunity to get access to those documents, and therefore I am not, all I know is that I have been in touch with them, and they have confirmed that they are pursuing this question of the 21 packages that were short delivered. The second point, I am not very sure that I understand why the honorable member from Wajir is so upset, is so frustrated. I cannot understand.
No documents to deal with you. Simple.
I think
Chair.
I think we
Chair.
Let the CS finish. Honorable Koros, I'll give you a chance. Let the CS finish with the issues that were raised, and then we can discuss this matter. We have members, we have a long day today, so CS,
Yeah,
just
Madam
make your
Chair.
conclusion.
I have had the opportunity of being a member of this house, this parliament, for 25 years. And I never saw opportunities where people, honorable members would be so upset. If you need information, raise that information, we'll try and look it for you. But, to say we don't know what we are doing in the ministry, I think is sensationalizing a matter that shouldn't. I think as a ministry, our role was simply to clear this equipment on behalf of government institutions, namely Ministry of Health and KEMRI. That was our role. And we received this consignment. There was a short delivery of 25 packages. As I've said, we reported this to the Ministry of Health. They are pursuing it with the consignor, the people who consigned these, who dispatched this equipment from Addis Ababa. There is nothing more we can do at this stage. As to the value of the 21 missing packages, I'm not in a position to say that because we didn't even know what that 21 packages contained, what was comprised in those 21 packages. And so I want to assure the honorable member, we prepared, that's our job, to provide this house with any information the house wants. And we are prepared, we have always been willing to do so, and we have cooperated with this committee and other committees of parliament. And so, I don't know why we, at the conclusion of a matter like this, why we should demonstrate frustration and a lack of appreciation for each other.
I think we are fine unless there's something that would want further clarification or...
Chair, point of order.
PS...
If you can allow the principal secretary in my ministry, who has been the person on the ground in respect to this matter, to say something.
1 minute, Captain. PS.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as indicated, the only aspect of this transaction that the ministry was dealing with was the clearance aspect. And this is for only one reason, Chair. The fact that for that time, the government clearing agent was administratively under the Ministry of Transport. Because, Chair, what happens is that the agency deals directly with the client. And in this case, the client is the Ministry of Health, and any other communications with the source are then supposed to be between the Ministry of Health and the source, and not with the Ministry of Transport. So that aspect for us is purely just because the agency was placed under us for 1 year, because for that 1 year, they were under the budget of the State Department for Transport. The agency is now under the National Treasury. So, Chair, is purely the aspect of the agency where it was placed, but the agency deals directly with the client. And the client was the Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of Health was the one which was then dealing with all other matters of the transaction. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that clarification. Captain Rueda and Director, because you are the clearing agent, did you know what was meant to come, the 21 pieces? Did you know I'm very sure within the landing bill there was the content on what you're expecting. Do you have that information, Captain? Go ahead.
Okay. Chair, my question was not answered, the last question. I asked, is there any tracing mechanism? I'm sure this is not the first one that you don't get complete. But there must be a mechanism to trace. Is it missing from the airport or the airline? Let's say the Ethiopian airline. Were they given exact what you got? Just tell us if it is missing from Ethiopia airport, from the airline, or from Nairobi, or from where it comes from. That is my question. I'm sure there must be a mechanism to trace if something is missing.
Yes, so you know what was loaded, what you received. I think it's clear. And again, I'll direct the same question to the director.
Thank you, Madam.
Yes, Madam Chair. The total of what we were supposed to receive was 697 packages. But when that consignment arrived at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, we received 21 packages less. So the 21 packages never arrived in Kenya. They never arrived at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. So that shortfall was in Ethiopia, not here. And as I said, I just received confirmation from the top officials of the Ministry of Health. They are in contact. In fact, even the chair just read a letter from the ministry confirming that they're pursuing this matter with the people who consigned this from Addis Ababa. So we hope that this is not the end of the matter. We will eventually receive these 21 packages.
Point of order, Chair.
Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
What is out of order?
Point of order, Chair.
I've asked what is out of order,
Just,
Honorable
I
Koros.
want to get some clarification on the same, Chair.
So there's nothing out of order, just one clarification, okay? So you can go ahead and make clarification.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Bwana CS, you said the 21 cartons you didn't receive. What could be the worth value of those cartons you didn't receive? Oh, and what was inside?
Captain, what is it?
Okay, now we know the 21 missing is not from Kenya. But now we want to know, is it the airport or the airline or the ministry from Ethiopia? Because there must be a delivery note to the airline. When you transport, there must be a delivery note. Did the airline received what we were supposed to get so that we can know the 21 pieces missed from the airline?
That is correct. Ethiopian Airlines did not deliver the 21 packages. And that's what is being pursued now.
So you're saying it's Ethiopian Airline?
Correct.
So they should pay.
Did Ethiopian Airline receive the packages?
Members, since we said the matter is with the Ministry of Health, I would allow we rest this matter. We will pursue through our mother ministry, which is Ministry of Health, to find out whether it's African Union that didn't deliver to the airline. I think this is something we can actually follow up. Because the ministry, clearly they said we were clearing on behalf, and that because the agency is under, at that time, I understand now it's not under you again, it's under Treasury now, was under Ministry of Transport. And that's why I was waiting to hear from the director, and it has been confirmed by the CS that they never received, and the airline didn't deliver. I think we can now pursue from our mother ministry to find out. Is it that what had been promised, the African Union didn't give the whole entire, or something got lost between now the African Union and the airline? I think that's one we can pursue further.
Chair, there's still a link. This thing must start from Jack Ma. To wage our agent, we must know what is it Jack Ma intended to deliver to Africa. I've seen some documents which have not been summarized where they are saying this country, this country. So Jack Ma intended to deliver this to Africa. It is going through Ethiopian Ministry of Health. Somebody must be buying them there. And that person, then they must be packaged. Then they are taken to Ethiopian Airlines. So what we need to do, and I think we can't just say the Ministry of Health alone, it will take all of them, all the way up to Ethiopia, back to Jack Ma. And then that is where we'll find. So I think as a team, they should work together and start this thing all the way from Jack Ma said, I'll give this. And he seemed to also be working with some agency according to those documents. And this is what was to go to this, because several values are being given. Sometimes with those documents, you see the amount, what they are, and then you see what are the actual items. So we will need a complete information saying the amount was this, the items were this, they cost this much, and then add up to that amount. Now, when they have changed into items, then we want to know who was buying them for Jack Ma and how much did he buy. He delivered them to Ethiopian Ministry of Health or that center. Now somebody must have packaged them from that center to Ethiopian Airlines. Then Ethiopian Airlines comes here and says, this is what's in our package. When you are counting, you find 21 missing. That, in my mind, is what the two ministries really still owe us.
I think I want to give the last comment to Honorable Dagala so that we can finalize on this matter.
Well, Chair, I just wanted to, it's just a concern because if these things, there is a public outcry of the Jack Ma, the Jack Ma donations going astray, the way the Honorable Christopher Bure has said, how sure is he those packages got lost in Ethiopia? And also, he should also share to us, he's talking of the government agency that was clearing this luggage from Ethiopia to Kenya here. Can he shed light on this Pivotech company? What role did it play at this particular time of clearing this?
Which company again?
Pivotech company.
Pivotech?
Yeah,
okay.
Some company, sort of. He should also be able to tell us what role they played. Because it seems there's something sinister that we are not being told here. A loss of 21 packages is not just a symbol, one package. If it is one package, that one can be, but 21, Chair, there is something amiss somewhere that this committee should be told for the Kenyans also to know what became of these donations. Thank you.
Okay. CS?
Madam Chair, I am not very sure that I heard the name of this company that the honorable member is talking about.
I think just for clarity, was there any other company that was involved in clearing?
No.
Apart from the government agency?
No.
That should be the question.
For this particular consignment, no private clearing agent was engaged, and this consignment was exclusively cleared by the government clearing agent. I also want to say further, in the light of some of the comments made here by honorable members. Madam Chair, as I said, our role at the time was to facilitate clearance of the items that arrived at the airport. And our involvement was purely because the government clearing agent at the time was administratively under the Ministry of Transport, as explained by the PS. However, there have been recent changes. The government clearing agent is now it's been placed under the national government, and therefore we have no role over this matter. And pursuing the question honorable member for SEME raised, I wish to request that this matter be pursued directly with the Ministry of Health so that the Ministry of Health can help in clarifying whether what we received was actually what Jack Ma Foundation intended for Kenya. That can only be done through communication by the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in conjunction with the sister ministries in Ethiopia and so on.
Chair, I have
Honorable, let me just give this to Honorable Joyce, because she has not spoken to this matter.
Thank you, Chair. I think I got a clear message from the PS. And according to me, I think the Ministry of Transport did its part because the role they had was to clear, and they also identified the missing items given the way bill, because it's the way bill that gives those details. The way bill is usually sent by the freight forwarder, which in this case could be either the AU or the origin, that's JACMA. So I think our questions will largely lie on the Ministry of Health, which is the client that is supposed to have communicated with the donor and known the details, looking at the customs parking list, looking at the way bill, the dispatch note, the delivery note. So all those things, I think from where I sit, I think the Ministry of Transport did its part by clearing what was sent and identifying what was missing. So the question is, how do we follow up on the missing items? And that goes back to the ministry. Thank you, Chair.
Chair. I have something to say.
Yes.
Mimi naona tusitoe majukumu kwa Ministry of Transport. Ni jukumu lao kuleta mzigo. Tegemea kule walipata mzigo size gani. Na swali lingine ni kwamba huu mzigo ukiletwa, wengine wanaika insurance. Huu mzigo, was it insured? Manake mzigo kama huo unafaa kuwa insured. Was it insured? If it was insured, ni kampuni gani? Manake kama umekuwa insured, hiyo insurance inafaa kulipa hii mzigo.
I think, Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, you need to clear there so that we can move on.
And I want on the question raised. We were not provided with insurance certificates. And in any case, if they had, then that should have been JACMA's obligation.
Question is, because I asked what value you could not, you said you are not in a position.
To establish.
Now, to establish.
Yeah.
So it was not insured, you are telling us?
No, I'm saying we were not handed over insurance documents of the consignment. That's what I've said.
Ndio mimi nilikuwa nasema kwa hii committee, mzigo kama hii sisi kwa ministry inafaa waeke insurance ikiletwa. Ikipotea ifai kulipwa. Kwa sababu mzigo mwanzo value hamjatuambia. Mzigo pesa mingi kisha msiweke insurance. Ikipotea sasa inakuwa hivi. Tafuteni njia ya namna mkileta mzigo aina yote wa huo lazima ukue na insurance.
Director, you have something to say?
Yes.
Proceed.
Yeah, instances where things are pushed to you, you don't have control on how to process them. So it becomes a bit challenging. The best we could do was to go back to the vessel that carried the items, which we did, and they confirmed to us that they didn't, the 21 packages never landed.
Thank you. I think for the purposes of us to proceed, honorable members, I'd just like that we direct, and I want the clerk to note that we, on our deliberations on this matter, will need to refer to the document we were given by Ministry of Health yesterday, which is the letter of donation intent. And this was letter written to Ethiopian Public Health Institute from JACMA. And just for the purpose of clarification, it said in the, it's an appeal in order to improve people affected by COVID. And they have said, I just want to read the last bit. There is a value to come through Ethiopian Public Health Institute. These goods will be sent to Ethiopia Public Health Institute for prevention of and control of COVID. And then they go ahead to say the quality is as per indicated by the Ethiopian Public Health. That's the first one. I think Annex 1, I just want the Secretariat to note. Then there's an annex, there's also the letter, Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This is addressed to it's addressed to the Embassy of the Republic of Kenya in Addis Ababa. And then it has the honor to inform the letter that with further reference to the note verbal, the one that I've just read there, the second round of donations from Haiti Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed Jack Ma initiative to reverse COVID-19 pandemic from Africa is arriving in Addis Ababa soon. And then they go ahead and say in this regard, once again, as we appreciate the support, they say there will be donations, ventilation machines, medical disposal, and then they go ahead. And then say the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia avails itself in this opportunity to renew the Embassy of the Republic of Kenya the assurance of its highest consideration. Then from there, there is also an attachment. I just want for the Secretariat to note on what was to be given. There's a list. Detection kit, 96, there were 210, and the numbers. Lab tests, ventilators, infrared thermometers, 81. I think these are very important documents, civilian N95 mask, and the list goes on. And finally, there is also a document showing all African countries and how the distribution was done. And I can see Kenya there, so that then we can confirm the numbers. I can see the numbers were almost the same to all African countries. And then from Algeria all the way, there's a list which is important that Secretary, as you note, Annex number 3, so that we are able to follow as a committee when we sit, and then we'll be able to find out if there are any gaps. So, CS, do you have anything else to add or any concluding remarks?
Yes. Yes, Honorable Chair.
Chair, is it important to seek clarification on the document so that when you're responding? Madam Chair, I've just heard you saying Ethiopian Public Health Institute.
Yes.
And then we have got African Center for Disease Control. You know, here we have communication from the Ethiopian government. That is Ethiopian Public Health Institute to the government of Kenya, indicating the quantity, the number of items that are going to be supplied. Here, the government of Kenya is receiving items from Ethiopia, but African Center for Disease Control. So, is there confusion on these institutions? The government of Ethiopia and Center for Disease, which is under African Union. And as I know, African Union, Ethiopia has no control under African Union. So at what point did Ethiopia get involved on this issue of Jack Ma? That is a clarification that I will want to seek. And to the director, one of the reasons Jack Ma decided to send items to Ethiopia was, quote unquote, that there was some corruption, that it will get lost in African countries, including Kenya. But today you are here telling us that the Jack Ma donations got lost in Ethiopia. So is it now confirmed that there is corruption also in Ethiopia, where the African items got lost from Jack Ma? And Jack Ma needs to be advised that there in the future, if you have to send any donation to Africa, send it to the respective countries, not Ethiopia. Thank you.
Yeah. Chair, please, I have something to say.
Captain, I'll just give you 30 seconds because
Yes,
time is not on our side. We have people waiting, and we
Sawa.
also will be sitting here. We don't want again to finish like yesterday, very late.
Sawa.
Yeah.
Chair, hapa nimeona kuna hatari kubwa. Ni lazima wizara ituambie kama hakuna sheria tutunge sheria. Maana yake vile mnasema 21 imepotea, je kama ndege ilianguka, huo mzigo wote ungekuwa umeenda hivyo? Je kama mnapeleka na meli mzigo wa pesa nyingi ukiwa umepotea, so inamaanisha hamuna njia za kufuatilizia. So mimi nasema hii mambo insurance ni muhimu. Kama itabidi sheria hakuna, tutunge sheria, mzigo wote wa serikali unaokuja uwe umewekwa insurance. Manake ni hatari, itakuwa pengine pesa bilioni nyingi na tuambiwe meli imezama. Kisha itakuwa imeenda hivyo hivyo. Tutakuwa hatuna njia za kuclaim. Hii kama alikuwa mnaweka insurance, I'm sure muna hiyo sheria ya kuweka insurance. Tatukwaje mzigo tu mtume hivi bila insurance? Tafadhali nataka kujua kama hakuna sheria hiyo, basi sisi tutunge sheria, manake ni hatari. Inaweza wekwa bilioni kadhaa kwenye meli, kisha meli izame, pengine hata meli imezama na hakuna hizo bilioni hapo ndani. Kisha tutaenda vipi?
Sawa, tosha. Ya tosha sasa. CS, let me allow to do your conclusion.
Yes.
We need to conclude this matter.
Yes, Madam Chair. I know we've been discussing this for a long time. Madam Chair, my Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works, had only one role in this matter: to clear the goods that arrived at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. And we were involved merely because administratively the ministry was in charge of the agency, the government agency that is responsible for clearing goods, namely the government clearing agent. That was administratively under the Ministry of Transport at the time. And I was going to make one request, that all this is really a matter for the Ministry of Health in conjunction with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to clarify all the issues about this donation in response to some of the questions that have been raised here by members. And I wish to make a request that in the light of the changes that have recently taken place, where even the government clearing agent has been moved from the Ministry of Transport to the National Treasury, really as a ministry, as the Ministry of Transport, we have no standing in these matters anymore, and I wish to request that we be allowed to deal with the mandate placed in our hands apart from this particular one. And therefore I wish to request that this matter is pursued with the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to be able to provide answers for the various questions which have been raised by members here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CS and PS and your team. You may take leave now. We will follow this matter. Asanteni sana. I would request the Sergeant at Arms to allow the second group to come in, the group from KEMSA and also the suspended officials, and also for sanitizing the areas where those people are seated. Sergeant at Arms, please be fast. Uko. And Yodi, why is Muridi? Let's have order. Honorable members, I want to call the meeting to order. And since we had prayed, we will go straight to introduction. I'm very sure we have the team from KEMSA. I can see the chair. And I just want to confirm that we have Dr. Manjari. Where's Mr. Eliud Mureithi? And Charles Juma? Okay, and we are ready to proceed. Honorable members, I would like we start with the introduction. We'll start from my right, Honorable Joyce Emaniko.
Joyce Emaniko, MP for Turkana County and a member of this committee. Thank you.
James Nyikal, Member of Parliament for Seme constituency in Kisumu County and a member of this committee.
Honorable Sally, your microphone. Maybe you can move. There's one behind you. Professor?
Professor Mahmoud Sheikh, Member of Parliament for Wajir South and a member of the Health Committee. Thank you.
Captain Roida Mohammed, County Women MP, Lamu, member of this committee.
David Eseli Simiyu, member for Tongaren.
I'd advise maybe you sit there or they fix your microphone, Dr. Eseli. Yeah.
Gabriel Tongoyo, MP for Narok West and a member of Health Committee. Thank you.
Sangaret Koros, member of Parliament, Sigawet Soin, and member of Health Committee.
Good morning. Adagala Beatrice, woman MP, Vihiga County, and a member of this committee.
Honorable Joshua Kutunyi, MP Cherangany, Vice Chair, Health Committee.
And I'm Sabina Chege, member for Muranga, and I chair the Health Committee at the National Assembly. I request the chair to introduce yourself and your team.
Kembi Getura, Chairman KEMSA.
Edward Njoroge, Acting CEO, KEMSA.
Josephat Mbuva, alternate for the PS Minister of Health in the KEMSA board.
Eliud Mureithi, Director Commercial Services, KEMSA.
Charles Juma, Director Procurement.
Dr. Jonah Manjari, CEO KEMSA, suspended.
Oiganjo Karanja, Director Finance Strategy, KEMSA.
Joy Rigesuka, member of the board.
Dr. George Walukana, Acting Director Commercial Services, KEMSA.
Edward Bluma, Acting Director Procurement.
Do we have anybody else who have not introduced themselves? Did you do your introduction? Okay. I'd like, as we proceed, if there's any documents to be tabled before the committee, you can approach Mr. Muyodi, who is in charge of our secretariat, and give us the documentation. I would like we start with the suspended officials before we come to the submission by the board, because there are some issues that might be arise and the board would also need to address. And we have Dr. John Manjari as a person who was a CEO. We have Mr. Eliud Mureithi and Charles Juma. I would want to start with Dr. Manjari. I just want, from the letter we give to this committee, you clearly tell this committee the role you played in procurement of COVID-19 related items and the role you played in the processing of all COVID-19 suppliers' donations. And at the same time, would be interested to know the expenditure by the time you're being suspended, and who approved for that expenditure. I would also want to know whether you did any survey to advise you on the expenditure taken on behalf of KEMSA. And you'll also tell us the turnover in the last 4 years, if you have, what was the value of reserves as per 30th June 2019. I'll start with Dr. Manjari.
So, thank you, Chair. I would wish to state that during the COVID period, we did various procurements for the supplies that were needed during that period, the pandemic. And I play the role as a CEO where I do the day-to-day running of the authority. And we work as a team where when we did get the advisory that we need to be prepared for the COVID pandemic, we did have several meetings as management, and we came up with the specifications for the items that were needed at that time. We did reverse procurement as provided for under Section 69 of Public Procurement and Disposal Act 2015, 2, where it is provided for reverse procurement or retrospective procurement, and also as guided by Section 103 of the Procurement Act. We'll give more elaboration on those two provisions of the Act. At the time of the declaration of the pandemic, as you are aware, KEMSA had already passed its budget for 2019-2020. And by March 2020, when the pandemic was declared, there wasn't per se a budget in KEMSA for the procurement of the COVID items, as it was towards the third quarter, the end of the third quarter of the financial year. So we relied on the assumption that it being a pandemic, we'll be able to access funds from the emergency funds that are provided for by the government and from the donors that were declared interest that they'll be providing us with budgets, from the MOH, or Ministry of Health, and subsequently from the reserves that we have in KEMSA. We did indeed do a market survey. As for all the procurements that we do under direct procurements, all open procurements. In March and April, there was lockdown in China and India, where most of these products come from, and also the US government indeed did what we call barring or banning any exportation of ventilators and 3M products like N95. So the demand was very high, and the supplies were very limited, and we did have supplies prices that were quite high at that time. Will be through the office of the acting CEO. I couldn't get access to some of the documents, but he has a price list of how those products were costing at that time. The turnover for the last 4 years, the director finance and strategy has that table of the turnover for the last 4 years. But I would wish to say, for the KEMSA capital, we have grown from 2 billion to 4.2 billion or thereabout during my tenure, showing an upward increase of the revenue at KEMSA or the reserves as KEMSA. The finance director will give the details of that. It is my submission that we did this procurement during very hard times, and we are reminded that as we do this, there was a panic in the country and hard decisions had to be made. And it is in view that as we make small decisions in life, we are expected to use our heads. But as we make very hard and big decisions, we use our hearts. It is for the passion I have for this industry and for the healthcare workers, the frontline healthcare workers. I'm one of them. I'm a medical doctor who has served for more than 23 years. And I really needed to protect them and make sure that they did not have any infections that we had seen happening in other countries. And the modeling that had been done at that time, we had been shown that there would be around 10,000 COVID cases by end of April. It didn't happen, but as you know, as of now, we have over 34,000 cases and more than 19,000 active cases, meaning we need to continue giving more support to the healthcare workers. Finally, Madam Chair, I would wish to refer to the KEMSA Act, where the budget, we are told, or the utilization of the KEMSA funds in section 14(3), unless Treasury otherwise directs, the balance of the funds of the authority at the end of the financial year shall be retained for the purpose of which the authority is established. KEMSA mandate is given in the Act and is to procure, warehouse, and distribute health products and technologies to all public health facilities. And finally, Madam Chair, in the same Act, if you may allow me to read, the manner of the discharge of KEMSA functions, we are reminded that we need to have products that are of high efficacy, safety, quality, and affordability of the health products and technologies. And I wish to thank the Department of Quality Assurance for making sure that Kenya and indeed KEMSA did not have any substandard health products and technologies, including the PPEs. And we did reject quite a number of products that came our way. We are also reminded that we have to observe a steady supply of drugs and medical supplies to the public health facilities in this country. Madam Chair, the final function in a manner that we are supposed to discharge our functions, we have been told to maintain and sustain strategic reserve of essential medicines and medical commodities. It is to the assurance of this committee that we need to assure that Kenya, and indeed KEMSA, is ready with health products and technologies. For the first time, we are to meet our clarion call of having 100% order fill rate for PPEs. At this time, we have products and technologies that can last this country for a period of more than 6 months. It is my humble submission that all these procurements we did with our eyes open, with the passion in our hearts for the safety of the healthcare workers as they did their duty. Madam Chair, the hedgehog concept tells us that you need to have passion. You need to look at what is there to be referred to, and at this time maintain very good resources. And we have maintained our culture at KEMSA of procuring what is required. Madam Chair, I submit, and I'm ready and available to answer any question that the members may wish to get clarification from myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Since you've used some term reverse procurement, I would want to give the opportunity to Juma to just explain to this committee the kind of procurement. There have been several issues that the CEO has said. It was emergency, you referred to the act, all those things. Could you just take through this committee, what is that reverse procurement that you did? And maybe as a procurement officer, the CEO has said you had several meetings. So did that meeting include the board to make the decision on what was to be procured? And I've also seen we have the representative of the PS. So was a representative of the PS in the board also part of the team that was making decisions on procurement?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the members. I'll be able to take the members through the requirements of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. My role in this procurement of COVID items is to ensure that we comply to the requirements of the law. And when COVID came on board, we noted that this was a procurement which came at a time when we could not be able to do the ordinary procurement, which is do advertise, wait for the bids to be submitted within a specific timeline, and carry out the evaluation, and notify, and wait for 14 days, and then sign the contract within 21 days. And therefore, the procurement of COVID items was undertaken on an emergency basis by way of direct procurement, in line with the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, Section 103, 2, B and C, and Section 69.
Audio and ICT, could you kindly just fix whatever is making that noise? We need to clarity when the presentations are being done. If the IT person can hear me, you need to fix that microphone. Otherwise, we will see like there is sabotage in this presentation. You can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pursuant to Sections 103(1) of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, a procuring entity may use direct procurement as allowed under subsection 2, as long as the purpose is not to avoid competition. And Section 2 says, a procuring entity may use direct procurement if the following are satisfied. And Section B says, due to war, invasion, disorder, natural disaster, or there is an urgent need for the goods, works, or services, and engaging in tendering proceedings or any other method of procurement would therefore be impractical, provided that the circumstances giving rise to the urgency were neither foreseeable by the procuring entity nor the result of dilatory conduct on its part. Section C says, owing to a catastrophic event, there is an urgent need for the goods, works, or services, making it impracticable to use other methods of procurement because of the time involved in using those methods. And I just explained earlier that the normal method of procurement, the default method of procurement, is open tendering. And in this case, if we would have would have gone the way of open tendering, and then we will not be able to obtain the commodities which were required urgently to manage the COVID-19. And when you go to the definition of urgent need, as indicated in this section B and C, the definition of urgent need, as per the Act, says the need for goods, works, or services in circumstances where there is an imminent or actual threat to public health, welfare, safety, or of damage to property, such that engaging in tendering proceedings or other procurement method will not be practicable. And therefore, Madam Chair, we noted as KEMSA that at this particular moment, because of COVID-19, there was a threat to public health. And the only way to safeguard the safety of the Kenyans was to ensure that we obtain the commodity which will be required in the shortest time possible. Section 69, which the CEO had just indicated, on how we used what we call it retrospective procurement. It says, Section 69, pursuant to Section 69, 1 and 2 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, 1 says, all approvals relating to any procedures in procurement shall be in writing and properly dated, documented, and filed. Section 2, which talks of retrospective now, it says, no procurement approval shall be made to operate retrospectively to any date earlier than the date on which it is made, except on procurements in response to an urgent need. So only procurements on urgent need can you be able to do what we call it reverse procurement. And this case, for the purpose of procurement of COVID items, we did what we call it reverse procurement, formalization. Reach out to suppliers who have the commodities in the market and ensure that we get the commodities in the fastest available time, and then formalize the procurement process. And therefore, the process which followed later was in line with the procurement law. The procurement of COVID items was carried out as follows. The prospective suppliers wishing to supply the various items under COVID submitted letters of intent indicating that they wish to supply KEMSA with health products and technologies indicating expected delivery dates. The intent letters indicated the time, the item description, quantities, expected delivery date, and price. The suppliers were required to submit samples that were evaluated by the technical personnel, that's the quality assurance, to ascertain conformity to the technical specification. Once samples were found responsive, the suppliers were issued with commitment letters indicating item description, quantities, and delivery timeline. In the commitment letter, it did not indicate the price because the price had not been negotiated, but we looked at the prices the suppliers had offered the commitment letters and noted that they will be within the market prices, which will be negotiated. And the second step was after the suppliers delivered the goods, a request from the Commercial Directorate approved by the Chief Executive Officer was forwarded to the Procurement Department for processing. The Procurement Department prepared and issued a tender document to the supplier with the submission date and time. The Chief Executive Officer appointed an ad hoc evaluation or negotiating committee pursuant to Section 46 of the Act to undertake evaluation and negotiate with the supplier. The evaluation committee prepared minutes of the negotiations, and an evaluation report was with the recommendation which were duly signed by all the committee members. After this one, the evaluation report and the minutes were forwarded to the Director of Procurement, who prepared professional opinion to the Chief Executive Officer for the award of the tender. Upon approval of the award recommendation, procurement sent notification letters to the suppliers. Subsequently, the suppliers submitted acceptance letters. The Procurement Department prepared contracts which were forwarded to the Legal Department for verification and formalization. After signing of the contracts and upon receipt of the necessary delivery documents, the finance department will be able to process the payments. And that's the process which we undertook, which we followed during the procurement of COVID procurements.
Is that all you have to submit? Did you have any other submission? Put on your microphone, please.
The other submission I'll be able to make is that on the budget, I'll just concur with the CEO's remarks and go with it that during this period, because COVID-19 was an emergency procurement, there was no allocated budget. The budget which was used was the budget which had been approved earlier, the budget for procurement of health products and technologies, which was an approval of 4.6 billion. And on the question which was asked whether I had any role to play on supplies of donations, the delivery of all donations are received in the KEMSA warehouse, in which the procurement has no role to play because there is a directorate in charge of the warehouse and the distribution. So I did not play any role on the supplies of donations. On the question which was indicating did the KEMSA board approve the procurement of COVID supplies was 7.1 billion, I can be able to bring to the attention of this committee that on 19th of March, there was a board meeting with the senior KEMSA management in which the board directed the senior management team to ensure that the commodities which will be required to manage COVID-19 should be available and used. And I remember the chairman making the remarks and saying, the director of procurement, I hope this time your rules will not be able to impede this procurement. And I responded, I said, it is not my rules, it is the laws which were passed by Parliament. And I think he thought maybe I was too detailed to the procurement law. And that was my response by then. And when we left, we were given assurance that we need to prepare and ensure that we obtain these commodities from wherever it is so that we don't go the way the Italy and the other countries has gone where the basic items had missed. And the other question was, did KEMSA undertake price survey before undertaking procurement? I can be able to say that, yes, KEMSA did undertake price survey, although this price surveys was difficult because a number of these COVID items are not what we call it stock items, and there were few suppliers who could be able to get this item. And in other instances, there were even no suppliers completely. And therefore, the price in the market was distorted. And the suppliers, because they noted that the demand was too high, there was a lot of hoarding for these supplies, and the prices obtained were quite high. I remember that particular moment, the price of the masks which I'm wearing was going between 5,000 and 7,000. We agreed as KEMSA management that since we are buying in bulk, we can only be able to buy at a maximum price of 4,500. And that's the price we obtained the face mask. The price of personal protective equipment in the market was between 12,000 and 16,000. And therefore, we noted that for our procurement, which we do in bulk, when we did all the market survey, we agreed as senior management that our price will not exceed 9,000. That's what the best price we will be able to grant anybody who will wish to supply KEMSA. The sanitizers, if you look at that particular moment, the sanitizers 500 milliliters or 500 ml. By then, the price of the sanitizer was 685 to 700. We agreed that we will not be able to buy the sanitizer at a price not exceeding 500. So the prices, therefore, which we obtained, the COVID items, were prices by then in the month of March, April, and May. Those was the best price we could be able to obtain. And for the members, therefore, is that if you look at other entities which did similar procurement, we also did a market survey with Meds and other entities which were procuring similar items, Nairobi Hospital, Aga Khan, and even UN. UN was buying the PPE, personal protective equipment, at 12,000 compared to our price, which was 9,000. And therefore, we could be able to confirm that we did carry a market survey, although the market prices of the items was distorted because it was an abnormal situation at that particular moment. And therefore, I submit, Madam.
Thank you. I want now to go to, is it Elliot Mureithi? As you do your submission, we have received documents earlier to see you are on constant communication with the PS. So as you do your submission, this committee will be interested to know your role at KEMSA, and especially at this time of COVID, what was your role? You've also been mentioned that you are giving advice, before the procurement was done. So let it come out clearly what your role was.
Madam Chair, maybe just to intervene.
Yes.
I want just to bring one comment which I just forgotten.
Okay.
During that time of the procurement, the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority gave out what we call it an advisory on how to carry preventive measures for handling of procurement activities for procuring entities due to the coronavirus. It was a detailed advisory which was given by the regulatory authority, how to handle procurement during that time. We also have an advisory which was given by advisory to MDS on procurement procedures applicable to urgent purchase to deal with COVID by the Solicitor General. So this document also guided us on how to carry procurement.
Would you be able to table those documents?
Yes, I can be able to table this document.
You can just approach the chair and just table the documents. And any other document that you'd feel would help this committee in its investigation. Elliot Moredi.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So I will go straight away to the questions posed before me, the role I played in the procurement of COVID-19 products. And for proper context, Madam Chair, I would want to clarify 3 levels of involvement. And the first level of involvement is the extent of the mandate and role of KEMSA at institutional level. That was very well explained by the CEO, so I won't belabor on that. And then the role of the Director of Commercial Services under normal circumstances, and the unique situation during COVID-19, and the role of the Director of Commercial Services within superseding and unprecedented circumstances posed by COVID. So the main purpose of the position of the Director of Commercial Services at KEMSA is to oversee sales and marketing and development of marketing opportunities, and then overseeing establishment and growth of strategic partnerships with different stakeholders. And then my other role is to oversee meeting the needs of KEMSA customers. So the role includes both identifying revenue-generating opportunities for KEMSA, as well as managing key client relationship in line with KEMSA's overarching mandate. And possibly this is why I was in constant communication with the PS, and not just the PS, I was in constant communication with different stakeholders within the public health sphere, including the counties. And I would want to say that in all this communication that I was with the PS, I did put my chairman in copy and also my CEO in copy. And Madam Chair, I also want to state that on the 10th of April, I did write an email to the heads of departments, different heads of department I was working with from the ministry, and I stated that all official communications and instructions should be channeled through the CEO's office. But nonetheless, I am not complaining that the PS did communicate with me. Reason being, the CEO had mandated me to be interacting with the ministry on different fronts, like we were participating in a committee called Resource Mobilization Committee, where I would meet as different stakeholders within the health sector to review COVID situation and map out strategies on how to mitigate the spread of COVID. So in that regard, Madam Chair, I am sure the CEO is not complaining. I'm not complaining that the PS did communicate with myself. And again, being the accounting and authorized officer in the Ministry of Health, the PS indeed is free to get in touch with anybody within the ministry. Then, Madam Chair, exit the norm and enter COVID-19. I would want to say that with the unprecedented situation, KEMSA found itself in a unique mandate occasioned by the crisis on availability of COVID-19 related products, and especially so because of the supply chain disruptions. And my colleagues did allude to the different circumstances we were in, where we even had reverse export of COVID products out of the country to even China, Madam Chair, that entailed that we had inadequacy of COVID-related products. And that's why our colleague in procurement advised that we are allowed by the law to go for retrospective procurement. I am not an expert in matters procurement.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What is out of order?
I've heard the director, I think, is it commercial?
Commercial, yes.
That they were advised by their colleague. Maybe through the chair, he could let us know whether that was in writing or verbal, because that is where there's the crux of the matter. So if the advice was in writing, let him table it, then questions will follow thereafter.
Okay.
So thank you, Madam Chair. Indeed, we did have meetings, and the procurement director did clarify, even before the board, that retrospective procurement is allowed in law, and he also did a written advisory on the same. And I think he has alluded to that fact, and he said he'll be tabling those documents, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, I would also want to mention that COVID-19 HPTs were not the traditional health products and technologies that are stocked by KEMSA, apart from a few, like sanitizer and surgical masks. So we had framework contracts for those ones. So we continue making what is called call-off, where you just ask the supplier to deliver based on demand, since you have a framework contract of 2 years. But nonetheless, I think there were competing requests from the private sector, government agencies, and one of the suppliers I would mention is Kemri. So Kemri found itself not able to meet demand, the forces of supply and demand. So that's why my colleague in procurement and the CEO said we had to reach out to other people. So I would also want to submit that the period between April and March, April, and May, saw a period full of panic and desperation from KEMSA customers under these very unfamiliar circumstances. So being the commercial director, I got a lot of requisitions, requests, even from this house. Parliament also requested us to supply things like sanitizer, face masks, and all that. So basically, all entities in government were requesting for the supplies. We didn't have supplies at that particular time because the deliveries were slowly coming. So we would rationalize, Madam Chair, and we were under a lot of focus and scrutiny, and of course, a lot of criticism for not meeting the demands of the market. I would also state that, Madam Chair, the overall expectation both within the country and internationally was for institutions to take extraordinary measures and make concerted efforts, with the priority being preservation of lives, as explained by my colleagues. And I also would want to submit that any responsible government and government agents of state, or other agents of state, have the single priority of ensuring once more lives are preserved. And again, I also want to submit that it would have been very utterly irresponsible of ourselves or any other government officer not to take appropriate measures to mitigate the effects of COVID-19. And Madam Chair, I want to state that at some particular time, we had to also airlift products to places like Mandera, when cases were announced in Mandera, Mombasa, and other places to ensure that lives are saved, including Kwale, when the first case was mentioned therein. So my involvement in the procurement process, I would state that I had no active involvement in the procurement process. And I would also want to point out, not just myself, the commercial directorate was not involved in the identification of suppliers, no visibility or role in relation to letters of intent. And of course, I mean, the commercial director was not issuing commitment letters. Of course, the commercial director was not involved in price negotiations. And then, of course, no role in the formalities of receiving deliveries, cross-checking quantities, quality, and the developing of the schedules. And in actual fact, Madam Chair, the commercial director would only get involved at the tail end after the deliveries have been done and the quality verification done, and the procurement director has consolidated the people who have delivered the products, then I would be asked to do a requisition to formalize the procurement process as explained by the procurement director. Okay. And I would also mention that in some occasions, requisition would be done in line with specific requests from the market, including county governments, DOD, the National Assembly, tertiary referral hospitals, including Kenyatta, Mathari, Kenyatta University, among others. Then, Madam Chair, I would also want to state that in regard to the role I played in terms of COVID-19 supplies donations, is that this particular role rests, of course, under the purview of warehousing and distribution, because they are the ones who are receiving these particular products, Madam Chair. So I definitely would also want to confirm that having in mind that I was interfacing with the ministry quite a bit, I would get requests from the ministry, of course, through the CEO's office. The CEO would mark it to myself and the operations director. And I created an email, a group email, for all relevant KEMSA staff who are involved in processing these particular orders so that they are copied. So all those communications were going through to a group email. But the director of operations would be best suited to explain this further. Okay. The other question was in relation to whether the board approved the budget. The CEO has responded to that. And the other one was, did KEMSA undertake price survey? My colleague, procurement director, has explained that as well. And the other question is, what is the KEMSA turnover? Madam Chair, just to avoid any situation of indubitable figures, I would request that that is responded to by the Director of Finance and Strategy, but the CEO has tried to explain that as well. In summary, Madam Chair, I would want to state that it is necessary to appreciate the unique circumstances occasioned by the unprecedented COVID-19 and the need for prompt measures to address the situation which was rapidly unfolding, and not just in Kenya, but globally. And then the design of the process was such that, unlike normal circumstances, the involvement of the Director of Commercial Services was peripheral and only in relation to steps towards the tail end of the process. And then I would also want to state that amidst the unprecedented situation and the momentous challenges, I consider the situation to be ons that required us to act promptly for public good and in good faith. In all this, I was performing official duties and acted within the law, Madam Chair. I rest my case. I am ready for any questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
You have the document to submit to the committee?
If you give me time, Madam Chair, I would then go and work out a document that I can submit.
And that same case with the CEO? Thank you. I want to open it to the members before we go to the board. And one of the issues that has come up from the previous presentations is that, CEO, you were given a capping by the ministry on what to spend. From the documents that we have received so far, you went over your budget as KEMSA and procured goods worth around 7 billion. Whereas the letters we got from the ministry, there was a previous letter that you had actually asked to spend 1.5 billion, and you advised only to spend the 700 million, around that figure. So who authorized you to incur expenditure above what was supposed to be part of your budget? And I'm very sure that budget was not only for COVID, it was for other operations within KEMSA. And how are you planning to recover the money that was spent? Where did you get the rest of the money to spend?
Madam Chair and committee members, as I had said during my submission, indeed, KEMSA was found itself in a very unique situation where we had an allocation of 4.6 billion to spend on HPTs, that is health products and technology. under this circumstance, we never anticipated that we will be using this money for the COVID-related expenditure. And the assumption, as I said in my submission, was that we'll be getting budgets from Treasury, MOH, and from the donors. Come the time when we did consolidate and we sent our budget support request to the ministry, we participated in very many meetings, what we used to call resource mobilization meetings. At that time, we did have a budget that had been given to us of around 1.1 billion, and from World Bank. And this was merged together with the KEMRI budget to include PPEs and reagents. So the budget that we were later provided for was 758 million, and the documents, I believe, had been submitted to this House. And as management, and considering that on March 19th, we had been told to procure adequate supplies to meet and observe our mandate in the mitigation and the fight against COVID, we did now make a decision as management to do utilization of the 4.6 billion. And as I had explained in my letter, our provisions for payments of our suppliers fall between 30 to 90 days, depending on the category of the suppliers. So we did know that this will be overlapping to the next financial year, which is now current 2020-2021. And we are hoping that the suppliers that had not been paid, as it has been practiced in KEMSA, where suppliers do supply within the month of May and June, and their payments fall in the previous or the subsequent year, in the subsequent year, we knew that the balance of what we had not paid, amounting to close to 2.9 billion, will be paid using the approved budget of this current financial year. As you are aware, Madam Chair, KEMSA do operate a revolving fund, and that is what we were hoping to utilize. We are also owed several monies by counties, the Ministry of Health, our strategic partners, and from other sales that we make to the referral hospitals and other faith-based organizations. So KEMSA had enough funds that would have been taken for request for approval to the board in this financial year. And we also continued to seek for support from the Minister of Health in letters that we had written to the PS. So, Madam Chair, it is true the approved budget was 4.6. The expenditure was around 7.7 billion, and we were hoping that the overrun of the budget will be funded during this financial year, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to open this to the members, but before then, we have the chair so that we can open plenary and engage the whole team, because there's a lot of overlapping of roles here. So, Chair, KEMSA, you appeared before us last week, and we also mentioned that we might need you and your team back again here. One of the documents that was tabled last week was a document that you presented, that the PS had given the directions on what to be procured. And the PS has come and given a different submission on how that document was arrived at. So as you do your presentation, we'd like also you clarify to this committee whether you misled the committee or you didn't have the information or you still maintain your submission earlier about that letter that was addressed to the CEO KEMSA by PS Muchache. And that's why we asked one question, the role of PS and CS in procurement process of in the 738 million. and also the role of the board in procurement process. I've had, there have been several meetings, and I think in the submission I've had a meeting that was held in March, and you are quoted asking the procurement person to be a bit flexible so that the country doesn't experience shortage of the required PPEs and other commodities. You can also do the same. And then we asked on the status report on the UET utilization so far by KEMSA. And our concern, for clarity, we just want to know whether the UET money that was given to KEMSA went to UET, or some of these funds were used to procure the COVID items. So, Chair, I want to give you a chance to do your submission.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I was before you last week, and I did make lengthy submissions on the issues that you addressed with me. Now, on the issue of the 758 million shillings and the letter from the from the Principal Secretary, Ministry of Health, I think it was April of this year. My answer to that question, if I remember correctly, and I'm sure the answer will bear me out, I say the letter speaks for itself. And I know that it has been discussed subsequently. And I've been on record as saying, Madam Chair, and I said this at the Senate, that subsequently it has become clear that that letter, the list that is attached to that letter of the several commodities that were to be procured, that list had actually emanated from KEMSA, then gone as a document to the PS Ministry of Health, and that is how it came to be attached with the companies to procure from and the prices. I'm sure that Dr. Manjari will be able to explain that much better than I could, but the position is that, as I understand it, the figures, the annexure to that letter of 758 million shillings had actually emanated from KEMSA in the first instance. So that's an issue, Madam Chair, with your permission, that I would ask Dr. Manjari to explain in due time in answer to the questions. You have referred to a document, Madam Chair, dated March, in which you said, I said something to the Procurement Department. I didn't understand that. Maybe if you could repeat that, please.
Not a document. When the officers were answering the question whether they consulted on expenditure, they mentioned that there was a board meeting on, was it 13th March? It was 19th March, that the board advised them to go ahead to procure and to save this country. I just wanted, 19th March, there was a board meeting, and you gave them a go-ahead to procure.
Madam Chairman, I've seen the draft minutes of that meeting. I cannot confirm or deny them because we had a meeting on that day. These minutes have not been signed because we have not had a subsequent full board meeting. But that be as it may, what I can confirm to this committee, Madam Chair, is that yes, the board did tell the management that in light of the COVID-19, because COVID-19 was declared a pandemic on, I think, on 13th or 15th of March. This meeting is on 19th of March, so we must have called an urgent meeting to deal with issues to do with COVID-19 and the kind of preparedness that we are supposed to be in. And what we did as a board was to ask management to ensure that they were prepared under the mandate of the KEMSA Act with the emerging issues to do with COVID-19. So that would be correct. Whether or not the minutes that have been submitted to you are correct, Madam Chair, if they have been, just to note that these are not confirmed minutes and these are not signed minutes, Madam Chair, so that my comment on these minutes is only what I've said, that yes, we asked the management to ensure that they were prepared to do the COVID-19 issues under the mandate of KEMSA under the Act. Now, and I hope that answers the two questions. You've raised, the issue was raised of the role of the board in the procurement process and financial management at KEMSA. This question was canvassed again at great length the last time I appeared before you, and it will be found in the Hansard. But just to reiterate that the role of the board in the procurement on these issues was as per the board mandate, that is, to give direction on how the management does and conducts itself, Madam Chair, in these circumstances. But having said that, and as has been confirmed by both the CEO, Dr. Jonah Manjari, and also by Mr. Juma, Charles Juma, Madam Chair, there was a budget which was 4.6 billion shillings. The budget was for the period ending 30th of June 2020, but that COVID came in or about March of 2020, with only 3 months to go to the end of the financial year, and that therefore there was obviously no specific budget for COVID-19. The board approved a procurement plan at the beginning of the year, of the financial year, that is July 2019, ending June 2020. We approved a procurement plan and we approved a budget. Then obviously we left the management to deal with those issues. But in fairness to the management, Madam Chair, the procurement plan, of course, had nothing to do with COVID because COVID was not contemplated. It came towards the end of the financial year, precisely in the last 3 months of the financial year. The KEMSA, under its mandate, was expected to be prepared to deal with these issues, and the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Health, did come up also with these issues yesterday, and he said what he said. And all we can say, Madam Chair, is that we as a board acted within our mandate, A, to approve a procurement plan under the budget, and B, to ensure that the management was fully prepared as it is required to be in terms of dealing with emerging issues, in this case, the COVID-19 issues, Madam Chair. The only other issue now is to deal with the status report on the utilization of UHC funds transferred to KEMSA. Again, since Dr. Manjari is here, I'm sure he'll be he's quite well versed to deal with this. But the figures I have is that we received a total sum of 12.5 billion shillings. I can break it down if you wish. 12,506,762,961.90 to deal with COVID, to deal with UHC matters, Madam Chair. That we have so far utilized 5,394,645,656, leaving a balance of 7,112,117,305.90. And we have attached the necessary documents to show how those figures have been arrived at. I'll be asking, with your permission, Madam Chair, that either Dr. Manjari or Mr. Edward Njoroge, the acting CEO, gives you a breakdown of those figures should you so require. Then you have the last question you asked of the board was a status of the delivery and receipt of the procured COVID-19 related items, and we have attached a document to set out those the record clear on the request from you and your committee, Madam Chair. I don't believe there's anything else that I need to deal with at the moment, but of course I'm open to any questions. But the three directors, the CEO, Mr. Juma and Mr. Mureithi, have answered the questions that were put on them. And like they have said, Madam Chair, they are willing and they are ready also to answer questions, so I shall leave it to your discretion for now. That's what I can state.
Thank you, Chair. Last time we appeared before this committee, we had also requested that we get proper financial status of KEMSA. I don't know whether that document was given to our secretariat. And number two, we had also asked for a matrix of now the list of who has been paid, the ones who have not been paid, including the ones who have not been paid and they have not negotiated. We had also asked for that list. so that we know the ones who have delivered and negotiated, and the ones who have delivered and not even negotiated with KEMSA, so that we have the three metrics, a proper indication, and we can be able to know what kind of figures we are talking about. Having said that, I think the acting CEO, do you have any documentation? Or you can send for them to come?
Madam Chair, yes, we'll send for them to come on the financials. For the metrics, we did send a soft copy to your office, but we'll also make arrangements for that to be sent in hard copies.
Which office? The Secretariat?
Magut.
Okay. If you are able to get somebody to print for you, we'll be interested to have that matrix.
All right, and there's a hard copy that is in the file that has just been presented to you, although it's a bit...
Yeah, this is not clear. You see what we want, we just, the list of how much has been paid. The total amount of the expenditure that KEMSA did without the expenditure from ministry is around 7.6 billion.
Correct, yes.
So we just need a list of this has been paid. These ones have not been paid, but already negotiations have been done with the costs, agreed amount of payment. Because as you explained about this reverse, there was delivery and then people negotiate for the prices. So we need to know the list of those who have negotiated already, how much it is, and then the ones who have already delivered and not negotiated. So that means it's blank because you have not agreed on how much you're going to pay them.
Understood. We'll make plans to have them printed and sent over to your office.
Okay.
In that format.
I would like to have that format. I want to open it to the plenary. So, honorable members, anybody with a comment or question? And there are some documents Magut has shared on the group, so you can be able to access to them. That's Dr. Eseli. And then I'll go to Honorable Wino, I'll go to Honorable Dagala, Captain Ruwaida, in that order, and Professor.
Thank you, Chair. You said you had some budget and whatever, but I noticed that when the ministry was here, there was a time KEMSA actually went directly to Treasury, bypassing the Ministry of Health, which is your mother ministry. I think looking for additional budgetary allocation. How did that come to be without going through the mother ministry? Then, as you gave these commitment letters, were you looking at the usual suppliers that you have been dealing with, or would anybody walk there, even a construction company, would walk there and get a commitment letter? Because it appears like that's what might have happened. When you look at the companies that supplied materials, some of them, their line of business is not healthcare at all. And any company appears would have been able to get a letter of commitment to supply anything. I think those letters of commitment, even if this was an emergency procurement, I think the procurement department should still have been in charge of this procurement. I don't know how far that department was involved in this procurement, including giving commitment letters and so on and so forth. And then you needed emergency procurement at the beginning. But see, this pandemic might be with us for quite some time. So was it justified, apart from the initial emergency procurement, was it justified then not to do the usual tendering for the rest of the supplies so that you get the best prices? Because this pandemic is going to be with us for quite a while. And from what the chairman explained to us, you have quite a lot of stock of these COVID-related commodities. Wouldn't it have been wiser to do the initial emergency procurement at that time, then go to the usual tender for the rest of the supplies? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Owino?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, thank you. First of all, I want to appreciate the KEMSA for the role it was initiated to do which it has tried to do. But I want to also bring to your attention, especially the chair of the board, that this is a state corporation which is acting under Cap 446, that is the State Corporation Act. In that act, there are three parts of involvement here. There are things that you cannot do until the parent ministry reviews, and that is the estimates, annual estimates, and the budgets. I think Dr. Majari alluded to this. Even if the Treasury says you have a surplus, it becomes an estimate immediately the annual year begins, and you need to go through that loop so that the ministry can also give a nod. Now, having said that, there is also a part in this tripartite arrangement, and that is the role of the board. And Chair, if you allow me, under the State Corporation Act, the board shall be responsible for the proper management of the affairs of state corporation and shall be accountable. When we talk of accountability under that act, section 15, is only the board which is accountable for the monies, financial, business, and management of the state corporation. So I want to ask the chair directly, did your board approve the over-expenditure? It's not a matter of minutes, it's something you can remember very well if your board approved that amount of money. In that same section, actually, it just says the CEO can be just someone to explain. But the accountability rests on the board. And it's not just giving direction, no, the approval. After the ministry, in consultation with the Treasury, has given okay, and which goes around through even this House, then the whole affair of running the corporation is on the board in terms of approval. So I need a straight answer to that. Very, very short. Say yes or no, whether you did approve or not. Then you have a technical person in the procurement who should understand the procurement for procedures, reversal, you direct or restricted tenders. That's why that office is there. So I also want to ask directly to Juma. Knowing the procedures, why did you overcommit beyond the budget? Unless, and I need this clarification from the chair too, there was initial budget that was approved at the beginning of the year. But because you didn't foresee and nobody foresaw COVID coming, you are obliged to do another budget. Did the board approve the second budget, which was more than what you had? And if the board did not specifically approve that budget, then Juma, you're on spot again. How did you allow the corporation to commit what they didn't have in that annual year? Lastly, Chair, having said the role of the board, it is kind of unique to me. If the accountability rests on the shoulder of the board and there is a fraud suspicion, how does the board stand up again because he's advised by the EACC to suspend the CEO? I know you could say they asked us to do it, but I've just read the act, and in fact that is why this House is here. If there is any conflict between KEMSA Act and State Corporation Act, we can iron it very fast. But here, the accountability of the financial management rests on the board. And here is the board suspending the CEO, who is just a member of that board. So do you even have a legitimate reason to be there as a board if you're being suspected to have incurred irregularities in the procurement? Thank you, Chair. I rest my case.
Captain Rueda.
Thank you, Chair. Mheshimiwa has asked the board. Mine, I'll ask the CEO. Dr. Manjari, you indicated that there was undue influence from outside on the tendering process. As the CEO of KEMSA, why didn't you tell the authorities like EAC or even the appointing authority about the external interference rather than falling for the same rubber stamping and approval which you knew would raise questions on integrity? Second question is to the representative of the PS. From the presentation of the PS yesterday, it seems like you don't inform the PS before things happen in KEMSA. So what is your work there? Thank you.
Honorable Koros.
Thank you, Chair. I think I have about 3 questions. One, to the Chair and the CEO. Who authorizes the expenditure of the 7 billion? We really want to know clearly. Did the board authorizes the over-expenditure, or it was just the work of the CEO? Secondly, Chair, we would also like to know the criteria which you use to identify companies who supplied you with COVID items. Thirdly, Chair, I want to ask the CEO, what was your relationship with these companies? DK Relief, Dominion, Suppliers, Everia Distributors, Comtel, Kenya Limited, Megascope Healthcare, Shop and Buy Limited. Again, Chair, I would like to know from the CEO, why were there favorism in terms of payment? There are companies who were paid immediately as they supplied goods, and there are those who they have not even been paid up to now. Another question, Chair, to the CEO and the Finance Director, KEMSA. How much money did you or have you received from Treasury directly, not from the Ministry of Health? Are there any monies you received directly from the Treasury? And then, Chair, there's this thing I don't understand from the Procurement Department, this thing of negotiation. Where on earth can someone supply goods and then later on, after they sit down, they negotiate for prices? Isn't that corruption of the highest order? I think I raised my case there, Chair. Oh, last one, Chair, sorry. What was the role of KEMSA in JACMA donation distribution?
Honorable Dagala.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask some clarification here, 1 or 2 questions. I just wanted to ask the CEO, KEMSA, did you oversee the loss of public money at KEMSA? Yesterday, CS Kagwe was here, and he said that there was no money has been lost in KEMSA. Do you hold the same position? Okay, during the tendering process at KEMSA, did you ever receive instructions from anyone in executing your duties, mainly on awards of tenders to purchase COVID-19 materials? If yes, from who? In what context were the instructions meant? I'll still also ask the same question that has been asked. Did the board approve the 7 billion estimated budget? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Those are quite a number. I would ask, I take a second round. So we first have those submissions, and then we'll take a second round. And on that order, we can start, I think, Chair, your questions are not many. We can start with Chair. We go to the CEO, then we'll also go to Procurement. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The first issues were actually raised by yourself on the surpassing of the budget, 4.6 billion to 7.1 billion. You asked who authorized the budget and how do you propose to make the money. First and foremost, again, I believe I answered that question the last time, and I did say that the board did not authorize the budget passing from 4.6 billion to 7.1 billion shillings. And I think that's clear. And I'm sure that Dr. Manjari is going to be able to explain that. On the issue of 758 billion shillings, I have explained it. Dr. Eseli has raised the question of KEMSA writing directly to the National Treasury by passing the MOH. The letter was written by the CEO, Dr. Manjari, and he is here. He is going to explain that.
Chair, maybe as you answer that question, you can just clarify, were you aware about that letter?
You notice that letter is not copied to me, Madam Chair. I came to know about it subsequently. Madam Chair, on the issue of the State Corporations Act, the role of the board, it has been stated that our responsibility is not just to give general where the matters that it has directed on have gone wrong. The question was, did the board approve the over-expenditure? And I've explained now and last time that no, the board did not approve the over-expenditure. Indeed, that issue did not come to the board until much, much later, I think in August of this year, when the management brought to the issue of having surpassed the budget by 7.6 billion shillings. I think it's also important to note here, Madam Chair, in the committee, that these COVID procurements were done between mid-March, mainly in April, May, in March, April, and May, a very short period of time, Madam Chair, when the commitment letters were issued and when the commodities were delivered to KEMSA warehouses, where I confirmed those commodities still are the ones that have not moved. A lot of them, of course, have moved, but 6.2 billion shillings, as of the last time I was here, is the amount of money that is still there. So in taking responsibility, I want to state that the board did not approve of that over expenditure, and that has been confirmed. Then the same honorable member of parliament asked, because he's talked about suspicion, he asked, why did we suspend the CEO and why is the board still there? Now, I did produce as one of the annexes the letter dated 13th of August from the EACC, the letter from the EACC to myself, copied to the CS and to Dr. Kenyua, and also to the PS, Susan Mochache. Madam Chair, these are investigations that are ongoing. And I've stated that what is being said against the 3 officers who are on suspension are allegations. And the allegations against them are this: that the Commission, pursuant to its mandate, commenced investigations into allegations of irregular procurement of COVID-19 items by KEMSA Medical Supply Authority, headed by Dr. Jonah Manjari, the Chief Executive Officer. Preliminary investigations have established that several senior officials at KEMSA engaged in irregular procurement of COVID-19 items. Now, these are allegations. All these are allegations. And I've said it and I'm on record that maybe Dr. Manjari, Mr. Charles Juma, and Mr. Eliud Muriithi will be able to explain themselves on these issues. Maybe they'll be able to talk about having procured in good faith, like Dr. Manjari has said, because there was an emergency and nobody knew the extent of COVID-19. Maybe they'll be able to show that what they bought at was the prices they were buying at that moment. And Mr. Charles Juma has stated clearly that even as we were buying a PPE for 9,000 shillings, it was going for 12,000 shillings out there. So maybe he'll be able to explain and to say that the allegations being made against him as procurement director or against the other officers are not true or founded. And maybe they'll be able to show that there was no double pricing of these items as has been alleged and stated out there in the public domain. And that is why this hearing, Madam Chair, is so important.
Point of order. Point of order, Chair.
What is out of order?
Is the Honorable Senator in order to misread this Honorable Committee on the matters of pricing? This committee is aware that in matters of K95 protective masks, there was a company that was selling at 200 shillings. Yet, in many of those other companies that were given the tenders, they were given at a price of 700 shillings. So is he in order to misread us that the procurement director had the best of interest of Kenyans? He did that in good faith. When we are aware that there's a company that was selling at 200 shillings, and yet the majority of other companies were given at 700 shillings.
Honorable Jagagwa, I'll allow when it comes to the submission, the procurement person to answer that question. So I'll take it up as a supplementary question so that then we'll make a decision whether it was misleading or not. So procurement, I think there's that document, specifically where some companies were cheaper, given fewer commodities, and others were more expensive and given more. So you just take note. You'll be able to respond to that. Honorable Chair, you can proceed.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I am not misleading the House, and if Honorable Jagagwa, with the greatest respect to him, listened to me, I've used the word maybe. I said maybe they will be able to explain themselves. Maybe they'll explain how one person was selling for 250, another one was selling for 900 shillings. So these are allegations as of now. And should the EACC come back and tell us that they have nothing against the three gentlemen, we shall be obliged to take them back at KEMSA as a board. Should they be charged in a court of law, then there shall be consequences, Madam Chair. So those are issues, those are allegations, they are matters of conjecture, and at the moment, Madam Chair, with the greatest respect, they remain just that. So when the honorable member asks, why is the board still in place? It is because the board is not being investigated as of now at least. The board is not being investigated. It is its management of KEMSA that is being investigated, and we hope that this will end as quickly as possible so that we may know exactly where we stand. So on the issue of 7.6 billion shillings, I have said what I have said. On the issue of 758 million shillings that, Honorable Chair, you had raised, I had requested that you allow Dr. Manjari to explain it. But on the basis of what I said, that my understanding is that the figures attached to that list initially came from KEMSA, not from the PS of Ministry of Health. I think those are the issues that were raised directly with me, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go to the CEO.
Yeah, thank you. I wish to start by explaining the 758 million, the letter and the attachment that was sent to KEMSA. As we had said earlier, we concluded retrospective procurement for the items that are attached. And I wish to I don't have that letter, but I can recall that we had done retrospective procurement, we had done negotiations, we had given commitment letters, and all that had been concluded. And is at that time, from the 1.1 billion that we had been told that would be accessible, we forwarded that list with that request to be given those funds, and those funds were coming from World Bank. After that, the World Bank sent their representatives who work at the Ministry of Health, and they came and audited. And so far, from that list, by the time I was being suspended, we had paid 305 million, and the balance was to be paid as they authenticate those supplies and deliveries as was attached in that list. So that list indeed had come from KEMSA, and we had forwarded it to the PS. We were not instructed to procure those items from those suppliers, as it had been alluded earlier. On the aspect of the letter that I wrote to the CS National Treasury.
Just hold on, Dr. Manjari. On the same letter that, now that you have said it came from you, I think then that answers the question on the attachment. I have the file here of procurement of masks. And so they were in the same letter, there were some companies that were selling, to be specific, meds at 250 shillings. And then there were others that were selling between 700 and others 900. How was that possible?
As we had stated during the submission of the procurement director, we need to appreciate that most of the COVID items were not stock items in KEMSA. And the N95 before COVID was only being used for the management of patients by the clinical officers, doctors, and nurses when they are treating the patients who have TB that has multiple resistance to most of the drugs that we use, what we call MDR. The company that had been given a framework contract told us they will only be able to supply us of that commodity in the month of July, so we could not go to the framework contract. On the N95, as it is indicated in that list, we did get small quantities at that time in the beginning, and those are the quantities that were taken to IDH in Kenyatta, and we sourced them through retrospective procurement from meds. And after that, as you are aware, there were no other supplies that were coming, especially for N95, which was coming from the US and is a product from 3M, a company that supplies that commodity. So we had to start looking at alternatives, and that's why the prices started going up because of the demand and supply. And Madam Chair, we then could not get or access the 3M products, that is the N95. And as you are aware, you would see when you walk around in the hospitals, the doctors, none of them is wearing 3M, N95. This product is also in short supply even in US. And that's why we went to an alternative, that is KN95. And the 95 that is mentioned there, it is the protection rate or the filtration rate and protection to the clinical person who is using that product. It is up to 95% assurance that is protecting you. So that's the reason we only bought or mopped out what was in meds and other people who had those products, and we transited quickly to save this country to KN95, a product that was coming from China.
Okay, you can proceed with the other answers.
So on the letter to the National Treasury, it is indeed a letter, a replica letter that I had written to the PS Health, seeking for support or budgetary support to KEMSA for the amount that was mentioned, 5.3. And we were made aware in very many correspondences that were even in the media and the rest that the National Treasury had a budget for COVID-related items. And it's in that, on the background, that I wrote that letter in good faith, seeking for support, and I copied my PS. So that letter is...
Madam Chair, point of order. Point of order, Madam Chair.
What is out of order, Honorable?
I'm just wondering whether our very good friend, Dr. Manjari, is in order to you know, in relation to the PFM Act, Section 30, and again in particular in relation to the Procurement and Disposal of Goods Act 2010, I think Section 9, it is very clear that an accounting officer shall not commence any procurement proceedings until satisfied that sufficient funds to meet the obligation of the resorting contract are reflected in the approved budget. Now that leads me to my point of order, Madam Chair. Is the CEO in order just to mislead us? We sit here listening to narratives which are misleading, when we know the law is very clear that any procurement officer cannot commit any public body on any contract when there is no money. It is not a matter of conjuncture. It is a matter of an act, a regulation of Parliament that says that before you commit any entity, there must be money. So when he tells us that there are assurances from the government, there are press conferences, is he in order just to lie to this honorable committee? We may listen to stories, but on matters of fact, on matters of law, if he's not conversant with that, then let him wade off clearly out of that lane. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think, Dr. Manjari, you can just explain what Honorable Jakagu has raised.
So as I had said earlier, the approved budget was 4.6 in the budget estimates, and that actually had been approved by the National Treasury through the National Assembly, and that is the position. But as it had been explained earlier, we did not have a budget for COVID-related items, but several bodies have pronounced themselves that they have the budget. So we never accessed that budget, and that's the reason we are seeking for budgetary allocation. And it is also provided for in the emergency situations that mobilization through contingency fund can be accessed. So we were hoping that that will come from that direction, Madam Chair.
So, Madam Chair.
That's Honorable Kutuni.
Yes, Madam Chair. So, you know, very interesting how Manjari is putting his case. You know, he appears harmless, but he can be the green snake in the green grass. Very dangerous. You know very well the procedure and the protocol is there. Clearly, when I see you. So if I put it to you that you admit mistake by contravening the procedure and the process and bypassing the ministry by writing directly to the Treasury, and then 2, overspending beyond the budgetary without the approval. The body is here, and they've stated clearly that they did not give you mandate. In the communication that is here, you never wrote to the board again saying that we are seeking your advice. You never wrote to the chair seeking advice on the same. So it means that you went and you did your own things, cooked your own figures, concluded on your own awards, and bypassed the board, bypassed the ministry, parent ministry, and you went straight to Ministry of Treasury. So then you can escape all the questions from the ministry and the board. And it brings us now to the question that you are on suspension because of that. You are being investigated because of contravening the procedure. And then 2, overspending beyond the budgetary. Do you admit that you did a mistake? Thank you.
Madam Chair, as we had said, and we have submitted severally, we are doing a retrospective procurement. At no one time did we envisage that there won't be a budget. So our commitment was to have adequate supplies of COVID items, and we gave reports of how far we have reached, and we were hoping that that budgetary allocation will come. And as I had said, Madam Chair, the 4.6 was approved. And since we do operate a revolving fund, it is true that we did not have an approval, and we sought approval, and that's how these reports came about. And we sought approval to the PS to utilize extra funding, and we did make a report to the board. And at that time, by the time we were closing the financial year, we did say that we have a payment policy which is between 30 to 90 days, and some supplies had come to us, May and June, and if we were to follow that protocol, we'll be paying them in the month of August and others in the month of July. So, Madam Chair, we did not do this to, as it has been put, within a mischief in mind. I want also to confirm I'm not a green snake in the grass. I am an honest, passionate medical profession of high integrity and practice. And as it had been put, I have no relationship with the said companies that were mentioned. I can't remember all of them. There was Comitel, Megascope, Shop and Buy, Dominion, and everywhere. If you look at their CR12, none of my relatives, myself, are directors of those companies. And as it had been said or mentioned, I want to submit to this House that we had no favorism in payment of any company, and these companies that were paid after the process had been concluded. And those who have not been paid have been paid because, one, the process has not been concluded in negotiations, and we did not have the conclusion, and we are hoping to pay them within the year of 2020-2021. The issue of whether I want to confirm to this House the statements that were made by the Honorable Cabinet Secretary that no money was lost. Under my watch, as a CEO in KEMSA, no money was lost, and I did not oversee any loss of money, because to my recollection, to my conviction, my conscience is very clear that we did not have any loss of funds. All commodities supplied, they have been utilized as a manner that we'll give reports, and the stocks are available for the commodities that have not been utilized. They are intact, and the acting CEO, who has access to those documents, can table them in this House. The other question that was asked was the criteria used to identify companies. The criteria was and required an emergency drug. I'll only go to the person who has it, irrespective of the cost. I'll be seeking to save his life. The same thing happened. It's not an issue of whether it was a construction company, whether it was any other related company. It was an issue. Did you have that commodity that we were seeking? And if the commodity met the quality that we have been advocating for in KEMSA. I have also been tasked to mention or to confirm on the issue of the pressure. As a CEO, I did not work under any pressure whatsoever. As I said, I did this with my eyes open.
Point of order again, Madam Chair. It's unfortunate, but you know.
What is it, Honorable Jakagwa?
I may not wish to relay Bwana CEO from his line of submissions, but I'm certain my good friend and learned senior, Senator Kembi Getura, will tell you that before I go to my point of order.
You are what?
Before I go to my point of order.
You want to do what?
I want Senator Getura to confirm what I'm saying, that when companies are registered, they are registered for a purpose. And you file what we call a memorandum of articles, a memorandum on articles of association with the Attorney General. And inside the memorandum, you state your objectives or the objects for which the company is registered. It is on the basis of your objects that you do your trading. So you cannot be in a car hire business or running tourism hotels, and then you purport to be selling COVID-19 related items. So is the CEO in order to tell us that they could buy from any company so long as they had the items? Well, we know there's the memorandum that guides the company, and I would wish even Senior to confirm that you do not just do business without not restricting yourself to the memorandum and the articles. So is a CEO in order to again just throw words and mislead this committee?
Senator Getura, would you wish to
engage
Honorable Jagagu on that line?
I don't know why he wants to engage me on that point. But I can also remind him that a company can have as its main object car hire business, but inside there have very many other objects for which they are formed.
Fine, we'll get.
And you may want to look into that memorandum and see whether in there, among the very many of them, there could be just one clause allowing them to engage in trade. So I think.
Well put, Senator. We'll get to that.
No, but you wanted a clarification, Honorable Jagagu.
We'll get to that.
I'm trying to give you a clarification so that the House is, if you want my opinion, the House is not misled under the guise that I'm the one who gave that opinion.
Honorable Jagagu, we would be interested to know your relationship with the Senator. You seem to like pulling his leg or engaging him a lot. But that is a matter of lawyers, so we'll rest it there. Honorable Dr. Manjari, would you proceed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And finally, I would wish to comment on the question that was raised earlier on the commitment letters. These commitment letters were given during this unprecedented time, and most of the items we could not go to our pre-qualified suppliers or the listed suppliers or registered suppliers with KEMSA because they were not stock items. I would wish to point to the House the issue of the nitrile gloves. We didn't have a framework contract, neither did we have a supplier who could supply that. The PPE. The PPEs, as you, the PPEs were not stock items in KEMSA, and the only other time we used PPEs was during the Ebola emergency. And a few suppliers whom we contacted at that time had excess or remnants of what had been left after they supplied the government during the Ebola time. So we did this in consultation with the procurement director, and a question was asked whether we'll continue engaging in emergency procurement for COVID, since COVID is already with us. I would wish to say that we have since even advertised for COVID-related procurement under Global Fund, amounting to 517 million of the 5 items, and the evaluation of those procurement is ongoing. And once it's concluded, my teacher, Honorable Eseli, I would wish to tell you and confirm to you humbly that the prices that will be reflected after the conclusion of that procurement that we are undertaking currently will be the benchmark that we'll be using to continue going forward as open default method of open international or national tender, as the case may be. We are also being guided and following very closely through the modeling that is being every day given by the WHO, the Ministry of Health, and we are glad that we are flattening the curve. But the frontline health workers are still at risk, and these commodities, we want to give assurance that we have adequate stocks, and these stocks will be continuously used to protect the health care workers in this country. If there is any question that I've not touched on, I would wish my procurement director, colleague, and the finance director, and the commercial director to clarify on any point that I've left, because some of the questions were also falling for their confirmation.
Point of clarification.
What is it, Honorable Koros?
Yeah, I'm still not satisfied with this answer on the companies which I asked, Chair.
On the?
On the companies which I asked him to give us details, because I know 2 or 3 companies everywhere. DK Relief, Angelica, Panaceo, please tell us the truth. And who are the proxies who are using these companies, whom you're always meeting and they're always calling you?
As he answers, if you have any evidence, Honorable Koros, you can also table the evidence.
Chair, I have evidence, Chair.
Okay, you can table the evidence. So as CEO answers.
Thank you. As I said earlier, I don't have any relationship with those said companies. Angelica, DK Relief, Shop and Buy, Megascope, Comitel, everywhere, and the other one, I guess, he mentioned everywhere, and I'll also be as keen as you are to see the evidence that will be tabled, Madam Chair.
So you'll approach the chair and table the evidence if you have it, Honorable Koros. Let's proceed to Mr. Juma, Procurement. And having looked at this document, I think as we pick from there, we only see 2 communications, one on 15th April 2020 on the procurement of goods under the contingency emergency response component, and also another one on 13th May, authority to undertake procurement of health products under Global Fund grants. Do you have any other letter giving you authority to procure goods under this emergency?
Yes, Honorable Chair, that I can be able to confirm, and because I don't have access to the office, the acting director can be able to provide authority letters from the others from the Ministry of Health, from the PS.
So was there any other apart from those 2?
There was one for procurement from Buy Ltd, I think I can remember.
Okay.
The vote on that. But I just want to inquire, Mr. Juma, do you have an email access where you are corresponding through emails as well? I mean, you can't just claim easily saying that you don't have access to the office. You might have access to your emails as well. So there must be other forms of communications that you've been doing between yourselves and the ministry.
On the matter of the letters which we received from the ministry, there were hard copy letters which were addressed to the CEO, received in the CEO's office and marked to procurement. Those ones can be provided, Madam Chair. The letters are available. They can be provided.
Chair.
Proceed.
Chair.
Yes.
Could we allow him to proceed and then we can intervene?
On the same, Chair.
On the letters?
Yes, Chair. You remember the last time KEMSA management came to face this committee, we requested as a committee for them to avail to us all the documents pertaining to COVID monies expenditure. Chair, as a witness, we didn't receive any of those documents, which shows they was telling Bwana CEO all along, this CEO has never wanted to work with this committee. And that's why, Chair, even when we requested for important documents, we didn't
Honorable
get,
Koros, I
Chair.
think you're out of order. We are talking about an acting CEO. There's a suspended CEO.
The suspended CEO, Chair.
But he cannot provide documents on behalf
No,
of
then we
KEMSA,
had requested even then before all this scam came, Chair.
Okay, that's on a different then agenda, but the acting CEO would require those documents, what Honorable Koros is alluding to. They can come together with the other documents we had requested earlier.
Noted, we stand guided.
Thank you. Proceed, Mr. Juma.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On the question which was asked by Honorable Dr. Eseli, was procurement involved in all issuing of commitment letters? I want to confirm to this committee, yes, we were involved in the commitment letters, but not all of them. All the Indian letters from the suppliers were addressed to the CEO, received in the CEO's office, and marked to procurement. But I want to confirm to this committee that there are a few letters which were handled in the CEO's office. They were processed and commitment letters issued. So procurement was not involved in about 9 commitment letters. It came to our attention only when delivery had been made to White House, is when we knew that commitment letters had been issued to the suppliers. So, but all the others, we were involved from the word go.
So you have the list of those 9?
Yes, we have a list of those 9, including the one, I think, which has come so clear in the media, the Kilig Limited. The Kilig Limited commitment letter for 4 billion. I can be able to confirm this committee that procurement was not involved. We only came to note of its issued letter, and I brought to the attention of the CEO advising that that commitment letter should be cancelled or revoked. I have an advisory which I wrote on 4th of June to the CEO.
You have that
I have an
document
advisory.
too?
Yes,
You will
yes.
table those two?
I have an advisory.
Yeah, but we'll come back to you, CEO, to explain about that.
Yes.
So proceed, Mr. Juma.
On the question asked by Honorable Owino, that having a technical person in KEMSA, knowing the procedures, why did the KEMSA overcommit? I want to bring to the attention of this committee that we knew that the budget for health products and technologies was 4.6 billion, and therefore when we were issuing the commitment letters, we were aware that we were not supposed to surpass that budget. On 21st of April, we had a senior management meeting, and I brought to the attention of the committee that we had reached 3.9 billion. And therefore, I advised that we should be able to stop further issuing of commitment letters. And that meeting, it was agreed. The CEO was the one who chaired, and all the directors were in attendance. We agreed that we should not be able to issue any further commitment. But then the issuing of this commitment letter continued, and therefore, on 24th of April, 2020, And Honorable Member asked, did procurement provide advisory in writing? I did provide advisory in writing. And in that advisory, one of the things I had indicated that all procurement should be within the approved budget. And therefore, in this advisory that I gave, I indicated that we had reached a budget of 3,996,636,560. And my advice to the committee was that we should stop any further issuing of commitment letters. But then I think it continued. So I have an advisory in writing. And on 15th of May, I issued another professional opinion advising senior management that we had adequate quantities of 12 items, that is surgical face masks, K95, K99, N95 with the respirator, personal protective equipment, face shield, surgical gloves, nitrile gloves, pair of goggles, infrared thermometers, instant hand sanitizers, and ventilators. And in this advisory, I indicated that we should put on hold any new direct procurement, because at this particular moment, the procurement of COVID item had surpassed the budget, and we had reached a budget total commitment of 5,324,481,200. We had therefore surpassed the budget by 668 million. So in this advisory, I advised that these items which I indicated in this opinion, we had adequate stocks and there should be no more procurements. And the last advisory I gave is on 4th of June, 2020. And in this advisory, I advised that the procurement of COVID had reached the tune of 7,699,260,500. We had therefore surpassed the budget by 3 billion. And I was advising that based on this procurement and also on what was at place, that we had already surpassed the budget. And I also indicated in this advisory or opinion that it had been brought to my attention that there was a commitment letter to Kilik. And in this, I advised that this commitment letter to Kilik was worth 4 billion. And therefore, its commitment should be revoked or cancelled, because this will amount to a budget for a full financial year. And I had other recommendations which I made to the management. And number one was with regard to commitment letters with a deficit budget of 3 billion, that the fund or budget to meet this resultant expenditure be availed or this procurement be deferred to financial year 2020-2021, as the CEO had indicated. That the commitment letter issued to Kilik Limited should be cancelled, revoked with immediate effect, as this procurement does not meet the threshold of Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. I had indicated that this procurement should be conducted through a competitive process. That any continuation of fulfillment of this commitment letter will amount to a breach of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. The third recommendation I made was that there should be no more issuing of commitment letters to prospective suppliers. Any procurement anticipated should be planned for and carried out in accordance to the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015 through open tendering, as a member just indicated, because we had already adequate stocks of a number of these items. And number D, I indicated that Quality Assurance Department should be advised to stop any further evaluation of any samples, as this is giving prospective suppliers false impression that we are still carrying out emergency procurement. That procurement will only, the last recommendation was that procurement will only retrospectively process procurement for commitment letters in its custody. So I have 3 advisories, and the last advisory I did was when I received a letter from the CEO with regard to Kilik Limited, and the comment was I discussed with the supplier, and I did an advisory to the CEO, and I advised that in line with the limited budget for COVID-19 items, and as earlier advised, kindly shelve this procurement until we have adequate finances. And therefore, I want to report this committee, as Honorable Owino had asked, did procurement, the technical person, advise KEMSA? I did advise KEMSA. That's my response to that question.
And I request you also table
Yes.
advisory.
Yes.
Madam Chair, will you allow us to interrogate at that point, or you want him to conclude?
Let him conclude his presentation, then
Okay.
you can.
Okay.
The other question which was asked is that the criteria used. I think the CEO had responded to it. We have a list of pre-qualified suppliers for, I think, 47 categories. And one of the categories for health products and technologies is supply of pharmaceuticals. The other one is supply of non-pharmaceutical. Non-pharmaceuticals involves procurement of all items that do not fall on pharmaceutical. And therefore, when we are carrying this procurement of COVID items, we agreed that any supplier who had been registered for supply of non-pharmaceutical could be able to qualify to provide an indent letter for supply of the COVID items. The other question which was asked is that, Honorable Chair, is that what is this called negotiation? I want to bring to the attention of the committee is that when we carry out direct procurement, is that even in the normal situations that when you carry out direct procurement, you will invite the one bidder that who is supposed to supply the item. The bidder will supply a bid. The CEO will appoint an ad hoc committee to negotiate with the supplier, agree on a price, prepare minutes, submit to the director of procurement, who will prepare an opinion for the CEO to award. In this case, when we are doing COVID procurement, which was a retrospective procurement, once the supplier delivered the item to KEMSA warehouse, it was a requirement that we follow the same procedure because we are doing what we call it formalization. The prices which the bidders had indicated earlier in the letter was not a final price. And the indication was that the price you have indicated will be negotiated to acceptable price. So that was the essence of a negotiation team. And every item direct procurement that we issued to the COVID-19 suppliers, we had a committee negotiating with the suppliers, where the supplier, for example, indicated for KN95, their price was 980. The committee will be able to negotiate and inform the supplier to that the best price they can be able to offer or allow is 700. We have instances where the suppliers, for example, I remember a case where a supplier insisted for supply of thermometers. They could not supply the thermometers at a price which we had agreed maximum 10,000. They said they will only supply at 12,000. And the committee deferred and called them again to go and rethink. And the supplier came again, I think twice, and later agreed that you can be able to offer the item at the price of 10,000. So why we gave what we call it the maximum limit is based on the market survey and based on the bulkiness of the commodities we are buying. So we are ensuring that we are getting value for money we were procuring. And the other question which was asked by Honorable Chagagwa is that why KEMSA bought an item, K95 or N95 for 250. I can be able to report this committee that initially we had reached out to MEDS. And MEDS indicated to us that there are 1,000 pieces of this item from their old stock, and they could be able to avail it to us. So we agreed to buy the 1,000 items from them. And the price they're offering at then was 250. If you confirm with the MEDS, after that one, their prices, which they bought the new commodity, it also went up. So therefore, when we went to the market, the only available price, the best price we could be able to get, the K95 was 700. Yet in the market was 900. And therefore, that's why I can be able to explain the difference between the 250 and the 700. It was what was in stock previously at MEDS against what came on board during the COVID time. And Madam Chair, that's what I can be able to submit on the question which you asked.
Thank you. Do you have a
clarification?
Clarification.
Yes.
And as we start, you talked about maximum limits.
Yes.
So now for the ones who have, what would happen? I think I just want to let this committee happen. You've given us an example of those, the ones with thermo, or the thermograms, and you couldn't agree on price. You told them to go rethink. If they insisted on 12,000, what would have been it? Would you have just offloaded their things or the items from their warehouse, you give them back, or what would have happened?
To respond that we never reached that situation, but then we would have agreed with management because a number of those items had not gone outside, had not been issued. Some of them were still in stock. So we'll be able to inform the supplier the consequence is that beyond a certain price, because we'll be buying an item beyond the market price. So either the management will be able to give an approval to release the commodity back because it had not been, the procurement process had not been finalized.
So the negotiations are as per the market price by
the
time of negotiation?
Yes, yes. But not at the time of you supplied the item. You supplied the item at April.
Yes.
And the market price then for a KN95 was 700.
Mhm.
The maximum price we'll be able to allow is 700.
Okay.
But if you get a better offer, we'll take it.
Okay. Honorable Kutuni?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. Director of Procurement has explained, taken us through on the procurement process. But clearly you've indicated that you raised the alarm on 24th, should have been, I think it's 24th June or July, when you did the first advisory to the management committee, which I suppose it was supposed to, it is chaired by the CEO, who is here. You've gone further, that upon advisory, that you are at 3.9 billion, you are advising that you stop the procurement further because it was surpassing the budget. I guess that is what you're trying to tell us. But then somebody disregarded your advice. Again, after 2 weeks, you did another advisory to the same management committee, which I suppose all of the management committees are here. At that time, the budget had busted to over 4.7. And then there was another third advisory that you did. The budget at that time was 5.6 billion. You appear to be a very honest person. But something that you are not telling the committee is that if you were ignored, what action did you take? This is an organization with organogram. If there is any problem at the senior director position of yours, if the CEO is ignoring you, you had the responsibility of reaching out to the chair and raise the concerns. And then the question is, why, despite of all the challenges that you are facing or going through, why, at the point when your advisory was being ignored, why don't you take the action and report to the board? And I will put it to you that perhaps maybe you are trying only to be clever, knowing very well that you've already committed a mistake. And the only way to do is to prepare for a defense. So, Madam Chair, I would want Mr. Juma to confirm to the committee that whatever he was doing at that time was not a cover-up, but he was being frustrated by the so-called management committee. Thank you.
I think you...
Juma, you can take like 3 questions. I'll go to Honorable Jagagwa and Honorable Wino and Professor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senior, I'll come back. I'll come to you.
But,
yeah. Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just pick it from where my colleague Vice Chairman has left it. My opinion, and this is my opinion, is that the Director of Procurement is being mischievous. I was being mischievous by his advisories. The reason is this, and that's my statement, Madam Chair.
Honorable Jagagwa, kindly put up your mask.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you look at all the letters of award to any given entity, they were never signed by the CEO, Dr. Jonah, but they were signed by Charles Juma. All of them. I have my file here, and there's not a single document that is signed by John Majali. My statement is that what Juma is trying to do is to throw the CEO under the bus. My statement again is that at this point in time, you now know that you are alone, and God follows all. So why did you have to sign all these letters knowing that you were overcommitting KEMSA? Yet on one hand, you write your advisories. On the other hand, you sign the award letters. That is actually conflicted personalities. Or even double speak, assuming you are speaking. But by dint of your letters of award, you're actually doing a double speak or conflicted personalities. That is one. Number two, and Madam Chair, if you may, with your kind permission, that is why I said when we had a discussion with my senior that I'll get back to issues of award letters. There is a matter that I raised yesterday, and I raised it with the KEMSA board when they were here. Juma is by no means, he is well versed in matters procurement. That is why he's a director of procurement for KEMSA. There's a company called Lego Freighters. It is, when you go to the list of directors or the certificate of directorship, it is actually a business name, whose sole business, as authenticated by this letter from the director, by the Register of Companies, is to carry out the nature of clearing and forwarding. Then how did he have to award them? How did he have to award Lego Freighters the tender for the supply of surgical masks, 60,000 pieces, amounting to 270 million? And these are people who should be carrying out the business of clearing and forwarding. I will refer him to Article 227 or 227 of our Kenyan Constitution, which says that public funds must be well utilized. Again, I will also refer him to what we are calling Section 30 of the PFM Act, that you cannot commit an entity, and you are the one who is committing, not even the chief executive, it is you, by your hand. You are committing that entity. I don't even think you have the powers to commit the entity. Procuring goods outside the budget that has been approved. Madam Chair, if you look at, again, Section 53, 8 and 9 of the Public Procurement Act, again it says you cannot commit when there's no money. So I put it to you, Bwana Juma, that your actions have actually brought Mr. Manjali on this floor. You have visited you by dint of your hand of a commitment. Your actions have visited the unfortunate events that you are finding Daktari in. In fact, I saw yesterday, and that leads me to my third question, Madam Chair. There was correspondence which was brought to us yesterday by the CS. The CS, Honorable Mutai Kagwe, and the PS, Mochache, Susan. There are clear letters from, I think, the director, Mr. Muredi, commercial director, where he is advising that they should not be doing more procurement. And now again you find Mr. Muredi here, by dint of Juma's actions. He's the one who has made this gentleman to be kicked out of the office. Madam Chair, again, if you look at the letter, now that will bring my question to the chairman. If you look at the letter from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission of that 13th August 2020, it clearly advises the board to have these three gentlemen out of office to read for investigations. But Madam Chair, you heard Mr. Muredi speak for himself. And there are correspondences from Madam Ochache, the folder that was brought to us yesterday by Madam Ochache and Mr. Kagwe, Honorable Kagwe. There is nowhere, and you've heard Mr. Muredi explain himself out, there is nowhere that the commercial director is involved in procurement. So then, Honorable Chair, why send a gentleman who is not involved in procurement, whose only duty is to receive goods that have been procured, away from office? I think for now, Madam Chair, no, I will also ask Juma. What kind of procurement were you doing? Was it a restricted tender or was it a direct procurement? And if it is either direct or restricted, if we go to section 74 and 75 of a direct procurement, there are conditions which are spelled out clearly when you should do a direct procurement. I've gone through those conditions one by one, and there is not a single one which talks of a pandemic, that during a pandemic you can do a restricted tender or a direct tender. You can read all of them, either in the old Procurement Act or in the current one. If you go to section 104 of the current one, they have again spelled out instances when you can do direct or restricted tender. But not a single one talks of a pandemic. So then how, and that now leads me to my question, how did you ever, as a director of procurement, advise the board, advise your senior management team to go for direct tender or direct procurement or restricted tender, when the act is clear that these are the instances, 7 of them or 5 of them, when you can do direct tender, restricted tender, but not a single one of them mentions the word a pandemic. So where did you get the authority to advise the board and your senior management to do direct or tender? So I put it to you, Bwana Juma, your actions, your acts of omission, acts of commission, has led to this management and the board being dragged to this house, because you indeed misadvised them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And members, the other team was supposed to come in the afternoon is here, so I would like we go direct to the question, so we may be able to interrogate and also have the other team. And Sergeant at Arms, because we might not be able to take a health break, if you're able to get a few snacks for the members, you can just give them to where they are seated. I can see our senior energies are going down. So, Honorable Wino, and to the point so that we can be able to wind up.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. KEMSA, you know, I've been a very good advocate for you because I know the distribution efficiency, which I have been witnessing where I was before, up to the dispensaries. So I've been a very loyal advocate. But what I'm hearing from the Director of Procurement and also Office of the CEO, then my first question goes now to the Chair of the Board, because you hire these people. Their job descriptions, what they're supposed to do, and what they are not supposed to do. So question number 1, who is legally, according to the company policy, supposed to sign commitment letters? Is it the CEO? Is it the Director of Procurement, or both? I think that needs to be clear. Second question goes directly to Mr. Juma. You said almost 9 commitment letters you didn't know. Who signed them? Can we get copies of them to know where the problem is? Lastly, Chair, I think all these things we are gathering, we are doing so for the good of this country. So eventually, even from your standing point, Chairman, would be able to reform KEMSA, review how the structures and this tripartite arrangement, the ministry, the board, and the management, how they should work in coherence so that we don't delay, misappropriate, or lose public funds. So we want you to take this positively, that what we are doing here as a committee is to make this institution, which I love very much, function better than it is doing now, having heard how these different sections are playing each other. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Could we allow Mr. Juma to respond? Or Senior, do you want to go? Not to go away, just to ask a question.
Yeah, that's
so
I mean, I know what you mean.
Yes.
The senior management here is not telling us everything and actually causing themselves and everybody grievous harm. Going by what Mr. Juma said, I haven't heard the finance director make any comment. They have full information as a group, and they're making a decision which they know is not correct. And the CEO is saying he's not working under any pressure. While he was in the Senate, he actually indicated how this pressure was coming. I do not believe that people of this caliber, knowing what is right, are going to do something that is wrong unless there is a big, big reason they are doing it. So can they really explain to us why they all know as senior management, and they say they have been meeting, that these things they are doing are not really in line with procedures, and they continue to do them? As much as now it looks it's the responsibility just for the CEO. Chair, I'm not convinced they have told us through. Any one of the three of them will say that. Number two, who is the CEO answerable to? Is the CEO answerable to the ministry or to the board? And at what time does the CEO and the senior management refer a matter to the board? Even if you get an instruction from ministry or from anywhere, there is a board in place. When do they say, let this matter go before the board and the board sanction it? Does that work in that ministry? I think those two questions, even the chair can come in and weigh in, because that's where the matter lies. Thank you, Chair.
Professor?
Thank you very much, Chair. I will be very quick on this. I have listened quite much, and my colleagues have actually alluded to a number of things that I wanted to discuss. But having said that, I have got two aspects of my questions. Here is to the board, and here is to the management. The chairman of the board, the question I really want to ask is, has Juma ever contacted you, Director Juma? Has he ever contacted you? And has he ever discussed with you of the challenges that he is particularly facing? And if the answer is the affirmative, to the affirmative, what particular actions have you taken? And what have you really done? The next question is about the cumulative term of a CEO in a parastatal and institution is about, it should not be more than 6 years. That's as per the Constitution. A cumulative of 6 years, that's what I'm saying, which means 3 years and 3 years. How about the procurement staff, particularly the procurement director? What did you do about your position in ensuring that procedures are followed? Who should remain at the helm for how long should they be? As per the, the law. I also wonder why you have done, you were also privy, and if you are not, you will tell us, Chairman, why did you commit to such amount of 3.5 or whatever billion that you were mentioning? More than the budgeted amounts for commitments, because the management directly works under you. You are responsible for the funding, budgeting, and planning, procurement planning, for that matter. You have even told us about your budgeting planning initially for the June 2020. Now, Chairman, in my final question, is there any sort of an atom, may it be, of responsibility you should take on the issues raised in KEMSA? And why should you not tell us why you shouldn't take responsibility? The President has cracked the whip, and we're so happy. He has cracked the whip on corruption. 21 days is not far off for it to end, to elapse. My final question is not to you, but to the management now. The suspended CEO, we want to know the funds held between UHC and COVID-19. And I really want to make a serious discussion at a later time in our committee meetings on the issue between the thin line between UHC and the COVID-19. Many of the questions that I would have raised and assertions I would have put were done yesterday. But coming back to Juma, Director Juma, procurement starts and ends at, with you. It does start and end with you. You argued that you were within the law as per Public Procurement Act 2015, Section 2A or B. Fine, that is fine. But was this minuted by your board and KEMSA staff meetings? And do you have documentations to indicate that you have actually done as per within the regulation? Yes. As per within the Constitution? Yes. But has there been discussions and minutes done to the board and, being given the green light to do what you wanted to do? Honorable Jagagwa has mentioned that you have signed all these procurement documents. Why do you wish away responsibilities over it? And my final point of thing is about the acting CEO. How prepared are you for the challenging task to regain the great glory of KEMSA? The public is looking at you. Are you prepared for it? If you're not, you better tell us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd request that we have the response. A lot of questions go directly to Juma because we had also ready to do the submission. There were questions that were raised. And the person also in charge of the PS at the board of KEMSA. So I'll go to Juma first. I will allow the chair, then the CEO. Let me do it again. Juma, CEO, then chair, and then I'll go to Muridi. And do we have your legal person here, chair? Who is the legal person? Are they, do you have a legal person, acting CEO?
Yes, Fred Wanyonyi, he is not here.
He is not here?
Yes.
Okay. Finance?
Chair, I'm the representative of the PS in the bond.
Okay. Do we have your finance person? Okay. Fine. Thank you. So, Juma?
Thank you, Honorable Madam Chair. The first question which was asked by Honorable Kutunyi is that when issuing this advisory or opinion, and it was disregarded, what did I do? My responsibility is that I report to the Chief Executive Officer, who is my supervisor, and I have a responsibility to advise on matters of procurement. That's what the law requires me to do. And therefore, when these procurements were ongoing, when we reached 3.9, we had not broken the law, we had not surpassed the budget, and therefore, this advisory was not mischievous. I was advising, informing the senior management that we had reached 3.9 billion, and therefore, in my own thinking, we should be able to stop because the letters of commitment which had been issued out were adequate to obtain the items which were required. And also I want to bring to the attention of the honorable members that all the commitment letters which were issued to the suppliers were signed by the Chief Executive Officer. None of them was signed by the Director of Procurement. And I remember in one meeting which the chair was there, and the CEO, myself, and the Director of Commercial Services, the chairman alluded to the fact that all commitment letters should only be signed by the Chief Executive Officer. And that's what we adhere to. So there's no commitment letter issued to any supplier for COVID-19 which was signed by the Director of Procurement. And therefore, my actions in making advisory was to inform the senior management of the risk of going above the budget and therefore breaking the law. So it was not mischievous. The other question which was asked was that by Honorable Jagagwa, direct procurement was, it seems, was mysterious. And I want to report that just indicated that when this procurement for COVID-19 began, it was agreed by the senior management that the procurement of this item will be done from suppliers who will have indicated they will be able to supply this item to KEMSA, as the CEO had indicated. And therefore, all the Indian letters were addressed to the Chief Executive Officer, marked to me for just drafting the letters, and the signing was done by the CEO. So neither, not one time, did I act on my own violation. So all commitment to the suppliers were authorized by the Chief Executive Officer. And Honorable Chagagwa also brought the issue of a supplier, the name Reusable Freighters Limited, knowing that their nature of business was clearing and forwarding. Why did I award this supplier to supply 6,000 packets of face masks? And I want to indicate that the Reusable suppliers was one of the commitment letters which was issued by the CEO. It was not issued by procurement. So this is an authority which was given by the accounting officer, and I could not be able to veto it, because an accounting officer is responsible for all procurements in KEMSA. So he's the one who issued these letters. It was not issued by procurement. The drafting and its preparation was prepared not in procurement. And therefore, I may not be able to respond to why the CEO awarded or gave Reusable freighters to supply this item, because he's the one who authorized them to supply this item. He's one of the suppliers whom the CEO authorized to supply the item. He might have been having some valid reasons. The other question which was asked was that what kind of procurement were we doing when we were undertaking COVID-19 procurement? I want to take the honorable members to the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, Section 103, which is Section E. It deals on direct procurement. And you may note that when you deal with the various methods of procurement, the first method of procurement is open tender, and the second one is two-stage tendering, the third one is designed competition, the fourth one is restricted tender, and the fifth one is direct procurement. And therefore, we are dealing with the direct procurement because this is the method we determined, and we agree that this is the only method we can be able to use during procurement for COVID items. And therefore, Section E, or E of direct procurement, Section 103(1), it says, a procuring entity may use direct procurement as allowed under subsection 2, as long as the purpose not to avoid competition. Section 2 says, a procuring entity may use direct procurement if any of the following are satisfied. It gives conditionalities. Section A says, the goods, works, or services are available only from a particular supplier or contractor, or a particular supplier or contractor has exclusive right in respect of the goods, works, or services, and no reasonable alternative or substitute exists. Section B, it says, due to war, invasion, disorder, natural disaster, or there is an urgent need for the goods, works, or services, and engaging in tendering procedures or any other method of procurement will therefore be impracticable, provided that the circumstances giving rise to the urgency were neither foreseeable by the procuring entity nor the result of the legislative conduct on its part. COVID-19 was not foreseeable. We could not be able to know that we will be able to have this act. And Section C says, owing to a catastrophic event, there is an urgent need for the goods, works, or services, making it impracticable to use other methods of procurement because of the time involved in using those methods. And Section D says, the procuring entity having procured goods, equipment, technology, or services from a supplier or contractor determines that additional supplies shall be procured from that supplier or contractor for reasons of standardization or because of need for compatibility with existing goods, equipment, technology, or services, taking into account the effectiveness of original procurement in meeting the needs of the procuring entity, the limited size of the proposed procurement in relation to the original procurement, the reasonableness of the prices and suitability of alternative of the goods, services in question. The last requirement that for the acquiring of goods, works, or services provided by a public entity provided that the acquisition price is fair and reasonable and compares well with the known prices of goods, works, or services in circumstances. And Section D, we did use it. Section E, where we procure goods from Kemri and the Rivertex. And therefore, in this procurement for COVID, we did apply Section 103(2) B and C. And therefore, we did not apply restricted tendering because it will be time involving, it will be invite bidders, wait them to submit bids, evaluate, wait for 14 days, notify, and wait for a minimum of 21 days to sign the contract. So that method will not have been applicable where you are looking for procurement of goods in urgent. And therefore, the method which we used was Section 103 of the law, which gives us that outline. And also the document which I gave, the Public Procurement and Regulatory Authority Advisory and the Solicitor General Advisory advised us how to undertake procurement through direct procurement for COVID items. The other question which was asked is that by Honorable Wino, is that the commitment letters which I've just indicated, which legally authorized or allowed to sign the commitment letters, all the commitment letters for COVID items was signed by the accounting officer, who is the chief executive officer. None of those letters was signed by the director of procurement. The director of procurement only signed what we call it notifications of award. When we did the formalization, I think that's the letter which the honorable member was showing. It is not a commitment letter. It's a notification of award after the delivery of goods, the items have been supplied, and the formalization process has been undertaken, and therefore, I was only notifying of the outcome of a tender, where a commitment letter had earlier been authorized by the chief executive officer. The other question which was wished to respond is on which was asked by a professor, and whether I did ever one time conducted the chair. When this issue came on board, the chair requested me at one time to give him a brief of what transpired or what took place, and give him copies of the advisory I wrote, and I did a summary, and I sent it to the chair. So I did brought to the attention of the chair the advisory which had already done to the senior management. I think, Madam Chair, maybe those what I can be able to remember, unless there's another question which it has kept me. The other question maybe I can remember is a procurement staff, and with the head of procurement, was the requirements of the law minuted as per the act or the regulations. We want to confirm that every procurement we undertook for direct procurement, for every tender or every supplier, there was a requirement that we do an authority letter which indicated the requirements of the law, which was approved by the CEO. And after that one, we issued an invitation letter to the supplier who had delivered the items to the White House based on a commitment letter. And then a negotiation committee was appointed by the CEO, an ad hoc one, to negotiate with the supplier. Then all these documents are available in each respective file. If you look at a file for a specific supplier, you will be able to note and get every respective authority that was granted by the accounting officer. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Unless something that was not answered, we go to the CEO.
So thank you very much. I would wish to restrict myself to the few questions that had been directed to me or touching or on my office or in my office at the time I was there. I wish to state, Madam Chair, that the procurement for COVID items were unprecedented. We have no regulations on how to do emergency procurement, and that's why we relied on the advisory that were quoted and the section that was quoted, section 69 on the retrospective procurement. On the matter of the 9 companies that have been mentioned, as there is no SOPs as to where the commitment letters drafting should be done. During this period, we came up with an innovative method that the commitments letters drafting will be done in the office of the Procurement Director for safe custody and for reference during the tracking of what we have procured. At one stage, the Procurement Director was indisposed and was away from office, and I did the commitment letters and referred all the letters to his office for ease of reference. I wish to state that the letter and the advisory that he gave on the 21st of April, we did discuss as management, and we agreed that we will continue procuring and resource mobilization would commence, and we did commence the resource mobilization. As to all the other three memos that have been commented on, I would only restrict myself to the last one. The other two were not in my knowledge. And the final one, I did concur with his advisory, and we did defer the 3.3 billion, the procurement, to this current financial year. And we agreed that subsequent procurements will be open, tender, and we said we will not give commitment letters subsequent on the emergency procurement, and we'll adhere to the quality that had been mentioned earlier. Professor Nyikal, Honorable, mentioned about a discussion that we had in Senate. It was misconstrued to mean that I was under pressure. I was not under pressure. The communications that came from the PS office and from the CS were not in any way to put pressure on me. They were operational discussions, and we were on a discussion of how we will continue mitigating the effects of COVID. It was not that I was under instructions from them or under pressure from them to do any procurement. The letters that will be provided by the acting CEO on the procurement, direct procurement, especially for the test kits, you'll be able to see that in those letters, there is no pressure. It's only advising that we buy from Biosensor, Sansure, Abbott, and Roche companies for the test kits. I would also wish to comment that the acting CEO will be able to provide the utilization of the UHC funds and the COVID funds committed by KEMSA. And what I would want to explain to this committee, Madam Chair, is that UHC is under drawing rights, where counties do draw down on the request that they make through our LMIS, and after delivery and proof of delivery, that money is transited from the UHC account to the KEMSA drug account for us to be able to access that money for operational use or for revolving funds to buy more commodities. On the aspect of the cumulative term of the CEO, I will refer the member to the KEMSA Act, which provides that the CEO shall serve a term of 4 years, renewable once upon satisfactory performance. That act has not been revised.
I'll just correct that.
And I wish to read: the Chief Executive Officer shall serve for a term of 4 years upon satisfactory performance and shall be eligible for reappointment by the Cabinet Secretary for another one further term. On the issue of the other directors in KEMSA, the directors do serve on permanent and pensionable, and they are appointed by the board and recruited by the board. I would also wish to comment that and confirm that it's true commitment letters were signed by the chief officer, that is myself, upon the discussions that we held as senior managements on the commodities that we are procuring, but all notifications, as it has been clarified, were signed by the procurement director. So even by the time we were reaching this, even by the time we were reaching the 5.3 billion procurement, the letters were signed to notify the suppliers of their award. I would also wish to comment that, Madam Chair, on what you had asked me earlier, on the company called Killing. It is true we gave them a commitment letter on the 9th of April, and this commitment letter was done on the basis when we had, at the height of the crisis in this country, and they demonstrated that they did have a cargo freight full of commodities destined to Kenya. And upon subsequent reviews, we realized that they did not have that capacity. And upon the advice that was discussed earlier, we did cancel that commitment letter, and not a single item was delivered to KEMSA from that company, and no contract was signed, and no payment was given or paid to that company. So it was just a wish that they could supply KEMSA, but their wish was never realized because they were not able to perform. I wish to state that, Madam Chair, that on the matters that are under investigation, we have given our statements, and we wish that we will be cleared of this alleged scandal, because I wish to confirm that there is no scandal. Thank you.
Mr. Muridi.
Madam Chair, I have nothing to add apart from the fact that you requested I submit written submissions. I will do that. I'm guided. Thank you.
The representative of the PS, when all this was happening in advisories, did you take this feedback back to the mother ministry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish to respond by saying that I represent the Principal Secretary, Minister of Health in the KEMSA board, which I believe Madam Chair are able to do, and the chair who is present here can confirm that. And I participate in all the board deliberations, both the full board, special board, and at committee levels. And that, as a representative to the Principal Secretary, I'm supposed actually to report back to the PS. And let me say that, Madam Chair, that before any board meeting in KEMSA, I always share the agenda, invitation agendas of the KEMSA.
Please don't take us around. Just go straight to the
Yes.
point. The question is, did you report to the PS what was happening, or did you not? So the others are
yes,
here nor there.
Madam Chair, I reported regularly to the PS on what was happening in KEMSA, but the gap, which on this matter, Madam Chair, the gap which is there at the board level on what happened is the gap which is at the board level, Madam Chair, is the gap of information which actually I could not bring as far as what the PS required to know. So that gap, which is there at the PS level, is the same gap which is at the board level, just as it has been clearly put several times, Madam Chair, in these meetings.
So where is the gap? Just be very clear. Yeah. Where is the gap?
The gap of what happened as far as these procurements in KEMSA are concerned and what the board knew. That's the gap.
You want to confirm that the board was not aware, they didn't know what was happening all this time?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. That's a true position.
Okay.
Yeah, that gap is there, and that gap is there, and that's a gap actually I could. That's a gap also the PS and the ministry. There is.
But I've seen, as I said, there was communication between the ministry and KEMSA on what was supposed to, they gave authority to incur expenditure.
Madam Chair, I wish to make a comment.
A comment on that?
Yes.
Okay, let me just finish this. So there was communication between the ministry and the KEMSA on the authority to incur expenditure. So as a board member, were you not concerned, on the amounts that were going on? Totally, you were on the dark. You didn't know what was happening.
Madam Chair, the amounts of the procurement from the KEMSA capital, the bond, including myself as a representative in the ministry, we were in the dark, and I was also equally in the dark.
Okay.
Yes.
Suspended CEO, want to make a comment before I take it up?
Madam Chair.
Yes, make your comment.
It would be mischievous to say that kind of a comment. I would want to say that the board, and indeed Mr. Dr. Mbuva, between the month of March and the month of June, they knew what was happening in KEMSA. They visited KEMSA. And at one stage, I believe when they came and found so many cars parked outside, they would not have imagined that the CEO is doing a political rally. We were actually engaging suppliers who had come to do supplies. I do remember that the chairman used to come and make, advisory, and at the end of all this, you'll be visited by all investigating arms. So do everything right. So for someone to say they were not aware, to me, I would wish to say that is not correct. We held board meetings, we did board updates, board reports, and I don't want to comment further. The only issue here we are discussing, and has been confirmed by the chair, is the approved budget 4.6 and the budget that we incurred of excess of 3 billion. But as to what was happening, Dr. Mbuva and Kano Kuria even visited our warehouse to confirm that we have those commodities in our warehouse. Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, let me just, that is related to the question I raised. That it's a clarification. Even if there is a clear instruction from the ministry on a major issue, were there board papers, board reports prepared and put before the board to discuss and say the ministry has said we have 700 something million and we are going to do this because this is a COVID emergency, and seek the concurrence of the board? Because if there's an emergency, the emergency is not just for the ministry, it is for the board as well. And I would expect that when the CEO has a major decision like that to make, that decision is taken before the board, even emergency board meetings are called, and that is then discussed, and the board is aware. What is coming here is like the board doesn't know. There's more communication between the CEO and the ministry, and a not clear one between the CEO or the executive and the board. Can the chair comment on this, please? The chair
I take your comment that the chair have not answered the question, so that will be additional. Maybe you'll also take this this committee on the structures, the structure of management and the board, you can take us through. Honorable Emaniko.
Mine is an observation, Chair. What we are witnessing, the discrepancies, the blame game between the management and even within the management, the different departments and the board and the MOH is a clear indication of a serious problem that we are yet to identify.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Madam Chair,
Vice Chair, and then
yes,
then we allow
Madam
the
Chair,
Chair to respond.
Yesterday I did raise this issue directly to the PS about his or her representative to the board. And when I was raising the issue, I did not know you. Neither have any vendetta, because I even can't pronounce your name, because I'm not used to. But listening to you, it confirms the fears of every member of this committee that actually we need restructuring of KEMSA. Owino has alluded to the same issue, Honorable. From the first day, we started investigating this matter. And listening to you, it appears to me that you have no idea why you are sitting in that board. As a representative, you don't represent the PS. You represent the ministry. By extension, you represent the president in that board. And this is what we are seeing every day. That you make the government look so bad. When the president is working so hard to mitigate on this, going an extra mile, then you as his representative, you are letting him down. Waswahili wanasema mkala muue, haki yake mpatie. The CEO has just confirmed that you've had meetings on a number of issues. And here you are lying openly that there was communication breakdown. And you're a government representative in that board. I think part of the recommendation will be the representative of the minister, of the PS, the so-called, in that board is inefficient and is disconnected from what is happening between KEMSA and the ministry. That is what is coming out clearly. The reason why we have this corruption now, the reason why we have all this issue, the so-called COVID gate, the reason why we've got all this name calling, it is because of people like you, whom when appointed, they don't go and do what it is expected of them. So will I put it in to you that you did not play the role that you are expected to play, and you are not fit for that, to sit in that board? Will that be, will I be right if I put it to you that way? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Owino and honorable members, I would like we finalize on this matter. We have other witnesses waiting. And so, Owino, make it brief.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And just following what Honorable Kutunya have said, I just want to put this directly also to the Chair. Is your board functional? And what is the quorum of that board? Because we have been going through around that board, we don't know how efficient is this board functioning. So I think we need candid answer. Now, to the CEO, the first impression I got was that you signed the commitment letters because the director was unwell. And that brings another question. If the director is deposed, who else is legally allowed to transact on his business? Is it the CEO or there's a deputy director? You know, all this should come to us well. So if there is lacuna in the policy or regulations that you're dealing with, then we can help to restructure all this or bring some more information. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair.
That's Juma.
Yes, I want to just respond on an issue. The CEO indicated that when the commitment letters for the 9 bidders were written, I was indispossessed. I want to confirm to this committee, I was not indispossessed. I was in the office. Only one day was I away in the office, on 5th of June, when the letter for shop and buy was written. All the other letters, I was in the office. So that allegation that I was dispossessed, I have not been dispossessed. And on that day of 5th, I requested for permission for 1 day off only. During the COVID items, I have been in the office 24/7.
Well noted. Chair?
Chair, can I?
Who is
Chair,
it?
Chair, can I? Sorry.
Let's hear Chair first go. Chair?
May I request that I come last so that I can, if you allow me, I can make closing remarks?
Yes, yes. Okay, then representative of PS.
Yeah,
And
Chair.
then I go to the CEO, the
Yeah.
CEO, and then we finalize with the chair.
Yeah, Chair, thank you very much. Let me say that as a representative of the PS, my contribution to the way things are supposed to be done in KEMSA at the bond level would only come through the bond deliberations, Madam Chair, through the various agenda items which are brought at the bond level. And therefore, if a matter has not been brought through that procedure, Madam Chair, and I have failed as a representative of the PS to give the necessary direction or guidance on that matter, I would say I would agree that I have failed. But let me say that in this matter, which is which is under discussion, it is very clear that at the bond level, from the meeting which was held on 19th of May, between that time and the time when now we are talking about these items having been procured and delivered in KEMSA, there was very little in terms of guidance which was brought at the bond level for us to give direction on, Madam Chair, with due respect.
We've heard you. The CEO.
Yeah, Madam Chair, as I said earlier, all commitment letters were done and signed, rather were signed in my office. When I said Mr. Juma was indisposed, I said in some instances when I did sign, drafted the commitment letter, at some instances he was indisposed. On the issue of the aspect that has been brought forward, that we don't have a clear communication between the board and the Minister of Health. All letters are signed and dispatched to the PS, and they are received. All board meetings are recorded, board attendances are signed, and allowances are paid on time. So I would wish to say that this, what we used to give were board updates on the procurements done through Supply Chain Committee and through the Finance and Strategy Committee, would even give the updates on how far we have utilized the funds. So those minutes are there, and the legal director, who is the custodian of those minutes and the attendances, will be able to give those documents, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. You said we didn't have the legal director here and the finance. Yeah, I want to give you, you've been listening and you are finally the one to be. Could you give your comments?
Yes, Madam Chair, just for record purposes, there was a submission by the CEO, Dr. Manjari, that there has been a growth of income from 2.8 billion to 4.04 billion in the from the financial year 2015-2016 to 2019-2020. I wish to confirm the same, Madam Chair, and I will give a detailed report in writing to confirm the same. Also on the issue of the reserves, the documents that will come later through the CEO will have that information. The other thing, Madam Chair, I wish to comment is the issue of UHC funds. Madam Chair, UHC funds are intact. Not even a shilling has been used for the wrong purpose, for any other purpose apart from UHC. I wish to confirm that. Out of the 12.5 billion that we received, 5.4 billion has been used, and 7.1 billion is still intact. And we can provide that information, Madam Chair. The chairman had alluded to this, and I wish to maintain the same position. Madam Chair, lastly, there was a question by Honorable Koros on the issue of whether we receive funds from Treasury Direct. Madam Chair, I wish to confirm we don't receive funds from Treasury Direct. All funds come through our parent ministry, apart from where we play an agency role to the Global Fund, and we are paid fees for giving services to the Global Fund. The principal recipient is domiciled at the National Treasury, and that's the only instance where we receive funds directly from the National Treasury. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So would you be able to tell this committee how much money you are holding into your accounts?
I will provide that information, Madam Chairman.
All right.
Yeah.
Acting CEO, before I go to the chair, last time you appeared here, we talked about 300 million. 300 million that was given to you, that was in the month of May. From the Ministry of Health, you were given authority to incur expenditure and buy the reusable masks for the vulnerable communities. There have been issues here that the Chamber of Commerce was supposed to procure. Where are we at that point? Where are we now? Have you already given out the tender, or have the masks been delivered? You're negotiating. Which point are we at the issue of 300 million masks, the reusable one for vulnerable Kenyans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the reusable masks, the process is still ongoing.
It's ongoing. You know,
yes.
This issue of process is ongoing. It happened even last week. So where are we? We just want a very direct answer.
We are negotiating, and tomorrow the Chamber of Commerce is coming for a meeting to conclude this matter. We shall close it at that point.
Now, did you do what was its name, reverse? So because if you are negotiating, that means already the items are at your warehouse, or how are you doing this one?
Now, this is not an emergency procurement. We followed it in the normal way, advert, then the documents come. So this is not reverse process. It is not reverse process.
So you want to, can you confirm to this committee that then a tender was advertised, issued, and the bid was won, and now what are you negotiating?
Chair.
Just want to be clear.
Chair, that is very interesting. We have a pandemic going on, and we appropriated that money that people can be prevented, because masks have been proved to prevent COVID-19 infection by 80%. And now what we are hearing, that this was not an emergency.
No, not only that, Chair, we are buying masks at 700 shillings instead of 250 because we are in an emergency. The same time, we are also saying the masks that we are making ourselves for the people of Kenya are not emergency. What kind of contradiction? And Chair, that is the first money we actually asked you, and some of us were in the ministry and told the minister that if you are going to protect Kenyans, give Kenyans who don't have money masks.
Honorable Chair, can I respond to that? Because I have details.
Yes, Juma.
Honorable Chair, I want to respond to that. When this procurement came on board for 300 million, I and the CEO were in the office. We wrote to the ministry because in the letter there was an indication that we consult the Chamber of Commerce. So we called the president of the Chamber of Commerce. We had a meeting in KEMSA where we agreed that we write to the PS seeking for an okay that will be able to procure the items directly from Chamber of Commerce, who will be able to mobilize the item from the various enterprises across the country. And the PS wrote to us, giving us an okay, and therefore I wrote an authority to the accounting officer, which was approved by the CEO, which is a direct procurement for emergency procurement for those items. And therefore, a bid was prepared, and the Chamber of Commerce was invited. By the time we were living in the office, the process was ongoing. So I can be able to confirm it is not a normal procurement.
So that tells us that it has not moved since you left office, because the acting CEO seemed not to be aware.
Madam Chair, point of clarification. The underlying theme of why we are here is about process. So this is something that we had to look into to make sure that process is followed. So that is the answer. Chamber of Commerce are coming in tomorrow, and we'll be able to conclude the matter from there, because we did not want to end up in a similar situation like we are now. Thank you.
No, Chair, we cannot take that. We cannot take that statement. Now you are contradicting yourself. When you go for direct procurement, that is an emergency stage. We understand you just joined in, but I think Juma has really clarified why we appropriated that money. It came from this chamber. So saying that is a process, we all know processes, but some processes are more of emergency nature that cannot be normal. That's what we are saying, and that's why we are surprised when you are saying it is a normal tender. So you have to own that. If you didn't get it right when they are going out, then you should say so, right?
Madam Chair, to confirm, I'm owning it. There's no contradiction here. We just wanted to ensure that due process is fully followed. So we will conclude this as fast as we can. Thank you.
Bwana CEO, could you give us a time frame? Could you give us a time frame when this issue is going to be concluded? Is it tomorrow you're concluding it, and when are we getting the mask to the public?
Allow me to communicate officially to your office tomorrow.
At what time tomorrow?
Tomorrow morning.
No, Bwana CEO, since you took over that seat, you've been trying to be very elusive. Very elusive. You know, you try to be gaugy. And you know, we've been around for long, so we know people who can take the committee round. So be very careful we don't categorize you as a very elusive, you know, as someone who appears in the committee in a very clever way. So be very careful. What we are saying is that we don't want to be communicated tomorrow. You know very well. What are you discussing tomorrow? And if it is an issue of conclusion, you know how many days? 14 days? Is it 10 days? Yeah.
Honorable Member, Madam Chair, we are meeting in chamber tomorrow morning. I'll communicate immediately thereafter.
And I hope in your communication we have timelines on when we expect these masks to go out to vulnerable Kenyans.
It will have dates of delivery dates when we expect the first batch.
Very good. And Chair, you can now make your comments as you conclude. And also, Chair, just tell us about that, the 300 million. If you want to add a voice on that, proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The questions that were raised, or issues that were raised with me, are not many, and most of the other issues have been answered too. Honorable Wino asked a question, who is supposed to sign the commitment letters, and I believe that has been answered, that the procurement person, and then they were signed by the CEO after they had gone through the process. Dr. Nyikao asked to whom is the CEO answerable, and the CEO is answerable to the board. Now, I was asked, why did we send Mr. Murithi on suspension? That was coming from Honorable Jagagwa, who has since left. And the issue was, why did we send him on suspension, and yet he was not in the list involving procurement? Let me put it this way, that, like I've said, there are investigations going on. I've read out to you the letter from EACC. It is actually in the volume 1 folder of file that I gave out when I was here last, I think it was last week. And the investigations are going on. Now, Honorable Jagagwa would say that, that Mr. Eliud Murithi has nothing to do with procurement. I may think so too, but the investigations are ongoing, and once we get the answers to them, like I said candidly earlier on, what will happen then to Mr. Eliud Murithi, Mr. Charles Juma, and to Dr. Manjari would depend very much on the results of the investigations that are going on. But I do not think it would be good at this time for me or for anybody else to try to preempt the investigations that are currently going on. Honorable Professor asked me whether Mr. Juma did get to me directly. what happened, they have mentioned to you, the 3 directors who confirmed to you, in fact, all the directors who confirmed to you, that I was sitting with them at the commencement of this COVID thing. And I told them that, listen, you have told me it's going to be emergency procurement. You are going to do procurement as an emergency, but I want to tell you one thing. And I told them, and they'll confirm with you, Mr. Juma has confirmed it. I told them to make sure that the procurements were done correctly. That if you ask them one by one, including the finance director who is not on suspension, they'll tell you I communicated that with them. And I told them from my own experience, because I've been a member of parliament, I've been a senator. I told them that in this kind of situation, at the end of it all, I told them you are going to see EACC here, you are going to see DCI here, and you are going to see so many people here, including the Office of the Auditor General, wanting to know what happened, if anything happened. And what I told them is exactly what is happening now. And I said it in good faith, because a lot of money was going to be involved, a lot of money has been involved. Has any money been lost? That is what the investigation is going on now. But I do recall that CS Senator Mutahikagwa yesterday said, and I have said it before, that from where I'm sitting, no money has been lost, but we procured these things, which were worth so much money, 7.6 billion shillings, and now we have a stock of 6.2 billion shillings in our warehouse, and that stock is there, and that is why I had invited you, and I still hope that you are going to do it one of these days, come and actually verify that the stock is there. Now, am I going to take responsibility as the chairman of the board? That's a question again. Or before I get there, did Mr. Juma get in touch with me? Yes, he did. He actually did not. I'm the one who got in touch with him, because on 30th of July, I called for a special board meeting to be held on 3rd of August. At this time, KEMSA was under the microscope. It had come so much at the microscope, every news media was talking about KEMSA. We were seeing memos were exchanged between the CEO and the Director of Procurement. We do not know where the media got them. We were also reading about them, and that's when I asked Mr. Juma to let me know whether indeed those memos were in existence and whether or not he was able to give me the folder. And that discussion and the discussions I had with the CEO, Dr. Manjari, informed the meeting that we had on 3rd of August, at which we were taken through board paper, I believe, number 12, at which we went through the COVID procurements one by one, how much how much we had now reached, and how they thought they were going to fund it. Madam Chairman, let me say this. We are talking about a procurement period of just about 2 months. An emergency procurement period of about 2.5 months, between 15th of March and end of April. You find that no procurements were done after May, except those which were extensions of the periods that had been given. And that's a very short time, because the board does not sit every day. We have not had a full board meeting since March. And when we meet again, we're supposed to have met in August. We did not meet because of all these meetings we've been having. We are going to confirm the minutes of the previous meetings, including the special board meetings that we had. So it is not possible that the board was going to be there and see every single letter that was written to every single supplier at KEMSA. All we did, and I want to say this at the risk of repeating myself, because I think it is important, Madam Chair, is that we had a procurement plan and we had a budget. Then we had COVID coming in mid-March, 2.5 months to the end of the financial year, and the budget was almost completed. The question that you are going to have to determine, Madam Chair, in the committee, for which I have the greatest respect, is whether or not the management at KEMSA acted prudently to be on the safe side, to have these commodities in place, because nobody had, indeed, nobody even now knows how long COVID is going to be lasting. We have stocks worth 6.2 billion shillings. You've said, and that is correct because you represent the people, that people still do not have masks. If we are allowed to offload the stocks that we have, there will be masks. The only question that will be asked, and this is the question we've been asking throughout, is there going to be any marketing, any trade loss? And yes, there's going to be a trade loss. I would like to request this committee to help us save the situation by offloading what we have so that the needs of the Kenya citizens are met, even as we discuss what trading losses there could be because of the market that has shifted pertaining to these commodities. So, am I willing to take responsibility, Honorable Professor? Yes, I'm willing to take responsibility. I'm willing to take responsibility as a chairman of the board. Sure. If it comes to taking responsibility. And I'm not going to pretend that I will take responsibility the moment this thing, it requires me to take responsibility. That I can assure you from where I am sitting.
Chair, very quickly.
Allow him to finish.
If you could allow me to
just
finish,
on that particular
then
point,
you could raise the issues.
Let him finish, kindly.
I want to say this, Madam Chair, that I've been a chairman of the board now for just about a year. And when COVID came, in or about March, we had done a lot of work, both of reforms and others at KEMSA. We have UHC, and the board met as ought to have met, and I want to assure you, Madam Chair, that this board is very proactive. And we have a relatively new board now. I am just about 1 year. The other 5 members are all of them new, except Dr. Mbuva, who sits as alternate to the PS, and the National Treasury representative of the PS. So we are a relatively new board, and we are very, very committed towards seeing reforms are done in KEMSA. And we are going through a very serious reformation. We're just finalizing our strategic plan, which we have done in conjunction with our global partners. First of all, the GOK, the government, our own government of Kenya, under which we are, and Global Fund and USAID, who are our partners in these matters. So we are not just sitting and watching. And KEMSA has, in the meantime, been growing. Dr. Manjari has told you, as has Mr. Karanja, the finance director, that we've grown from 2.2 billion to 4-point-something billion. That is growth. Then as we were settling in to deal with the reformation, COVID happened in or about March. And now it has just been about COVID since March. And the months of procurement were only those 2 months, 2.5 months of April and May actually, because there were no procurements in March, at least not much of them. So we have not been sitting back and watching. We have had meetings, and we know what is going on. But we as a board gave the management and told them this: you have to be prepared because of this COVID thing that has come now. And that one, I accept. The board told them to be prepared. Did we approve a bigger budget? No, we did not. No, we did not. There was no supplementary budget. Indeed, when we had board paper number 13, at which we were requested to allow an over-expenditure of 3.6 billion shillings to meet the liabilities because of the COVID-19 over-expenditure, the board declined to give that authority because, 1, we needed to have a proper explanation, and 2, because investigations were already going on, and it did not want to deal with figures that then somebody would say we're interfering with the investigations. So, Madam Chair, this board that I chair is a board that is willing to take responsibility should it be found that we have done anything outside the mandate of ourselves as the board. I came here last time. I took you through all the documents, and we did it candidly. And now I'm asking you, as a committee of health, which assists of this matter, and which will be able to make a decision on the matters that we have put before you. I'm asking you to look into the issues and recommend that we should dispose of the commodities that we are having for 6.2 billion shillings. A trade laws will be made, but in the meantime, those masks, those PPEs, and all those other things will be out there serving the citizens of Kenya who need them. I want you to understand, like I tried to make you to understand last time, that we cannot be able to sell those PPEs, etc., for the amounts of money we bought them for at that time because the market has shifted. And I challenged you, because you're honorable members, to confirm to me that when you bought...
Open a diplomacy role here, so let's leave the matter at that. We can raise the matter with the Ministry of Health, and I know they are following up on that matter. But anyway, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, and your team. Thank you for the submissions and also being very bold and open. I think we have had a good conversation, but clearly, Chair, as even if you say some things were done in the media, there is some disconnect amongst your managers, or I don't know what to call them. You can see clearly there is some disconnect. So you might need to work on your team to make sure that there is no fighting, and maybe establish the cause of the fight. If it's possible, manage it, because once there is infighting and people are fighting, then for sure we'll have these stories coming on, and people will not have good working relationship. Number two, your board needs to be more firm. We understand, yes, you don't run the board every day, you are not at KEMSA, but we might need some reforms so that there is clear communication between what the management is doing, so that the management don't run their own show, and when things are tough, then they come running to the board. That's when you'll know when things have gone south. So clearly, you need to have reforms. Number three, I think the issue of ICT, I don't know where we are with KEMSA, but we need now to be very open. And the president gave us a directive, and so acting CEO and the chair will be holding you responsible to see how fast you adopt the best practices with ICT, so that if there is a tender coming up, whether direct, whether it's the normal tendering process, it's open out there. Because sometimes the whole of this issue, people are feeling, I may have been a supplier, or I may have loved to come and supply, but I didn't know this was happening at KEMSA until the scandal has come. So transparency is key, so that we are not hiding any information. And again, KEMSA does not become an entity for a few, select few, that only a few companies can support or can supply KEMSA. And so, CEO, I would also wish to know the list of the suppliers who are there. How often do you renew? How often? And that's you don't have to give us now, but those are some of the things that you need to open. Let people who are potential suppliers come to KEMSA and supply. Let it not be a club of a few who can only supply KEMSA. And so you raised an issue about us giving you authority to dispense the items that you have. We may need to, and I don't know who is now in charge of the commercial, we may need to, through the ministry, have an idea. When Kenyatta Hospital came here, they said they have supplies worth 1 year, I think, of PPEs given by Equity Bank. So could we know the gaps that are out there? Because some of them, through the government, they can be taken to those institutions that need. And then at what point did you stop? Why did you decide to stop selling? Was it because of the prices, and that's what you want us to allow you? And if you're talking about the prices, would be keen, and that's why we need that list, to know how many of these suppliers have you committed to the amount you are charging them, how many have you not even negotiated? And if you are to negotiate, be very open with this committee. At what price will you negotiate? So that we agree. And I know, unfortunately, the prices are going down every day. So will the government go on loss alone, or will it be shared losses? Because we said every other entity, be it the bank, the hotels, the bars are closed, everybody is going on loss. Is it just going to be a burden on the government side, or is it going to be shared? But that also will be advised based on the number of suppliers who have not negotiated yet. So we'll see you kindly. Those documents, hand them over tomorrow morning so that we can be able to finish with these minutes by early next week. We thank you. Have a good afternoon. And may God bless you. Honorable members, unfortunately, today is another day you will not leave. We will only take the health break as we allow the Chamber of Commerce and the suppliers that we had invited before this committee to be ushered in by the Sergeant at Arms. Asanteni. Sergeant at arms, kindly sanitize quickly so we can go on. And members of Fourth Estate, thank you for just staying. If you get some, at the back there is, I think, milk and some biscuits. Just feel free. We will share. And the one who doesn't have, I have some remaining here. And there's also a packet of milk. So. From transport. Where are they? So, utaona, lakini unaonea hapa kwa sababu we have not. In the back. Okay. Hakuna members. Let me see. You can see mine. I'm trying to see where mine is. This is from who? Can I get, did Mr. Murithi hand over his document?
No, you send me.
You know, they need to be signed, eh? Yeah. So, and also the CEO? Could you tell them now?
I've told them.
Oh, good. Okay. What are you? This was for the transport. I think this one. It was very disorganized. You know, not this is upside down. But basically, the document, apart from now, the first page is the most, their submission is the most important. The rest, let me see. At the cover letter, that's the most important document. The rest is.
Do you have US for the ministry?
From Susan, from Chicago. Yes. Modo. How are you? Hey. Nice and ngumu. I'm telling you, this is. Chamber of Commerce, kwani wamekuja wote? With who? Somebody hand over his document?
No, you send me.
You know, they need to be. Yeah? So, and also this. It's a battalion. They are many because they are companies, big companies. And explain. So, wanakuja na documentation. Really. I'm trying to get, let me just get this guy. I'm trying to get you that document. Good afternoon. I want to advise that you only sit where there is a mark of seat here. So if where you're seated is the wrong place, kindly look for another place. You can reorganize yourself depending with the organizations you have come from, but due to the COVID regulations, you will be forced to move because there's somebody seated here. Is there someone here? Are you sitting there? Okay, yeah, take this seat. We'll start with the Chamber of Commerce. So I will request that the person to do the presentation on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce to take the front seat. And if you have any submission, we request that you just place them on the desk here, the Secretariat to pick them.
Yes, yeah, we have some submissions, so in a few minutes.
Okay. When they come in, they just place them on top of that table. And after the Chamber of Commerce, we will start with Crown Healthcare. Then we'll go to Megascope and finalize with Shop and Buy. Good afternoon. I would like to call the meeting into order. And since we are finally on an afternoon session, allow us to pray. Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of the society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom we have been pleased to call to the performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Honorable members and our guests this afternoon, would like to start with the introduction so that we know who we have. Where you are seated, when it's your turn to introduce yourself, you just have to press the mic. And once you are done with the introduction, you again press the place marked mic. I want to start with honorable members. And Honorable Joyce, you can start.
Honorable Chair, thank you. I'm Joyce Emanikor, MP Turkana County and a member of this committee.
I'm James Nikal, Member of Parliament for Seme constituency in Kisumu County, member of this committee.
David Eseli Simiyu, member for Tongaren.
Martin Peters Owino, member of Parliament for Ndewa, Homa Bay County, and a member of this committee.
Dagala Beatrice, woman MP, Viga County, and a member of this committee.
Muriuki Njagagua, member of Parliament, Beira North, and a member of this committee.
Honorable Joshua Khotuni, MP Charangan, Vice Chair of the L Committee.
I'm Sabina Chege. I represent the people of Murang'a at the National Assembly. I chair the Health Committee. We have our Secretariat.
I'm Yodi Emmanuel, Clerk Assistant.
I'm Emmanuel Lepashan, Sergeant at Arms.
Maureen Kweyu, Audio Officer.
Thank you very much. I would like we start the introduction from the team that is representing the Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, the honorable members of this committee. My name is Richard Ngatia. I'm the Chamber President. I'm here to represent the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And with me, I have a team. We have our Company Secretary, Kihara Jogona. We also do have our Chamber Vice President, Dr. Eric Ruto, and we do have the Secretariat with us. We also do have a few members from the micro MSMEs who are artisans.
Could they introduce themselves?
Yes, they can.
I just want all those who have been introduced so that we put the name to the face. The team from Chamber of Commerce.
Okay, I can start from my side. My name is Dr. Ruto K. Eric. I'm the Chamber Vice President and also the Chair Health Committee at the Chamber. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nemaisa Kireni. I head special projects at the Chamber of Commerce Secretariat.
Good afternoon. I'm Kihara Njuguna. I'm the Chamber Secretary. Thank you.
Is that all?
No, we do have some members from the business community.
So where are you? Just press
Good
the mic.
afternoon. My name is Teresia Mwangi, Kenya National Federation of Juakari, and a member of Chamber of Commerce.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Mwende, member of Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I'm also a member of Chambers of Commerce and a Juakali artisan.
Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Felix Ndunda, Kenya National Federation of Juakali Youth Officer.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Wilson from the fashion industry, a member of Kenya National Chambers of Commerce.
Good afternoon. My name is Grace Bogwa, the chairperson of Ubunifu Association, a member of Kenya Chamber.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Dongo, Ubunifu, member of Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
That's all.
That's all, Chair.
Allow us to first have that introduction. Now, when we come to the companies, you'll be doing the introduction when your time comes in. I think that will be in order so that we allow the Chamber of Commerce. I've seen it's a big team. Once we dispense on your matter, we'll allow you to leave. I just want to give a background on why we are here. And I want to start with the Chamber of Commerce, why you're here. Part of the mandate Part of the mandate of the Committee on Health is to oversight. We actually allocate finances to the Ministry of Health and its agencies, and also we oversight how that money is done or it's used. And so currently, I'm sure you're all aware that there's an issue about COVID-19, and we allocated money. Part of the money we allocated was 300 million, money that was meant to quickly and urgently procure a reusable mask to be given to the vulnerable members of this country. In the submissions from the ministry, from KEMSA, there was a mention that that money, 300 million, a letter was given from the Ministry of Health, giving authority to incur expenditure to KEMSA to procure those masks to the society. I'm sure you live here and you know we have not seen any mask donated by the government as reusable mask. Part of our investigation, we also garnered that Chamber of Commerce was given the responsibility to supply. Would want you give information to this committee on why those, is it true that you are given that duty or responsibility to supply this mask to the vulnerable members of our society? Have you done so? If no, why and where are we in this process? And when do we expect to have distribution of these reusable masks to the vulnerable members of the society? So I'll go back to you, Mr. Gatia, or you will tell us who will do the presentation on your behalf.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Honorable members, I will be doing the presentation of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and in relation to the partnership between Ministry of Health and the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And therefore, mine is to thank this honorable committee for allowing us to come before you so that we can put things into perspective and so that you may be able to understand the chronology of events. I would also like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to His Excellency Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta and the Cabinet Secretary for Health, Honorable Mutahi Kagwe, for the support accorded to the local manufacturers in fast-tracking the local manufacturing of PPEs. And as an importer of PPEs, we are very grateful for the policy changes made in this regard. So the members of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, particularly the National Governing Council and the Board of Directors, are equally very grateful for this support that we have been accorded. So through this program, we shall support hawkers, tailors, Juakali artisans, women and youth, and all those in fashion industry. And therefore, we are here today to petition through the Honorable Health Committee of the National Assembly to assist in ensuring legitimate and genuine suppliers, some of whom are our members, to get more business and paid on time. And therefore, the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce has been at the forefront in proposing both short-term and long-term measures to support the micro, small, and medium enterprises, particularly at the county level, to continue with their businesses, activities with minimal interruptions and ensure sustainability. And Chair, it is good to note that we have signed an MOU with the Council of Governors so that we can be able to partner and see how we can sustain businesses of both our members and the private sector across the country. So to ensure business remain afloat during this COVID-19 crisis, we have partnered with various organizations and agencies to provide continuous skills and knowledge virtually on enterprise and business continuity, working capital, and agencies to provide all this, and also supply chain management amidst this disruption. So I would want you allow me, Chair, just to give you the chronology of events on the manufacture of reusable face masks under the partnership of the Ministry of Health and Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. On 23rd June of 2020, we held a joint meeting with the Ministry of Health and the Kenya National Chamber and Industry and the following stakeholders, namely the Kenya National Federation of Juakali Association. We also had with us JLO Collections. We also had Design 365. We had the JW Show Associations, and also the NES Polypack Limited, to name but a few. And therefore, we agreed on some action points, and it was agreed that KNCCI would provide clear outlines for engagement of the different groups in the production process. And also the production capacity of the different groups, production and delivery of schedules, and list of organizations to be engaged. Following that, on 25th June 2020, KNCCI received a letter from the Ministry of Health, which is attached in the document that we have just provided you, Madam Chair. And this is a reference MOH/admin. This is ADM/1/2/16, volume 1, and in brackets 108, which had specifications for reusable face masks. And therefore, KNCCI received specifications for these reusable masks from the ministry, and on 26th June, we presented the Ministry of Health a proposal on the production of face masks for vulnerable populations across the country. And therefore, on 26th June, the ministry received, again, it is annexed in your document, Madam Chair. And on still the same 26th, KNCCI wrote a letter reference ADM/57 to the Ministry of Health seeking clarification on the initial specifications received due to the following reasons. One, the height dimension of 95 millimeter for teens and adults and 60 millimeter for children who are between 2 to 14 years did not cover the nose and mouth appropriately, and the majority of the samples have come with minimum length. We did recommend increasing these to a minimum of 160 millimeters for teens and adults and 120 millimeters for children between 2 and 14 years. So the synthetic elastomeric material tape of 5 millimeter and 120 millimeters as a minimum does not allow for comfortable fit for teens and adults. So these, our members had a difficult and challenge to, to give samples because it was evident those samples did not meet the specifications required by the public or the users. We recommended a minimum to be set for both age groups, and that of teens and adults be 180 millimeters and children 2 to 14 years be 120 millimeters. On 15th July of 2020, the Chamber sent a letter, reference number ORG, that is ORG/13, to the Kenya National Governing Council leaders of all KNCCI chapters across the country, informing them of the program to support the production and distribution of locally manufactured personal protective equipment, and request each county to generate a list of businesses who local producers of reusable fabric face masks, local business which do embroidery, and 3, local businesses which do fabric screening and printing. And therefore, we as KNCCI received a list of businesses from all our counties through the National Governing Council where they're placed, and we have the chapters in all 47 counties. Then on 16th July 2020, we as KNCCI wrote a letter reference ORG/13 to the Kenya National Governing Council to submit samples, and the submission began on 17th June 2020 from all counties to date. We have received samples from a total of 333 micros, local manufacturers inclusive of the Jua Kali across the country, and the total production of these 333 and their capacity is 1,880,752 masks per day. However, this exercise, Madam Chair, is continuing so that we can get as many members, as many people who would want to participate in this program, and I'm happy that the fourth estate is here. We shall also work in partnership with them so that we can disseminate that information across the country so that we do not leave anybody behind. So to support the production, KNCCI undertook the following. One is KNCCI engaged the fabric manufacturers to support in training to ensure quality services. So that is one of the initiatives that we took ourselves to make sure that also the big players can come and support our members, the micros, and the list that I've just mentioned earlier, Madam Chair. So due diligence was done on the key manufacturers and local producer and manufacturers to purchase materials to subsidized price from the mentioned manufacturers. One, the following fabric manufacturers have responded and provided sample fabrics for production. And again, Madam Chair, these companies are there to support the tailors, the micro, and those in local manufacturing. One, like I said, in capacity building. Two, like I said, to make sure they meet the specifications, and to also make sure that they help them in sanitizing those masks before they are delivered. The companies, namely, are Thicker Cloth Mills, we have Sunflag, Rivertex, we do have Kikotech, we do have Bedi Investment Limited, and who has also promised to capacity build on pro bono. And under KNCCI, again, we do have a program, and we would love to support our members who will not be able to meet or cannot be able to meet that capacity, so that we can accord them through a program under the MasterCard Foundation. And therefore, the resilience program, KNCCI shall avail seed capital in form of a short-term interest-free loan for any manufacturer who is in need of finances. And this program has begun already. Then on 17th July 2020, Madam Chair, the Kenya National Federation of Jua Kali Association submitted a letter, which is reference KNF, JKA, stroke CEO, stroke KNCCI, stroke CP, stroke COVID-19, stroke 7, stroke 20, with a list of 33 manufacturers from the counties. And the sample submission began from the counties on 18th of July 2020. And on 27th of July 2020, KNCCI wrote a letter, reference number admin stroke 32, to Kenya Bureau of Standards to support in the verification of samples received from local manufacturers. Again, we had a meeting with them, and they agreed to partner with the chamber to support this sector. So the first list of companies and samples sent to Kenya Bureau of Standards for verification, and also samples continue to be received to date. And again, on action point, KEMSA at the rate of 50 companies per day delivery starting on 27th. This is when now we started to give the samples as well. So on 3rd August of 2020, KNCCI again received a letter, reference number MOH/DC/625/1 from the Ministry of Health, clarifying the specifications for reusable masks. Again, this is annexed in your document, Madam Chair. And on action point, KNCCI received the updated specifications. And this is after the intervention and the challenges our members were facing. Madam Chair, on 7th of August 2020, KNCCI received a letter from Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, KEMSA, on tender number KEMSA/DP03/2020/2021 for the supply of reusable masks. And therefore, KNCCI received this tender document from Kenya Medical Supplies on 7th August and received a letter from Kenya Medical Supplies again, Authority, on tender number KEMSA/DP03/2020/2021 for the supply of these masks. So on 8th of August, we as KNCCI made follow-ups and calls to all local manufacturers to submit their samples and authorization, their authorization letters. And therefore, we as KNCCI received manufacturers' authorization letters from these members and attached them to the tender document. So on 10th of August, Madam Chair, KNCCI started receiving sample test reports from the Kenya Bureau of Standards, and we received sample test reports on the same day. So again, the KNCCI on 12th of August 2020 submitted a response to Kenya Medical Supplies Agency on tender number KEMSA/DP03/2020/2021 for the supply of reusable masks. So then KNCCI responded to Kenya Medical Supplies Authority on tender number KEMSA/DP03/2020/2021 for the supply of reusable masks to inform the authority the update specification for reusable face masks as received from the Ministry of Health on 3rd August 2020 via letter reference MOHDC 625/1. Now, Madam Chair, if you look at Annex 2, there is a table. This is a price table as submitted to KEMSA, and due to the negotiations then we had initially with the previous specification that we had gotten from the Ministry of Health, our tender indicated that reusable face masks for children between 2 to 5 years, the quantity would be 750,000 at a unit cost of 37.5 Kenya shillings. This brought a net total price of 28,125,000. And then the reusable face masks for children between 6 to 12 years, again the unit cost was 38.5 at a quantity of 750,000, which brings a net total price of 28,875,000. The reusable face masks for teens and adults, it was given as 6 million as quantity, and the unit price was 41.5, and the net total came to 249 million Kenya shillings. So a total price for those face masks is 306 million Kenya shillings. However, it's good to note, Madam Chair, that we shall still continue to negotiate, and we shall negotiate with the local manufacturers, because some have different prices. Some are above the 41,000 or above the recommended price because of different issues that they have raised. But this we shall again sit with KEMSA. So the key request, Madam Chair, is to ask or to request this committee under your leadership, Madam Chair, to intervene so that this process can be fast-tracked. I would want to tell you that to date, we have not signed any contract with KEMSA, neither have we received the 300 million as per the earlier agreement. However, this morning, we received a call from KEMSA detailing and requesting that we have a negotiation meeting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. So we would want to request this committee, Madam Chair, through you, through the chair, that as a private sector leadership, we call upon the leadership of Parliament for a joint and comprehensive post-COVID-19 recovery process and framework that is well tailored, coordinated to facilitate business recovery and livelihoods. We would want to request to work together to support progressive laws, legislation, and priority recommendations to government on future opportunities for local manufacturers and industrialization in Kenya. We would want the local manufacturers also to get equal opportunity in all government institutions. We would want local manufacturers to get equal opportunities, particularly in KEMSA, so that if they have 100 suppliers for a particular product, the local manufacturers should be given the preference. We would also want to request to develop recovery measures to revitalize export markets, financial support for trade and investment, and environment for job creation, particularly for youth and women as well. And we also request to provide support to help all businesses with essential support to facilitate recovery and means to operate and keep their employees and customers safe through the COVID-19. And therefore, in this regard, we submit that Kenyan National Chamber and Commerce and Industry has demonstrated its capability and commitment to ensuring a transparent and fair process in the support of local manufacturers. And since 12th of August 2020, we have not signed any document, and that should be on record. We have not received any amounts of funds from KEMSA. It is then our humble request, Madam Chairperson and honorable members of the committee, to intervene and fast-track this process to ensure we meet the objectives of the government and the public-private partnership can be met, and at the same time to make sure that we are supporting the local manufacturers, particularly those I mentioned, Mama Boga, hawkers, the Juakali artisans, those in fashion industry. They're all our members, and they have a right to do business in any institution in this country. We would also want, on the same platform, to request, Madam Chair, that you, through this committee, you request the National Assembly to formulate a policy that will support the entire private sector and protect business community. With those few remarks, I still do have, in case of any questions, I will be able to answer. But for that, I do submit.
Thank you for your submission. And we were lost as a committee because we thought this was meant to be an emergency, kind of a procurement, and we're supposed to fast track. Maybe you can tell us if the meeting you will have tomorrow morning with KEMSA will be a successful meeting. What timelines are we looking at to have these masks? And I've also noted in your submission that some counties have they are missing. I've seen there are a total of around 50 persons who have qualified, who have done your submissions. So if today a dressmaker or somebody at Kangari Market would want to also participate in this tender, is it closed? Or are you still reaching out? And how will you ensure that they reach to the specification that has been already approved by KEBS?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. On your first question on how our discussions for tomorrow, I would just want to confirm that we, as the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, have been ready. My committee, under the leadership of the Vice Chamber President, Dr. Eric Ruto, which is also the members, medics as well, have been working round the clock and waiting the day that we negotiate and sign with KEMSA. It reached a point that we could not go further because we needed that engagement with KEMSA. But I would want to confirm to this honorable committee, through the chair, that once the negotiations are in place between tomorrow and probably as early as possible, we have given a total timeline of 2 weeks for the country to receive those masks. On the second question about the number of samples we have received from counties, again, I had mentioned earlier, Honorable Chair, that we do not want to leave anyone behind. And we have sat with Kenya Bureau of Standards, and they have confirmed that they do have branches across the country, and they would also help us in capacity building these members so that they can also be able to understand on how they can make the samples and how they can meet the specifications. So once that is done, it comes tomorrow between us and them, then I believe that process will be escalated and we shall be able to meet our deadlines as well. But as we said again, through the National Governing Council and through the partnership we have with the Council of Governors, we shall work together to make sure that all people who are in that industry are also included, and more so during distribution, we shall work with those committees within the government and the agencies of the government to make sure that the right people, the right users will benefit from this program.
Thank you. I want to open it to members who would want to either comment or raise concerns. Dr. Nikal. Anybody else? Dr. Iseli and Honorable Owino, we finalize with Honorable Jagagwa.
Chair, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair of Chamber of Commerce. But let me tell you we are a bit surprised. For us, when we met, we knew we were in emergency. And I think what we were expecting is that the ministry would get people already in the market who can produce, and you identify them. And we are very surprised that by now, nobody has received our mask. It is clear that you took a longer view of developing capacity and developing industry. That's okay, but that's not what we expected when we voted this money. We expected to find people who are ready and get the products out. And let me say, we've just been with KEMSA, and we have expressed the same. So I will repeat the question of the chair. All these details, medical people, some of them are there. Medical people don't want all these details. The people are there, they are not sick, but they can be sick. If tomorrow you agree with KEMSA, what date are we going to be told all Kenyans that are vulnerable have got the masks that are available, and the matter comes to us that we have not covered everybody, more money still needed, and more money can be again made available to the ministry so that people get masks. In the background of how developing the capacity for the future, that is good. But that is how the way we saw it. When we discussed this thing, I think it was in April when we discussed this matter. So delivery for the emergency, developing of systems and capacity. I think you can come. We can meet again later in the health sector. For example, my greatest passion is how we can reduce the cost of drugs in this country. Again, that I think will lie there. But those are things we can discuss. Now, we wanted masks like yesterday.
Thank you very much for that question, Honorable Nikal.
Maybe you can take a few, like 3 or 4, then they're actually only 4 members. I've seen 4 interests, so let's go for one round first.
Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Iseli?
Just following on what Dr. Nikal has just said, I heard the President of the Chamber of Commerce saying that once they finalize this, within 2 weeks, they'll have the masks available. But to me, that sounds like a promise that might not be fulfilled. Because if you expect them to actually do all those masks within 2 weeks and supply, then you're not talking of small manufacturers. You're talking of fairly big manufacturers to be able to meet that. So I think let's be realistic in our projections, because as Dr. Nikal said, we wanted these masks like yesterday. So let's be realistic in our projections so that we don't give false hope.
Thank you. Honorable Wino.
Chair, let me thank the Kenya Commerce and all the affiliates. In fact, you have very good ideas, because in this chamber we have been talking a lot about local manufacturers, because that builds our economy, that engages young people, mama mboga, and also it saves us from joblessness, which we realize in this country. But the whole thing is a buff on our face, because that was not what we appropriated this money for. It was for emergency, because we had a pandemic. And you may not be responsible for that. We may look into the ministry and the KEMSA, who talked to us here and appeared as if tomorrow meeting is just finalizing, and you are saying you have not even signed a contract. You don't know even how that contract will look like. So we are surprised, because the whole thing has been ping-ponging, in a way that is not responding to the needs in the country. By the way, those masks were supposed to help the very impoverished populations, including the vulnerables. And if you ask me who is the vulnerable members, they are those who make first contact with COVID patients or index patients. That could be community health workers, Nyumba Kumi, all those first responders. Before we go to that old mama who cannot afford to buy. So all these people do not have masks. If you ask these MPs, when you go to your constituency, you buy your own mask and take to them.
Honorable
and yet,
Owino, we need to we need to summarize, so go to your point so that we can be able to
that
move.
Background was a little bit important to me with some passion. Now, if you were to give this in 2 weeks, you have two things, because now we are off emergency. How are you going to ensure that the people of Ndewa will also get this tender? What is your equitable distribution framework that you will use? And when you have already acquired, what is the framework for distribution? Or you will take them back to KEMSA for distribution? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chagagwa.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me first take this opportunity to thank the President of the Chamber of Commerce Kenyan chapter for that succinct presentation. Now, Bwanangatia, I'm certain you've been following what has been happening in this country for the last 1 month in matters COVID, or the last 3 weeks. Not that we rely on media for information, but I'm certain you've been seeing what has been going on. You've heard from my previous members who made their submissions that we appropriated 300 million for purposes of making of masks for the vulnerable. The CS, Honorable Mutai Kagwa, was here yesterday, he was here the last week, and yesterday was forming about his third time was appearing before us. And what he has told us is that they are in consultation, or they are going to give you that job, or they have given the job to the Chamber of Commerce, something close to that. Now, when I've listened to you, you're saying that there hasn't been any agreement entered into between you and KEMSA. Now that brings me to my question. Since this was a pandemic, and we were meant to buy, or the man was meant to buy masks for the vulnerable members of this society, how would you characterize KEMSA's action? Are they deliberately dragging their feet not to give you this job? Are they lethargic? Or are they not concerned about the Kenyan people? Because as we sit here, talk about the 300 million. As you sit here, talk about the meetings you're going to have. As we sit here, you talk about the presentation you've made before them. Kenyans are dying. Kenyans have died because of the lack of a mask. Or is it that maybe your prices? You know, I hear you are quoting a price of 35 shillings per mask, a reusable mask, while we've been talking here about wastage of public funds. Because we're selling one, they're buying one mask at 700 shillings. Is it because of your prices that they are not willing to contract you, or the Chamber of Commerce? Because they will not make the profits that they would have wished to. Thank you.
Thank you. You can respond, Mr. Gatia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think I'd want to respond to the first question by Honorable Nyikal. In terms of your question on timelines of masks. Again, I just said that we have been hoping to be called for these negotiations, which has not happened. However, the ministry, if you look at the documents that we have given, everything moved with speed, and we were anticipating that by now everybody, all the vulnerable groups will be having the masks. If you go back to my presentation, I said that per day, already the manufacturers who have shown interest can be able to, they have a capacity of delivering per day 1.8 million. So we are saying in a week, actually, they can be able to manufacture. However, there's still another process of packaging. There's still another process of sanitizing those masks. And that's why I gave it 2 weeks. So for that, I'm saying we shall be able to meet those timelines. For the second question, in terms of projections, again, I believe that is one and the same questions. We are looking at 2 weeks. And again, because of the support we are getting from the bigger manufacturers, we believe we shall be able to meet that deadline. There is a third question, Honorable Member, the local manufacturer and why we have not signed a contract. Again, here I've seen also a few challenges. When KEMSA was mandated to contact us, they did very quickly. The communication that is already before you shows you that we have been communicating with them. Unfortunately, because of the changes that have been at KEMSA, then the people who are there, this was new to them, I believe. But at the same time, we have been reaching out to KEMSA on a daily basis. We have been reaching out, but the response is that they are in Parliament or they are in other institutions trying to solve issues that are already at hand. For the fourth question, this is on how we can ensure, what confirms or how we can ensure the framework for distribution. Again, here and according to the agreement with the Ministry of Health is that the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry will take lead and all masks will be provided to us as the Kenya National Chamber at our chapters in all 47 counties and then delivered to KEMSA. KEMSA will be doing the distribution. However, the negotiations for tomorrow will touch on the mode of distribution. Should those masks come from all counties to Nairobi, or should they go to the depots of KEMSA and distribution points, or otherwise? Then that way, the negotiation will be able to determine how the distribution will be made. But we, as the chamber, we are happy to offer any support in terms of distribution and to make sure that it goes to the right counties and to the right intended purpose. On Honorable Member, on your question, the fifth question, on about the agreement and how I would characterize KEMSA and also regarding the price of masks. And I'm happy because I'm saying Dr. Nyekal is here, he's a medic and he knows that the reusable mask cannot be used by doctors. That doctors require specific specifications for isolation centers, for ICUs, for wards, and at the same time for any COVID-related cases as they interact with the patients. So the reusable masks are there to support the vulnerable groups, and because of the budget again, you want that person to keep that mask for 6 months or more. They can use it a day or two and wash it and continue wearing that mask. So again, that answers your question on prices. The prices that these other masks are costing higher than those local masks is specifically because of the high standards and specifics. I would want to tell you, for example, Honorable Member, because of that question, the mask you're wearing and the mask I am wearing are totally different. What I am wearing is 98.8 filtration, which is conducive for any ICU. I will not think yours for COVID will be conducive for that purpose. So I'm saying, honorable members, for us, we are waiting for this contract, but I would like the chair of the health committee at the chamber, Dr. Eric Ruto, who is our first vice president, just to support my argument.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. I want to support and affirm what you've done as a Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, and also to respond to the questions which are being raised by honorable members. The first one was Honorable Nyikal, and you talked about building capacity for industry. What I would like to affirm is that actually we are not going to new manufacturers. These are existing manufacturers and they already have the capacity. And from our baseline survey, we have been able to establish that they can be able to produce 1.8 million masks per day. So in terms of urgency, we definitely appreciate your concern. The only bottleneck has been between us and KEMSA. There was also another question which was raised about equity. And I think this is something that is going to the heart of each and every Kenyan in this country. What we have done as Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, and I can affirm that of the 332 companies, we have received from each and every part of this country, from 47 counties. What we are going to do, based on the capacity, we are going to distribute this opportunity on pro rata basis based on the capacity of each and every company across this country. So that one definitely I appreciate. So therefore, as the National Assembly and the Health Committee, we urge you so that we can quicken and fasten the process. If we are able to sign a contract with KEMSA, we can be able to provide these masks within 2 weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we would, unless there be any other concern from members, one of the things is you do a negotiation as chamber with the KEMSA. We again don't want to incur more expenditure distributing these masks. So I hope then you can be, if you have every county covered by these tailors, it will be easier for them to tailor for the county and distribute within the county, instead of them bringing them back to Nairobi and then back again, you know, just to have some value for money. I hope you also be keen with quality. I was just going through your documents. I've seen some of them, you've reached to the Mwananchi. I've seen Kega fashioned in Kikuyu, Kiambu County. But also be careful, Chair, and I heard your vice saying that, your deputy saying that they are reputable companies. Because when I see Mabunia's Construction Company Limited doing reusable masks, then I am hoping then you will not be duped to be given just for sample case, and when the real work will be done. I've also seen another one, Tolu Cleaning Services, and they say they are renowned for producers of reusable face masks. So maybe it's a business name. I will not judge them on face value, but just be careful.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So that we give Kenyans quality, and of course we get value for money. So as you work with the KEMSA tomorrow, I hope then you can be able to sort out that the ministry can actually give you their plan of distribution, whether it's the Interior or it's the Ministry of Health, so that then you know, for example, in Nairobi, then we need this number of masks, let them be produced in Nairobi. Then we'll have, the weight will be worth. But it would not make sense if the masks are made in Nairobi to be taken to Marsabit or Mombasa. Thank you, Chair. Unless you have something else to say.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, yes.
Honorable
Madam Chair, I raised my hand.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yes,
There's
okay.
something blocking
yes,
me here.
thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, okay.
Proceed.
Madam Chair.
Proceed. Honorable Joseph, did you have something? It's okay. Let the Vice Chair goes first, and then you can give your comment.
Madam Chair, listening to the President of Chamber of Commerce, you know, Madam Chair, business people, they are supposed to be time conscious. But from the program that he has developed here today, Madam Chair, from the beginning, the first time they started engagement was on 23rd June. Up to today, the last communication was 12th August. That was back and forth, the engagement between Chamber of Commerce, Ministry, and KEMSA. Chairman, the President for Chamber of Commerce, it is only government that we associate with bureaucracy and laxity and communication breakdown. But I could see a lot of bureaucracy here, the back and forth. Whereas you are passing the blame to KEMSA, there have been also, as in a lot of time that has been taken by even KEMSA, by National Chamber of Commerce. Which brings now the big question. Why all the 3 months? And remember the money that was released, because it is 2.5 months. The money was for emergency. Do you know very well when it comes to the issue of emergency, it should not take more than 7 days. It should have taken 7 days. It should have taken 1 day. If it comes to the issue of Sambo, it should not have taken 14 days the way you have taken. What you should have done is to come up with one Sambo, test it with Kenya Bureau of Standards, and then send it to the manufacturers, saying that this is the standardized mask that will be required for distribution. But now look here, you are falling into the same mess that we have now with other institutions like KEMSA. And then 2, you've raised concern here that your biggest challenge or bottlenecks in distribution on manufacturing of these masks is KEMSA. Then it brings me to the other question. You as the president of Chamber of Commerce, you know that the minister is there. This was a presidential directive for 2 reasons. One was to build capacity for your members. Build Kenya, buy Kenya. And then 2, ensure that there is face mask for protection. At that time when there was crisis, now it is 3 months. The same people, your members, they have not even gotten the money. You should have, today, the question here that everybody should be asking you is that why haven't you approached the cabinet minister, secretary, over this matter if there is bureaucracy at KEMSA? And then when there is delay, it raises suspicion. That there is then again, was there bureaucracy in identification of the members? Was there negotiation and discussion on how much it is going to be what people are going to make? So then we give to this company, we give to this company, we are not going to give this company. And then lastly, assure the committee and Kenyans and your members in general, because I'm speaking also on behalf of many small traders and manufacturers, that you have put in place mechanism that is going to ensure free and fair identification of manufacturers. It should not be selective process where tomorrow there will be traders or manufacturers who will be demonstrating against the government saying, this government did not consider us. And you know, this has become the song in this country. This is anything that comes up, it is the president. Yet in this case, the president on his own then decided, I will send money to Kenya Chamber of Commerce. Then the Chamber of Commerce will use their own internal mechanism and framework to identify the companies which are going to manufacture face mask. So assure Kenyans and your members that it is going to be a free and fair process of identifying the manufacturers. I thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I hope you can respond in very brief words.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me respond to Honorable Kutuni. Your first question is whether we are time conscious. I have demonstrated without any doubt that we have attempted to reach out to KEMSA so that they can be able to fast track. I do understand and agree with you that on emergency basis, it should take the shortest time possible. And in terms of the samples, and you talked of 14 days, I just want to tell you that remember that this is new to everybody, including those local manufacturers. And therefore, they needed to be guided on what to do, what material to use, the specifications that will meet the required mask, whether it is actually to be to let you know is that some of them delivered samples, but those samples were 1 ply. The recommendation was 3 ply, and therefore those kind of specifications, sizes, the bands they need to use, the color, the marking, that took time. Remember, each sample had to be printed or embroidered MOH, GOK. So that also takes a bit of time. They were also requested to bring the packaging. That also takes a bit of time. Remember, packing a mask, you need also the intervention of NEMA because of the plastic bags. That again takes a lot of time. And therefore, as we were waiting for this negotiation, because we saw the challenges our members are facing, and we wanted during the negotiations to request that using the new specifications that have been provided by KEMSA and the Ministry of Health, we can then just have one standardized sample that we shall give, including when we are issuing out the orders, we shall give to these local manufacturers. The other question is, yes, you've just alluded that, yes, this is a presidential directions, and we were trying to make sure that all these manufacturers are also supported. However, sometimes, Madam Chair, we do have no control of certain institutions. And therefore, when we try to make telephone calls and we are told to wait, we only wait. When we found and noted that this has taken far too long, yes, we did reach out to the Ministry of Health, and I believe they intervened. Then that is why we were called this morning to go and fast-track the process. And you've talked about the bureaucracy. You talked about KEMSA. Again, we have no control as the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and for that reason, we are asking this committee, and I will say this again, help us, the private sector, to put a policy framework, to formulate a policy that will support the private sector so that we mitigate all these problems we are seeing, all these gaps we are seeing, all these roadblocks we are seeing. We want to have a conducive environment for all businesses, for all those manufacturers. You can imagine the same local manufacturers you're talking about. They are already frustrated because they can also see that the time has taken far too long. Your last question, Honorable Kuchuni, through the chair, is how do we assure traders of free and fair processes? Again, I want to confirm to you, Honorable Chair, that we have attempted at all times to communicate, to disseminate information through the members of the Fourth Estate who are here, and we have had several press conferences. Secondly, we have engaged our National Governing Council to also disseminate this information to everyone. And we are saying we have not closed. We are still reaching out. Please remember that not everybody wants to get into the business because they are not manufacturers, but we are encouraging them. There are those who feel they'll not be able to deliver because they don't have the capacity. And that is why we have come back to say, look, we as the Kenya National Chamber, we have a program with the MasterCard Foundation and other institutions, financial institutions like Equity Bank, and who can come to support them. For this MasterCard Foundation, it is interest-free, and I believe we shall reach out to them to also take up, because we cannot pay them in advance. And therefore, we have a mechanism to make sure that we reach out to them and they take the resources available so that they can be able to deliver these goods on time. And therefore, we shall commit to you that this process shall be free and fair. We shall, at every time, every moment, we shall communicate through the partnership we have with the reputable companies and reputable media stations so that they can also disseminate that information to the public and so that they can be able to see exactly what we're doing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, I would want we end that one at that level. And if you have suggestions on how these members would assist the chamber, and especially on formulating policy framework, anytime you can reach out to any of our members of this house and we can be able to assist. We wish you all the best in the negotiations, and thank you very much.
Honorable Chair.
Members, it's almost 5. We have 3 more, so kindly. I think that matter we have dispensed it. Kindly. So I'd request the members from Chamber of Commerce to take leave so that we can be able to take the next submission. And the next submission is from Crown. So as we prepare, I don't think you need to come to the front. I request the team from Crown Healthcare to introduce themselves.
Madam Chair, should I seek your intelligence? Madam Chair, with this report that has been tabled,
By?
The joint report by...
The chamber?
Yes, by Megascope, Crown, and is it they are going to present it jointly or?
No.
I seek your advice, Madam Chair.
I think there's several submissions. Crown has done their own submission.
Yes.
So each and everyone will do their own presentation. Some might be very short, actually.
Okay.
If members, we go direct to the point. We don't over-explain. We might be able to save a lot of time, and we can be done within the next 1 hour. So that means we'll be done by around 6. But if we extend this, we'll be here up to 7. So let's just be conscious of time. I request the person in charge of Crown Healthcare to introduce yourself and introduce your team.
Madam Chair Lady, honorable members, my name is Shilen Takrar, and I'm the CEO of Crown Healthcare. With me today, I have in our team Mr. Francis Muthiani, who is the head of operations, Crown Healthcare. I also have with me Mr. Brian Sitima, who's in-house legal counsel, and Mr. Dennis Mosata, who's a legal counsel. Madam Chair, we are here in response to your invitation letter dated 1st of September 2020.
Just hold on, because we have entered into a new session and I need to do an explanation on why we have the 3 companies. 2 of the companies, all of you have traded with KEMSA, and we had to take a sample of the companies that have traded with KEMSA with the documents that we have. Some of you are at different stages of procurement. And specifically Crown Healthcare, and I want to apologize because the letter that came to you and Megascope, there was a wording that the committee is aware that your companies were appointed and authorized by KEMSA to clear Jack Ma. So that one was, it was not properly written. So I'd like to withdraw that statement and say there were allegations that your company was involved in clearance of Jack Ma's foundation. I think that was something I'd like to apologize. That came from our clerk of the National Assembly, and that one I want to take out that part of that we are aware. There was allegation that your company was involved in clearing of Jack Ma foundation, but you will clear that. So you can go ahead. I just needed to do that clarification before we start this meeting. Proceed.
Madam Chair and honorable members, we are here in response to your invitation dated 1st of September 2020, reference NADCS Health /2020-081, requiring us to appear before you and make submissions on the following 2 issues. Firstly, the role played by our company, Crown Healthcare, in clearing the Jack Ma Foundation COVID-19 supplies from Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. And 2, a detailed report on what our company, Crown Healthcare, supplied to KEMSA since March 2020, and what was the procurement process undertaken. I'd firstly like to give you a bit of a background on Crown Healthcare. Crown Healthcare has been in the business of provision of total hospital solutions, namely supply of medical, laboratory equipment, and pharmaceuticals since 1998.
Sorry to interfere, but I would like you properly wear your mask.
Mhm.
You properly wear your mask. Just pull up your mask.
Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed.
And therefore, with experience, expertise, and the capacity spanning for more than 20 years. I'd like to state at this juncture that we also have a team of more than 350. Madam Chair, it'll pleasantly surprise you to learn that some of your current members are former sales reps of the company. We have been in this business for long enough. This is not our first business. Our major clientele is mainly the private and the mission sector, with minimal supplies to government institutions. Madam Chair Lady and honorable members, we are pleased to make the following submissions in response to the two issues raised in your letter as follows. Firstly, the alleged role in the purported clearance of the COVID-19 Jack Ma Foundation donations. Madam Chair, honorable members, the allegation that our company were involved in the clearing or in any way handling the Jack Ma Foundations is false and defamatory against us as a company. We totally reject and refute the allegations leveled against our reputable company as utter falsehoods without any factual...
Madam Chair, sorry to interrupt the gentleman as he's making his presentation.
And also properly put on your mask.
I would seek your directions.
Yes.
We were here yesterday when we invited the CS,
Yes.
Minister of Transport. He was not able to attend in person, and he sent the cars, Honorable Senator Klizobure, this morning, who actually clarified that all the Jack Ma items, donations, equipment, name it, are actually cleared by a government agency. The letter that you've read out to the parties is to the effect that there were allegations, or maybe rumors, but the chair was very candid, there were allegations. Now, if we were certain, and the CAS was able to explain to this committee and to Kenyans that the goods were actually cleared by a government agency, Madam Chair, is there any need of us to sit here to interrogate that statement and they are just rumors? They are just allegations? We do not, sorry Madam Chair to interrupt you, but Parliament should not legislate or seem to work in vain. That point was explained, and there was not a single item that we were told was cleared by Megascope or the other companies.
Honorable Jagagwa, you'll allow, all these letters went out at the same time,
yes,
including the clarification that you're alluding to. And so since I've seen the explanation is long, let them just finish for the purposes of records that also the companies came and appeared before us. And I've seen how he's going, it's just summarized. Let him finalize.
Okay,
it's actually 2 or 3 statements. Now, if you didn't interrupt, you'll be done with that
Chair,
matter.
I'm saving you time and this committee time.
You're now wasting
the company
more.
is represented.
More time here.
The company
Exactly.
is represented by
It's all right. Honorable Jagagwa, let him proceed and finish so that it goes on record.
A single word would say, we never cleared, and we are done.
Honorable Jagagwa, allow him just to proceed. Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to carry on. As a matter of fact, so we've totally rejected and refute the allegations leveled against our reputable company as utter falsehoods and without any factual basis. As a matter of fact, we have instituted legal action against the media, against Nation Media House and individuals that published and disseminated this outrageous allegations in the first instance in a purported expose aired in local TV. Copies of the legal complaints are enclosed in the documents submitted to this committee. For the record and clarity, we wish to say as follows. Our company is not in the logistics, clearing and forwarding industry as alleged or at all. our company was not involved in the alleged clearing of the Jack Ma Foundation donations as alleged or in any matter whatsoever. Our company was not and has never been involved in the clearance of any consignment and donations on behalf of KEMSA or, for that matter, any other entity whatsoever. The allegations against our company are unfortunate, false, and malicious. This is all we have to say in response to the allegations on clearing of the Jack Ma Foundation COVID-19 donations before this honorable committee. Madam Chair and honorable members, I will go on to the next question.
Proceed.
Which was particulars of our company's supplies to KEMSA as from March 2020. I would like to categorically state that we have not, as Crown Healthcare, supplied any PPE to KEMSA. Madam Chair, however, since March 2020, our company have supplied 2 items in relation to the COVID-19 pandemic interventions under the following contracts, whose particulars are as follows. Tender number KEMSA DP 25-219-2020, supply of ventilators valued at 12 million shillings. Tender number KEMSA DP 73-2019-2020, supply of sterile gloves, surgical, valued at approximately 38 million shillings. Again, all documentations have been submitted to this committee. As I mentioned, we have prepared a detailed submission of both the tenders for your reference. Compliance with legal provisions. Madam Chair and honorable members, first and foremost, we state that our dealings with KEMSA in discharge of the aforementioned contracts were in compliance and in adherence to the express and implied provisions and principles of Article 227 of the Constitution, which provides that when a state organ or any other public entity contracts for goods or services, it shall do so in a manner that is transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. We do confirm and has demonstrated in our submissions that our prices for all the items supplied were indeed competitive and at the prevailing market prices, and thus in compliance with the constitutional requirements. I may add that the surgical sterile gloves have actually indeed increased in price since the supply was made. We confirm that our dealings with KEMSA have been in strict compliance with the procurement provisions on our capacity, qualifications, and eligibility to submit bids by dint of. We are duly eligible to submit bids before a procurement entity in accordance with Section 55 PPDA. We have not engaged in any inappropriate influence or corrupt practices as spelled out under Section 65 and 66 of the PPDA, which would render us ineligible to bid. We have not been debarred from participating in any procurement proceedings as provided by Part 4, in particular Section 41 of PPDA Act. And lastly, all our quoted prices are based on competitive and fair market prices. The procurement process. Madam Chair, you're aware that His Excellency the President, by virtue of the Executive Order 2 of 2020, issued on the 28th February 2020, declared COVID-19 a national pandemic. Based on what we were convicted of the fact that any emergency procurement related to COVID-19 would not follow the normal procurement process, as it would be about saving lives. In participation of such procurement, we satisfied all criteria under provisions of Section 91, 92, 103 of the PPDA Act in relation to direct procurement legally recognized and as an alternative method of procurement. We would further like to state as follows, that there was an urgent need for the government to procure various medical items in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we had the capacity and expertise to meet such needs. Our company is one of the few well-known, reputable medical suppliers in the industry and in the region, as previously stated, having provided medical equipment and solutions to clients for more than 20 years. We have maintained a reputation of supplying quality medical equipment, consumables at fair prices within the market. We were probably one of the few companies that were able to supply ventilators and gloves and had those stocks in the country at that time. From our submissions, the committee will note that the ventilators and gloves supplied to KEMSA were part of the consignment of assorted medical items which we had already imported in October 2019. All the documentations are in this submission. Our prices were competitive and comparative to the market prices. Indeed, we have, as part of our submissions, provided documentation of similar supplies to private hospitals around the same period. In fact, this morning, we have again supplied a similar model of ventilator supplied to KEMSA to a private entity at the same price. I state again, all the documentations have been provided. On the gloves, we have similarly provided documents to show that the prices around the same period supplied to private entities were competitive to the prices quoted to KEMSA. The current prices of this commodity are still rising. The lead time for delivery has gone up from 30 to 300 days. It is imperative for the record for the committee to note that we are duly registered and licensed by the Pharmacy and Poisons Board to import and supply medical devices and consumables. Documents to support the same are duly enclosed in our submissions on the two items that we have supplied to KEMSA. We have the production registration certificates duly issued as follows. For the ventilators, Pharmacy and Poisons Board registration number 14, issued on the 6th of June 2019 and expiring on the 31st of December 2020. Secondly, for the sterile surgical gloves, Pharmacy and Poisons Board registration number 1826, issued on the 13th of November 2019, expiring on the 31st of December 2020. Clearly, from the foregoing, the committee can take note of the fact that we did not premeditate to benefit in any way from the COVID-19 pandemic, as this is our normal course of business. In fact, we played our role of assisting to respond to the emergency as we would have sold the same items in the open market at the same prices and without the resultant delays in payment and attendant inconveniences. We supply quality certified items, installed and commissioned the ventilators at the Kenyatta National Hospital, and we further went ahead to train as many users possible on the use of this equipment. In our submission, we have provided the installation job cards, photos of the actual training of the medical personnel, a schedule of the names and designations of the personnel trained. The committee should take note that the supply and the installation of this life-saving equipment was done at the peak of the pandemic, and we are sure, due to our timely intervention, we played a part in saving numerous lives of our fellow citizens. Madam Chair, as it now stands, despite having supplied the equipment to KEMSA, installing and servicing the ventilators, our company has still yet to be paid by KEMSA. The comparative invoices provided in relation to the private sector supplies have all been duly settled. We fully support the probe of this committee and any other investigative agencies. We implore on this honorable committee to get to the bottom of the matter and leave no stone unturned in establishing the truth. It will be instructive for the source of these allegations to table any documentary evidence they may have to this honorable committee. Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable members, for giving us the opportunity to set the record straight and to enable us to table the facts as they are in relation to Crown Healthcare Limited. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission, and I request that you just hold on. We go to Megascope, and you can do a summary also, so that you just answer straight. You don't have to go through the entire document, but highlight what is important. And Megascope, introduce yourself and your team.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Richard Ngatia. I am the Managing Director of Megascope Healthcare Kenya Limited.
Good evening, Madam Chair and honorable members. My name is Reni Nyando Lupalo, the General Manager, Megascope Healthcare. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Irene Mwangi. I'm Head of Department, Sales and Marketing, Megascope Healthcare Kenya Limited.
Madam Chair, honorable members, my name is Njoroge Regero, advocate for Megascope Healthcare Kenya Limited.
Good evening, my name is Claire Mwangi, advocate for Megascope Healthcare Limited.
Good evening, my name is Dorothy Akello. I work for Megascope Healthcare as the Chief Administrator.
We can proceed, Megascope.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm here to respond to two questions that were sent to us during the invitation for today. And therefore, Madam Chair, we are in receipt of your letter regarding one of the subjects which involved the Jack Ma's Foundation COVID-19 supplies, clearance, and supply of other COVID-19 related items. And therefore, on invitation through the chair of this Honorable Departmental Committee of Health, we are here to respond on the allegations that have maliciously dragged Megascope Healthcare Kenya Limited name into the alleged disappearance of Jack Ma Foundation donation to Kenya. So the invitation we received indicated that your committee is aware that our company was appointed and authorized by KEMSA to clear the Jack Ma's consignment for Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. But I am glad, Madam Chair, because you have corrected and you have actually confirmed it was erroneous in your invitation. It should not have read aware. Therefore, we wish to introduce Megascope Healthcare Kenya Limited as a supplier and distributor of medical equipment and hospital disposables since its inception in the year 2002. Megascope Healthcare Kenya Limited has gained unmatched reputation for our knowledge of vital hospital equipment used.
What is out of order?
Actually, there's nothing out of order, but I'm seeking your directions. You've just been served with a document which is a notice of motion. And at the end of it, I've seen a ruling by Duranera J admitting this matter for hearing. Interpart is a thing on, for directions on 10th of September. Madam Chair, going by the letter that the clerk sent to Megascope to appear before us and shed light on matters of Jack Ma equipment clearance or clearing. And on a casual perusal, Madam Chair, of the notice of motion, and the grounds thereto.
Which notice are you referring to?
Notice of motion, Madam Chair, a court document. It is civil suit number E094 of 2020.
Oh, okay.
At Milimani Law Court, Civil Division. So, Madam Chair, on a casual peruse of the grounds in support of this notice of motion, it's very clear that what Megascope is here, what we have called them here to come and shed light on, is actually again being arbitrated to at the High Court. So, Madam Chair, with your kind permission, I would wish to refer you and this committee to the ruling that was delivered by the Honorable Speaker a while back. A minute, Madam Chair. The ruling that was delivered by Honorable Justin Muturi about a similar matter, that a petition that had been, I wish Moyondi would let me discuss with Madam Chair or put my points across without interference. A ruling that was delivered by Honorable Justin Bidan Muturi a while back in a normal similar matter, that was a civil appeal number 33 of 2016, being a Commission of Customs Services versus Bidco Oil Refineries Limited. A matter had been referred to the Labour Committee, and an issue of sub-judice was raised. And the Speaker was very clear and categorical. You may discuss, the Committee of Labour may discuss any matter that had been referred by Honorable Judy Jomo to the Labour Committee. Safe, and mark my words, you should not discuss matters that will be canvassed in court. So that this Parliament or its committees do not get into matters that are being litigated by parties in the High Court. And that is the basis of the rule of sub-judice. So that two arms of government are not litigating on one matter. And now I seek your directions. A minute,
Madam Chair.
Honorable Legal, a minute. Through the Chair. I'm seeking your
Honorable
direction.
Chagagwa, yeah,
I'm
just
seeking
go
your
straight to the
directions.
point, yes.
I want to lay down the basis of my, for you to make a ruling, Madam Chair.
Yes,
So,
proceed.
having laws, if we were to discuss, if we were to sit as this committee and discuss these matters, which are already again in court, we'll be guilty of the rule of sub-judice. Now I'm seeking your direction. Is it fair for us as a committee to discuss that matter, which is again being canvassed at the High Court?
I think,
That's it.
Honorable Jagagwa, we've already had an earlier submission, and this matter we have discussed it, not even today, even when the ministry came. It's a matter of public interest. We are the people's representative. We are not here to make a ruling. And there is a submission, and that's why I told and asked the person presenting from Megascope to just go straight to the point. The question was, did you not apply, were you involved in the clearance? And I think with the Crown Health, it was very clear. That doesn't stop us, because we are not here to make a ruling now. So I plead that we proceed, and I also want to ask Mr. Ngatia to be brief to the point. Just answer the question as it was asked, and then we proceed, because that's not the only matter that we call Megascope to come and discuss. Megascope is also a supplier at KEMSA. The same way Crown Health has done, will still go through the same. So,
with your kind permission, Madam Chair, could I come in, please, on the issue of that pending suit?
Okay.
In fact, I'm specifically here to address the committee on that suit, because I am the one litigating in the High Court. And arising out of the very adverse allegations that were made by NTV, we have instituted that civil case, A94 of 2020. It is under very active prosecution. The judge, as you will see in our bundles, there's an order that has been made and directing the parties to respond within 7 days. And we go back on the 10th of this month to argue that matter. The effect is that in your standing orders, number 89, that order kicks in and debars the National Assembly or any of its committees from discussing anything that is a subject of pending litigation. In particular, 89.2 says, a matter shall be considered to be sub-judice when it refers to active criminal or civil proceedings, and the discussion of such matter is likely to prejudice, it's fair determination. The allegations, Madam Chair, that gave rise to the defamation suit are the very, very same matters that are before your committee. It was alleged that we were involved in clearing of goods, that we received the Jack Ma goods that were not accounted for. And those are the very, very same issues that are being investigated here. I agree with Honorable Njagagwa that there is that danger then of a conflict between the court that is going to hear and determine this matter and this committee. And I think we had a professional duty to draw your attention to the existence of that suit. The bundle is there. Ultimately, you will have to give us directions as to how to proceed. It is a fine balancing act because, yes, there is public interest. You want to raise questions that arise out of the dealings to do with a very serious issue to do with COVID-19. But at the same time, you have the sub-judice rule that exists to ensure that there is separation of powers and we are not prejudiced or embarrassed in court because of what might be said here. So mine was to draw your attention to that, even as you direct how they should proceed.
I think when the director was doing the presentation, would have raised if you're not comfortable, saying yes or no. Because as I've said, this matter is there out of public interest. We are not here to prosecute it and say you are guilty or not guilty. We only ask for submission. So it's a simple yes or no, and we proceed because there are other matters that we have asked Megascope, not just about the Jack Ma. So as simple as that, Director, if you're comfortable, you can go ahead. If you're not comfortable, you say you wish to skip because you have gone to court because of that matter, and then we go on.
And Chair, before even Madam Chair, you go that direction. Madam Chair, we have an issue. Madam Chair, Nyagagwa is a member of the committee. And Madam Chair, I think it is fair. It is fair for the public. We are the representative of the people. And even if as a member want to protect the people appearing in the committee, I think it is better to do it in a clever manner. Just not to do it in that, Madam Chair, anyone who is a friend to Megascope, including their lawyer, they will appreciate that the committee is sitting to listen to their issues. And then two, Madam Chair, there are two issues here. There is the public court in this country which condemn people, make judgment, and find people guilty without getting even facts. And then there is now the legal process where you prove that you are guilty. And I think it is this mob justice that is being done by the public sometimes, such a kind of engagement between the parties, quote-unquote, accused, and Parliament, which is doing investigation, provide a robust platform for these companies to tell the public what actually happened. I can imagine a situation where we say that we are letting Megascope to go just because of a matter that is in court. What is public going to expect? They can make their own conclusion. So I will appeal to Megascope for once to ignore the matter that is in court. Yes, the ruling, the standing orders, all those issues are there. But for the public, I will appeal that please, Nangatia, Your Excellency, you ventilate on this matter in the floor of this House.
And I said it's a choice. Mr. Gatia, if you feel that this will jeopardize the process in court, you can decide to do so. But if you just want to say a simple yes or no, we are also on this process. We met the ministry. I think Health, the Crown, they were very, they had a chance to express themselves. So I don't think there's any jeopardy because you're not here to make a ruling. You're only doing a presentation. After that, we as a committee will sit, we'll have to table a report to Parliament. But the fact that your case is in court doesn't stop us from asking and doesn't stop the public from asking those hard questions.
Chair, may I add my voice here? Megascope, you have an opportunity. You either take it or leave it.
Madam Chair, I think let me just continue with my presentation. But I've noted your concerns and I've noted the concern of my legal counsel, Honorable Rigero. So it is also important, honorable committee members, through the chair, that the same members of the public should be able to know who this Megascope Kenya Healthcare Kenya Limited is. And it is good just to introduce ourselves as a supplier and distributor of medical equipment and hospital disposables since the year 2002, like I had mentioned earlier. And Megascope Healthcare Kenya Limited has gained and matched a reputation for our knowledge for vital hospital equipment used in critical care and anesthesia machines, radiology, central sterilization units, ophthalmology, dentistry, laboratory, physiotherapy, and electrotherapy equipment, to name but a few. So just to mention also a few of our customers, who include also KEMSA, is the government public hospitals, some of which are Kenyatta National Hospital, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Jomo Kenyatta University Hospital, Ministry of Health, and also the private hospitals as well. Namely, we do have, and we do also supply to Aga Khan University Hospital. We also engage with the Kenya Red Cross, Medical Essential Supplies, who are MEDS, African Development Bank, Ministry of Education, Nairobi Hospital, Mata Hospital, Gertrude's Children's Hospital, St. Mary's Mission Hospital, Elgon View Hospitals. If I continue, then we shall leave here in the next 3 to 4 hours. So I want to say that besides the above-mentioned institutions, we also sell to private retailers as well across these counties of this country, beautiful country, Kenya. And our scope of business and operations has witnessed exponential growth from distribution of medical equipment to capacity building, with an objective to see that those in the medical fraternity, specifically biomedical engineers, become more adept in their skills. We, as Megascope Healthcare, have an already confirmed training center. This training center has also been is a center of excellence for both East and Central Africa, where we do train these biomedical engineers, radiographers, radiologists, and they come for this capacity building. So Megascope has also partnered with globally renowned brands such as Mindray Shenzhen in China, Neosoft Medical Systems in China, Tutnauer in Israel, Cavo Dental in Germany, Stefanix in France, Ahmed in China, and many other companies including US, UK, Europe, South Africa, Turkey, and also Pakistan. I would now wish to respond just to raise concerns on the question of the JACMA issues, and we wish to be very categorical and clarify that Megascope Healthcare Kenya Limited has never been registered as a clearing agent. I want to repeat that. Megascope Healthcare Kenya Limited has never been registered as a clearing agent of any sort, and as such, does not have the mandate to clear any consignments. Further, Megascope Healthcare Kenya Limited has never been engaged by any government agency nor KEMSA to clear any COVID-19 related consignments, including the donations from JACMA. Be therefore informed that we did not clear the JACMA donated COVID-19 cargo, and therefore have no further statement to this, as we are pursuing the matter through the court of law, as it has been alluded by our counsel, the lawyer, Joroge Rugero, and I'm here by my legal counsel to confirm the same, that the answer is no, we did not clear. I do want to also respond to your second question, which you asked a detailed report on what Megascope Healthcare Kenya Limited supplied to KEMSA since March 2020 and what was the procurement process undertaken. Megascope Healthcare Kenya Limited has been a supplier again since the year I mentioned, and we have grown in our client base, being a reliable supplier of quality healthcare products, of medical equipment in Kenya, and also providing solutions and turnkey projects. Among our clients is the Kenya Medical Supplies authority, that is KEMSA, that upon detection of the first case of COVID-19 in Kenya on 12th March of 2020, our clients in healthcare industry started their preparedness to ensure infection prevention and readiness to attend to patients with COVID-19. And among the preparedness was the urgent procurement of personal protective equipment that include coveralls with shoe covers, medical goggles, KN95, face masks, natural gloves, and face shields as well, and not forgetting ventilators. The items were sourced both as separate items and as a complete kit. The nature of items have not been regular medical supplies, led to KEMSA seeking samples from various suppliers, and in this case, Megascope Healthcare Kenya Limited, which was contacted by KEMSA requesting submission of any samples that were available for quality checks to enable KEMSA determine if they would meet their specifications that guided quality assurance. And upon quality checks of the samples and sample acceptance, we were issued with a commitment letter dated 17th March 2019, asking us to deliver available quantities on delivery notes. We were also issued with a pre-inspection quality report of PPE kits that confirmed the samples we submitted of various PPEs were acceptable. We also received a distress call on urgent need for a ventilator to rescue a patient who had been admitted in Msambweni Level 5 Hospital on 23rd March 2020 with COVID-19 and was getting respiratory distress. On this, we had an available unit of a ventilator, and given the life-saving nature of the need, we were tasked to deliver the ventilator via flight to Msambweni to rescue the patient from distress call. Honorable Chair, I'm trying to demonstrate that we as Megascope Healthcare fraternity put our lives on the line to try and save lives in this country. The said ventilator was dispatched under delivery note number 22119 on the procurement process followed in supply of COVID-19 items to KEMSA. Upon establishing that we had the capacity to deliver on the COVID-19 related items, which we had communicated to KEMSA through samples submission, the direct procurement process was followed, and this is the chronology of events I just want to take you through, Madam Chair. One is the letter of intent to supply at the stated selling prices, which is, of course, in one of the submissions. Commitment letter to supply urgently required items specifying the quantity and delivery timeline. Number 3 was we delivered on delivery notes. And 4 was upon completion of delivery, we received invitation to tender for supplied goods. We then, number 5 is tender bids were submitted and negotiations were conducted by KEMSA, which were also minuted. Number 6 was award notification indicating negotiated prices that were issued, and letter of acceptance was issued in responses to the award notification. We were issued with contracts that we signed at the time for each awarded tender. And the number 9 is local purchase order against each tender was also issued. Number 10, invoice to KEMSA was generated and submitted to them. Payment advice was to be issued to us on every outstanding payment. Number 12 is for items required after sales support, we follow up ensuring we install, commission, and also train the users on usage of equipment, including wearing the PPE kits. The COVID-19 pandemic brought about disruption of business and by extension the supply chain. So given that the items required were not regular supplies, we had to source all our supplies from China, who are the main global suppliers. And because the rule of demand and supply, production of items was hampered by safety measures, regulation, and only a few manufacturers were left in production. Global lockdown rendered limited air transportation. And accordingly, both the manufacturers and airlines adjusted their prices upwards. Of importance to note is the cost of air freight increased from $10 per kilo to $29 per kilo. One Medical Supplies, we have delivered COVID-related items as per the commitment letters and contracted signed. We wish to clarify that the following receipt of commitment letters that indicated quantities to deliver, Megascope Healthcare Kenya Limited pursued among the long-term overseas suppliers to determine who among them was able to supply an urgency on urgency basis. And therefore, Megascope Healthcare Kenya Limited settled on a non-medical company limited who had the items we needed available, albeit in piecemeal, due to the global shortage of both raw material and finished goods, coupled with a spike in demand for COVID-19 related items, especially PPEs. We further liaised with our other OEMs for supply of ventilators, and upon receipt of commitment letters, we immediately embarked on importation, which entails application of importation documents through the oversight authorities. Given the nature of the urgency, we were compelled to use the fastest available means to ship the consignments through chartered aircrafts and fastest direct flights. However, it's important to note that the consignments were shipped, airlifted, and delivered as the contractual obligation. And upon arrival, all shipments were delivered to our warehouses for quality checks, analysis, before delivery to KEMSA. Though we have fully complied and delivered on some of the commitments, Megascope Healthcare has not been paid to date. The delay in payment is a constraint to our cash flow and as such has affected our operations. We would like to bring to the attention of this Honorable Health Committee that we were not only selling to KEMSA, but to private market as well. Just to name a few, we also supplied PPE kits to Nairobi Hospital at the same prices, and some even above the prices of KEMSA. In fact, it took us a long time to agree to supply KEMSA because of the constraint of prices at the time. We also supplied the Aga Khan University Hospital and also MEDS, who is the Mission for Essential Drugs and Supplies. So they also bought supplies from us as well. We did also supply to AMREF as well. And to date, we still sell ventilators, we still sell beds and COVID-related items to most of the counties and the private hospitals in this country. Madam Chair, it is my duty now to request this Honorable Committee, because Megascope Healthcare Kenya Limited has been adversely mentioned among few companies, about 8 in total, 12 companies. It is well to my knowledge, Madam Chair, that we have more than 60 companies, if not 100, that participated in tender at KEMSA during this COVID-19 pandemic. And to date, we still don't know the list of those companies, but we know the list of 8 companies. I would want, Madam Chair, because we are here, if it is possible, that we could also be able to know who are these other suppliers. We do know them. We know that they are able. We know that they are competent. But why single out on 8 or 12 companies? We want to know what kind of witch hunt that is there. And earlier I spoke, and I'm speaking now as a private a businessman, that today we are hurting not only established businesses, but also, remember, this COVID-19 is still with us. Today, we know the government of Kenya is seeking to get some vaccines. I am sure, double sure, that the government does not do business. Where do you expect to buy these commodities, the vaccine? Isn't it the same companies you criminalize out here that they are criminals and they're dealing with scandalous processes? These are the same companies you will come to at the time, the hour of need. And therefore, Madam Chair, I would want your protection from this Honorable Committee and also to the National Assembly to protect the private sector, to prevent businesses. I will tell you for a fact that today, Any country, any foreign country will not be willing at the moment to come and invest here. It has been a huge fight for us, those companies that we have partnered with them, to try and invite them so that we can come and also pitch tent in terms of manufacturing of medical devices, and also in terms of making sure that we have plants that can also be able to generate equipment for the region. It has become that difficult, Madam Chair. So for me, I do want, before I submit, to also ask our General Manager, Reni Rupalo, also to support my argument if he has any.
Thank you very much. Through Madam Chair, mine will be very brief. I'll just mention in terms of capacity building and knowledge transfer. It is indeed noted that this equipment which were imported were rare and different, but we've been doing them. However, after we have delivered this equipment, apart from the mask which don't need training, they're life-saving and they continue doing. As my managing director explained, we actually did not just deliver, install, and leave. We actually deliver, install, train, and commission, and do refresher training. Madam Chair, through your seat, I can actually confirm, like yesterday, we had a refresher training of ventilators in Olkalau, the same that we delivered to KEMSA, and then KEMSA distributed, and we went to install and train. We've done that in Makueni, we've done that even in Kijabe. So this is a continuous process we have done, not only for COVID, but for other projects that we have done across board in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. You can switch off your microphone if you're done with your submission.
So, Madam Chair, thank you very much for giving us that opportunity, and I submit.
Thank you. And just to put it on record, I don't think this committee has criminalized anybody. We are actually trying to unravel and find out the truth.
Madam Chair,
yes.
I meant this committee to intervene, and also through the National Assembly, to have policies that will protect us, not to be criminalized. We don't see how businesses in Kenya can be criminal, and especially local entrepreneurs are criminalized. We do have so many companies in this country and foreign companies working in this country. We have never had one being criminalized. But on the same tender, you hear the local company has been brought down by either those people who have certain issues or who actually have some grievances. So we are requesting that this committee to intervene and see it that we have a conducive environment. That was all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for your submission. We will quickly go to Shop and Buy. One of the reasons why we picked the two companies, I think I explained earlier, and for Shop and Buy, if you're here, I would like you to introduce yourselves. We had categories of the companies also that had supplied, and the CR12s were not available. Remember, we received the documents. So one of your company, by the time we received the presentation, the CR12 was not available. So introduce yourself and the team, and just go straight to answering the question. I don't want to go through it again. Don't go to we received the letter. We know that by now.
Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable members. My name's James Chelule, representing Shop and Buy Kenya Limited. With me is our company lawyer, Anthony Kiprono.
Madam Chair, my name is Anthony Kiprono. I'm the advocate for Shop and Buy. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Proceed. Just introduce your company. Are you just the two of you?
Now, I will do it in brief. I think most of the what I wanted to mention, my other competitors have mentioned.
Okay,
I just want to mention what we do at Shop and Buy. We are a business, limited liability, registered in Kenya, dealing with medical equipment, farm machinery, household, among other equipments. So I will be brief on our deliveries, which we did with KEMSA.
Just for the records, when was your company registered?
On 14th of February, 2020.
14th February 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Proceed.
Yeah, between the period early March and April, end of April, we were among the first companies to actually wholesale and sell all COVID products, starting from masks, PPEs, and other medical equipments, including beds, I mean hospital beds. And our offices are basically here in Nairobi, and we have branches across Kenya. So I wanted to start to say on April 29, 2020, we wrote a letter of intent to KEMSA that we had the capacity to deliver 100,000 complete PPE kits and another 100,000 K95 masks. On 30th April 2020, we received a commitment letter from KEMSA accepting our requests. On the same month, we started procuring the balances of what we didn't have by that period, and we managed to airlift most of our equipment, most of our PPEs, most of our kits, which included face masks, goggles, K95, among others. On 19th April 2020, we did another request, an extension letter to KEMSA. Because of the time limits, we had challenges with the airlines. We had issues with clearance of our goods, and they did accept our extension. And between 1st June and 10th July, we did all the supplies as per the commitment letters. And Madam Chair and honorable members, I want to maybe reiterate that since then, our company has not been called by KEMSA to do the tendering process, and therefore we've received no payments from KEMSA. I think mine is as brief as that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you for being brief, and I think I'll just start with you because you are brief, and then I'll ask members to just also be brief as we ask these questions. So you've indicated that you have delivered your items to KEMSA.
Yes, Madam Chair.
When did you deliver?
I delivered. You want to mention, or I give you the dates?
It's okay. You can just note the question is when did you deliver? And you have also indicated that since you delivered your items,
yes,
that KEMSA has not come back to you for negotiation.
Yes.
So as a businessman, are you worried if KEMSA today tells you they are no longer interested in your goods?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm really worried.
So you will answer that.
Yeah.
And also to, I think the similar case with Megascope. Now that I've seen with the Megascope that you gave first the letter, let me just be sure, letter of intent to supply at the stated selling price. Could you'll also, I would like you confirm to this committee that the commitment letter to supply that you were given by KEMSA, did it have stated price or not? The last one from me to Megascope, you've indicated that you have not been paid by KEMSA. And we have some document that the PS allowed KEMSA to spend money that was meant for World Bank. So would you kindly confirm whether there was any initial payment that was done? Because in our document, the first one that the ministry authorized, your company features as some of the one of the companies that was meant to be paid. That's all. I'll go to members so that they can just ask a round of questions and finalize. Honorable Dr. Eseli and Honorable Joyce, Honorable Jagagwa, Honorable Adagala.
Chair.
In that order.
Mine is not really a question. I'm just intrigued, and I don't know, the surprise would be an understatement that a company incorporated in February, in a space of about 2-3 months, have landed an order worth $1 billion plus. It's, I'm mesmerized, that's all I'm saying.
Okay. Honorable Joyce.
Mine is very brief, Chair. I thought you had asked, said shop and buy, the issue of CR12. Did you, Chair, ask about that?
CR12?
Yeah. And I think they didn't respond.
They will respond. Oh, okay. You can just ask.
Because
so
you had said that.
they are just noting the questions.
Yes, and then the second one, to Crown, did they say they have also filed a civil suit, the High Court, against the nation? Because I think that didn't come out clearly as it did with the
Shop and buy, kindly switch off your microphone. Thank you. Take it up again. There was feedback from the audio recording. Just the last comment.
Okay. Chair, I would like Shop and Buy to answer the question on the CR12, and then Crown to confirm whether they have also filed a civil suit against Nation Media. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Dagala.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask Megascope, Mr. Ngatia. You have not specified how much was your tender at KEMSA. And also, I'm seeing here you are a shrewd business person. You have several interests. Won't it collide the chamber and your personal company? That's all, Chair.
Honorable Jagagwa, then I'll go to...
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Permit me, Madam Chair, to ask one direct question to gentleman called James Kipketa Chelule. Then once he answers that, then I can ask another 2 questions, kindly.
You ask and then...
Just one, he answers that, then